Yes, you are first. What that? Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Got a pretty varied stream planned for today. And here we go, folks. Let's jump into it. So today we got a few things planned. We got this code war of the day as usual. Got the actual code wars. This is elite code of the day, not a code war. Then we're going to be making a few polishes to our pairwise sorter, including exposing it as an API with authentication. So this API is going to have, like API keys and tokens, like the ones we've interacted with in the past. Then we're going to do some refactoring to always lurking and make some graphs for Code Wars. So, good variety of fun stuff to plan on. First, I gotta fix something. So, I'll go ahead and show this on. So, recently, I had migrated my setup to use Tau. Command doesn't work because the bot's broken right now. A lot of things that Tau does pretty cool stuff. It allows you to it unifies the Twitch API, so it makes interacting with Twitch a lot easier. Fortunately, I have not tested it enough because it crashed basically as soon as the stream started. Yeah, so right here. This is the part that crashed. Essentially what this does is when you do the channel redemption for changing a cursor, it listens and does it, but it's broken. Yeah, VS Code. A good editor. Yeah, what's happening here is the actual error. I can drag it over. There you go. You can see the big error was not that one. There we go. Cannot read properties of undefined reading title. So it went to read event data, and then it got this dot reward was undefined. So the solution to this is to just be like, hey, just add optional chaining like everywhere. So that should work. Won't know until we know. Nano user here. Hey, it's fine. All editors are just tools to get a job done. So as long as it gets the job done, then it's a good tool in my book. But now let's see if this thing works. So I think I'll try to figure out reward that does not require an input. There we go. I think I'll run this one. Okay, it did not crash the bot. That did something we don't want though. very bad. Okay, so I guess first we're fixing bot code. We're not getting onto the rest of this just yet. Okay, so maybe I'll just invert this logic. So if it's a redemption and the text is change cursor, then do all this stuff. Because I wanted to, eliminate indentation, but got a little too smart for my own good. Let's see if that can handle it now. Now I need another redemption. Let's see. Yeah. I gotta confirm a bunch of these first. We're getting there, folks. Yeah, we reject that. And let's see. Oh, well, that was on cooldown now. Great. We'll just use hydrate or whatever. Hey, and the bot did not die, folks. So I guess that was our first little fixing of the bot. Fix cursor coloring error. That's a good name. Okay. Now with that side quest out of the way, let's hit up the leak code of the day. Now this one is, it says hard, so we're going to give ourselves some extra time on this one, which I think is 1400. Math. Here we go. 25 minutes. I think that's how much long we'll need for this hard leak code of the day. Here is that link here. Y'all can give it a shot if you like. Without further ado, let's get on with it. So we are given an array of numbers. You have to return a new count array. The counts array has the property where counts, so anything at the index of counts, is the number of smaller elements to the right of nums. Pop OS. Yes, it is Pop OS. But I'm not running Pop OS hardware. I'm just running the operating system, and mainly because I didn't want to deal with drivers, even though I have before. I just didn't want to deal with it, so just decided to grab the OS. If you're not familiar with Ubuntu, Linux, it's essentially a custom distribution of Ubuntu, but made by people who bundle the driver right in the installation. Let's see our example. So we have 5261. So output is 21110. To the right there are two smaller elements. To the right of 2 there's one smaller. Right of 6, one smaller. Right of 1 there's 0. Hey, Ubuntu's Ubuntu. Ah, I never put those two together before, but yeah, Ubuntu. Yeah, I've always been Ubuntu for the most part. Yeah, just Ubuntu, the flavors of Debian, that's about it. Haven't went full Arch or anything like that. So the fact that this is hard means it's going to want the efficient solution. We don't have to write the efficient solution first. We can write the bad solution first. Remember, when we're doing these, we want to brute force the solution, and then we can optimize it later. So const results equals a new array. Then we're going to say for let I equals 0, I less than nums, I plus plus. So this is the I they use in the example. The index of the number, we are counting how many are smaller to the right. Yeah, I love Arch too. It's they've all got their everyone's. It's kind of like how they say everyone has. I don't know what the expression is. Every butt has a car. Every user's got a different Linux distro. Everything solves a different problem, though. So from here, we're just going to iterate through the rest of less of 4. Let j equals I plus 1 on j less than nums.length. So that was the first typo. And then we're going to say a j plus plus. So 2 loops in one thing. O of n to the power of itself. 7 that loop. Yeah. It ain't gonna be a good loop, but hey, we write bad code first, then we write good code. Nums.length. Hey, good call. Yep, that was... I missed it there, but got there in the end. Good catch there. And then we're just gonna say, well, we need a count. Count equals 0. Hey, Ryan. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're out here doing the leak code of the day, which is it's a tougher one this day. It's called hard, so we're going through it, but we're gonna write bad code first, good code later. Another typo. That's probably what you were referencing. What that? I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on by. Work on a Saturday. It's gonna feel even. It makes it feel even greater when it's over, right? If nums j is less than nums I count plus results dot push count, then return results. So this should work pretty well for bad code. Yeah, pretty good for bad code. Now let's watch it fail. Oh dang. Huh. So it looks like I've actually done this before 3 months ago. What do you know, folks? Okay, so this is a little bit of, 3 months spaced repetition. Yeah, no wonder I don't remember it. Okay, so the efficient thing, poof, it fails. Now we gotta do actually do this efficiently. So, can't loop through it twice. We have to loop through it something more efficiently. So I think it would be too much to ask for a O of n efficiency, because we do need to compare things. So what if we would just traverse through it in reverse? So we create a map that would be large. So what I was just thinking about, hey, blue it is. It's a slightly different shade of the original blue there, Ryan. Yeah, glad to see the automatic redemption thing is working. We had to fix that in the beginning because it was on fire, but it do be working now. It's a very slight different color blue. I don't think I have an example to show the other one. Yeah, it's blue. Did you mean another blue? Rewards on cooldown. How do I uncool? How do I do that? So if I refund, is that... Huh. Oh, the Oreo icon that was blue. Oh, you meant this thing. Oh, yeah, my bad. So the Oreo blue, that's the name of the cursor. The cursor theme is called Oreo blue. That would be fun. I mean, we have changing the color of the timer here, though it's already blue at the moment. Or is there something else that is Oreo shaped on my screen that could be turning blue? And thanks for coming on by, Grat Kane. Hope your Saturday's been doing well. So I've been looking at this. I've been really thinking about it too much. Number of small elements on the right. And so now here's the thing where I'm trying to remember instead of trying to solve. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. We're just tackling the leak code of the day. It's a hard one, but apparently past me was able to get it after like 5 tries, so hopefully I should be able to get it in less than 5 tries. So I'm thinking we can't get to O of n. That would be too unrealistic. What if we do ON log n? Number of smaller elements to the right of. Elements to the right of. That's merge sort, isn't it? Because what you do for merge sort is when you put things back together, you're counting like the number of small on the left and large on the right. Wow, that's a horrible image. Let's try to open that up. Give me a good image. Okay, here's a better image. So if we were trying to do this, it would be what? Smaller to the right. So we have 1, so this would be 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 0, right? And then as we go through this, every time we put something, so every time we put them back together, I say. So let's try to figure out which one to follow. This one looks like a good one to follow. So here's a 9 and 1. When we put 1 to the left of 9, we increase its tally. So this is like plus 1. Then we put 1 to the left of 10. 1 is plus 1. So that's 2. But then when we put it to the left of all these, another plus 1. No, okay, I've done it backwards. Oh, well, so I've done that right. 2, 1, 0. So that's not the right way to do it. But I think this is, because as we can see here, it splits them into left and right. Now, if I just figure out how to additionally track the state of how many swaps there have been, or something like that. Let's track down another pattern. So we got split here, and we're combining 6 and 5, 2, 5, 12 rather. Putting it here, and we're counting the number. What are we doing again? Number of smaller elements to the right of this number. Smaller elements to the right of this, so it's 0. But then when we put it back into here, it's, because it's a merge sort, smaller elements to the right. So our order is getting messed up. But what if we kept track of, so we converted our array of numbers to an array of objects with values and original indexes. So then when they get joined back together, we can check the index of these two. So we'll check the index of these two. And if this new item is to the left of 6, so it's less than, and it has an index larger than 6, which means it is to the right of, then I increment 6 by 1. Then I do that again right here. When I merge things back in, I check the things to my left, 5 and 1. Maybe I efficiently don't check 5 again some way, but I still check 1. It's to my left, so I don't need to check if I'm greater than it. I'll have to check if it is its index, which is greater than my index. So that gives me 2. I think that's the way to do it. Because all these other sorts, since we're here, they don't cut it in half and put them back together with half of them left, half on the right. Maybe a binary tree of some kind. This is kind of already tree-like. No, I think I can do a merge sort. Nope, let's not close all the windows. Okay, so we have this here. This obviously works, but too slow. So we're first going to implement, what, merge sort, I believe. But we're smart about merge sort in that we're not just sorting, we're also counting. Okay, well first we're just gonna, so merge sort always comes in 2 functions, the merge sort function and the merging function. The merge function is actually the easier of the two, so we're gonna start with that. We have the left and the right half, and how do we want to essentially traverse through both of them, and then while both of them have things, add to the array left or right. Then once they're out of things, put all the things, just spread them all, like combine them all back together. So while left length and right length Also need const merged equals our new array. And that's going to be if left less than right 0, then we array dot push, nope, merged dot push left. Oh, this would be a shift. Okay, so we can improve the optimization by reversing these, but we'll do it later. Else merge dot push right dot shift. Yeah, so that does that. Now there are circumstances in which there are still items remaining in left and right. So if we just add essentially all of them together, I think that is the correct order. We'll do some console logs to figure that out. But this is only the merge function, and we need the merge sort function, which sort array, good old array. And we're just doing these of numbers since our inputs is numbers, so we need to do any weird comparison. Middle equals the length divide 2. Oh, that's not where the mouse goes. I'm trying to think if I need to do any logic for even or odd length arrays. I don't really remember though, so we're not going to do it. We're going to see if it works. So if array length less than or equal to 2, actually we only care about 1 and 0, so it's less than 2, then we will return the array. It's basically merge sorted. Then we want the left equals array dot slice. I'm doing both GratCane. I'm always doing the leak code of the day, mainly because I have a streak and I don't want to lose it now. But yeah, I do leak code and a code wars a day. Usually, like as for streams at least, it's one leak code and the rest are code wars. But so yeah, the code wars are coming. As you can see, I got like 4 of them queued up, which are pretty. Like, it's kind of my opinion that leak codes are obviously more preparing and more beneficial. Like, they're vitamins basically and all the green vegetables, but leak code's a bit more fun, you know. Doesn't give you as much benefit, algorithm and data structure, but it's more fun, lower level for learning the language and different approaches. But leak codes for the algorithms and data structures, which is what's asked, so that's why I'm making sure to at least get 1 a day in. They're the only 2 platforms I'm really challenge coding on, though. Hey, yeah, that's right. It's okay, GratCane. I don't usually. They're in order of what we plan to do today. Leak code, the problems, and then a bunch of code wars. Because for me, at least, the problems isn't necessarily solving the code wars, it's finding the good ones that aren't some weird mathy ones. So, yeah, I got this words to a sentence where you're supposed to join all these into a single word with an and word. Don't know why this is a 6. You got a minesweeper finding one. Got some list reversing one. Don't know what it is. And we got custom base conversion, which I think is going to be somewhat of an interesting, not super challenging, but mathy one. Looking forward to this one. But I gotta do the daily because I lose my streak. Yeah, implementing merge sort, always a fun task. So slice is 0 to middle, const right equals array dot slice middle to end. Then we return merged right, left, and right. So at this point, we're not even doing any real leak coding. We're just writing merge sort. So it's leaked.js. Yeah, you want to know the trick I do for it? So what I do is, like, we have our all the cool code warriors in 100 devs. For sure, yeah. that is actually how it is. You ran out of all the good ones, haven't we? So what I do is, the cool thing, but you gotta go to people's profiles and just see what leak codes they've done. So just like go to the top 5 people. What I do, I click on their kata tab and I see what code words have these people done. And as you can see, a couple of them I've lined up are literally what they've done. So I'm like, if they can do them, I can do them too. And some of them are like, wow, y'all, you put some effort into those, so not interested. But that's how I tend to find the good ones. I find the, I let someone else find them for me, and I just like yoink. Yeah, for sure, Grat Kane. Yeah, you definitely keep people similar ranks and stuff. But I mean, even as you can see, even the top ones, they're still doing 7s and stuff, and they're also doing some 6s, which, to be honest, don't deserve to be 6s. Yeah, Ryan, we had one of those, like, the century question, right? That was very much a 7, but it was like a 6. Now, I made it into a 6 because I kept fumbling around, but yeah, those extra points, it's good to see them. I don't know what I'm doing here. This code ain't here. The code's over here. Okay, so ESLint is very unhappy at the moment. Let's not care about it. So console log merge sort. And let's just shove in the example. We're literally just testing merge sort at the point. Quacker time. Turn screen casting on. Squish that. Angry about semicolons. Okay, so 5261. That's not a merge sort. What have you done? Let's figure this out. First, it's angry about all my missing colons. Okay, so I forgot to implement merge sort. Nah, Ryan. So all of my code wars, I mean, I believe it's public on my profile, how I've obtained my things. So most of it has been completing katas. I have apparently 24 from authoring, 415 from the achievements, which you get as you rank up. Got 10 upvotes, and that's about it. So yeah, it's all been completing. My author has only been translations, which I did 2 of. But yeah, it's all completions. No, I mean, I did all the 8s. That definitely contributed a bunch to it. A breakdown of... that would be a cool thing to see, like a breakdown based on some other things. I don't know what the breakdown would be on, to see like what you gain the most on. I guess a breakdown on... it would basically be a pie chart, right? Where you have like a pie chart, and then you can have like this much for all your 8s, your 2s, all your different Cailloux, different break pie chart. That might be cool. Yeah, we might be adding that today. A language-based pie chart, although that probably wouldn't help for us. What else? Well, because I'm trying to figure out, like, that's a good question, Ryan. Like, and I'm trying to figure out how I would answer it, aside from just completions. So yeah, Caillou, that would be an easy breakdown. Ooh, they have tags here. Oh, this is good. We can use the tags to see, so like, okay, I'm thinking of this on the fly, but we can use that to somewhat visually show which problems you gravitate towards. I don't know what it's called. Is it called a star chart that GitHub makes? I think this is the chart that we want. Yeah, Ryan, that would be cool, but it ain't the way it works. You do get, what do I call it? You get a score for every solution, even if it's in multiple languages, but that increases the what? Where is it? I'll have to go back to my profile. So that will increase your ranking in the individual language. So you do get, so there is something, like there's another thing tracking for those, so I've done it all in JavaScript, so that's why it's here. But if you do a bunch of Go problems that you've already done in JavaScript, you'll still increase your Go ranking. So it is tracked, it's just no extra honor, so no leaderboard increase. So where's the chart? Here it is. Okay, this is the chart I'm looking for. Yeah, Ryan. That's the tedious process. So this kind of thing right here. Maybe this is the graph I want to use for So I guess I'll figure out when I get to it. It's either going to be a pie chart or this thing, so it'll like show you how much is gravitated toward. Obviously more than 4, but tags, stuff. I don't know. Well, lots of different ideas. Still got this leak code though. Yeah, Gratcane. Yeah, that's similar for a lot of languages I know. Quote, no. I'm familiar with them, but as you can see, I can just done like a few, still in the 8s for most of them. So yeah, I know how to say hello world, but I wouldn't be doing a leak code in them for sure. Middle plus 1. Nope, that's not right. 5, 2, 6, 8. What if I spliced it and I passed the rest of the array as right? 5, 2, 6, 1. That ain't how it works. That's not a merge sort. Okay, let's think. This has turned into less of a leak code, more of how do you do a merge sort. So that is the middle. So this is while they both have a length, if left is less than right. Now this never happens though. 5, 2, 6, 1. Merged push left. Else merged push right. Yeah, good old debacle. Great stream from last cohort. Come on, bot. Okay, it worked. There we go. 5, 2, 6, 1. Left 0 is less than or at 0. Let's give this another case. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing happens, obviously. But 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, so it is. It's doing some stuff. Not the stuff we want, though. Wait a minute. Because left is less. Right? Nope, that's not how it works. Hey, yeah, old coder chick. Yeah, I didn't tune into many of their streams, but I was there for a couple of the raids and such. I heard they were cool. Merge left and merge right. So let's undo that. So we have left, right, middle. You know, we ain't here to write merge sort, so JS merge sort. Let's just find one and use it. We ain't gotta implement this all ourselves. Let's see. Yeah, they're pretty alright usually. Yeah, I mean, that is the goal though, Ryan, right? Like, they came, they got a job, they conquered, you know? Now they moved on to bigger and better things. For sure, yeah. And I mean, I didn't know him obviously in the cohort, but even from what I caught it from the last half, they were still helping people while they were going through it. So I think they more than helped their fair share of 3 people to also get through, you know? Oh, this is in C code. Big yikes. Do we got any JavaScript translations? Man, I was being very simple with my approach. Okay, there we go. Big yikes. I mean, yeah, that's kind of, I believe, what Leon said. Like, it is free, but the only thing, like, the only quote payment is instead of paying, you helps 3 other people or a number of people also come through with you. So You don't just go it alone. You bring some people with you on the journey to success. Get that job. I don't know if it was 3 or 5, but I don't think there's a real number. It's just as many as you can. Okay, so this is a toughy one. Looks like we have to implement a full merge sort, not just my lazy merge sort. Let's go ahead and do that. Array, left, middle, right. There might not have been a number. Don't take my word for it. No, we can just go ask real quick. It sounds good. Let's go ask the Leonator. Code. Oh, no, not that one. Active with Leon. PM run search. I think help 3. I don't know what's gonna actually show up as though. Help 3. Yeah, basically through captions. Nope, not there. That's the great thing about captions. You never know if they put the number or the word. Well, it ain't neither, are they? Help. Okay, so we got lots of this. What would the query be? Help tree. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is all based on auto translation, so it could be tree. What would it be? Orange. Yeah, there's some orange on there. Get that. Yeah, that's a good. That one actually went straight to orange. The thing about searching, you have to remember the words that were said, right? Bring with you. That's what that was said. With you. Yeah. Goldfish memory. I can't remember exactly how I said it. Maybe it's when he said it was around the word free. Yeah, I don't remember the actual phrasing, but he did say it at some point. Okay, merge sort. So, N1, L2. So, this part I think I have. The free art class story. Yeah, it was there too. I got it all archived. First, second, merged. Okay, so this is just essentially doing the merge part, copying the remaining of left into right, the remaining of right if there are any remaining. So this is actually fine. Okay, so why isn't... Yeah, this merge seems completely fine in my books. Let's stop and do some debugging. Great thing about VS Code is that when you debug, you don't need to figure things out. You just open a JavaScript debug terminal and run the code. VS Code automatically is like, hey, I got some code to run. Okay, so middle is 2.5. Ah, that's awkward. So left is 3, 2, 1, and right is 4, 5. Actually, that's a good slice. Okay, and then merge left, right. Oh, there it is. Found it. I wasn't sorting the left and half of it, or the left and right half of it. So I don't merge them together, I merge the sorted results together, which is attained by recalling merge sort. There it is. I knew it was something obvious I was missing. Ah, okay, Darth Vader fell down. Good content, but bad website, not optimized. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm assuming you mean the stream quality dipped for some reason. Yeah, sorry to hear. But hey, thanks for coming on by, though. The VODs are always available if it gets better. I'll catch you next time. Are the rest of y'all having bad quality drops or frame drops or any of the badness? Oh, Geeks for Geeks. Ah, you're right. Geeks for Geeks, you're right. I do know it's not the best for me. G for G. I thought that was GTG, but a typo. Yeah, it's very much... I mean, it's got stuff on it, but it's not the best. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's got some pretty, like, raw things to it. Hey, thanks for that confirmation, Grat. Okay, look at all these sorts are now doing the things they should be doing. So the sort's working. Let's go and take this back into the big code base. And this is where we start doing the customized logic. Here to help. Yeah, of course. Always happy. Yeah, it's cool. So we have merge sort written. Now we need to write it in a way that we're not tracking just the things, we're tracking also the indexes and this is why you should write down your pseudocode, because I said it all aloud, but now I don't remember it exactly. But I need to convert my nums into nums and indexes. I remember that. So const results or const tracking equals nums dot map. Hey, Robodom, how's it going? Hope your Saturday's been going well so far. We're over here doing the leak code of the day. It's a tough one. I almost wasn't able to implement merge sort, but I was able to get that far at least. Sounds good to me. Yeah, get the leak code of the day. Then we're gonna do some fun API stuff. Code wars, good variety stream. Yeah, it's a leak code. I know, Robodom. It's spooky. It's scary. That's why I only do like one a day. And then when King comes in, he gets me to do another one, but it's usually just the one. But you see, I got this like 27-day streak, and I can't like let it die. So I have to. I don't have a choice in the matter anymore. I have no choice. Okay, so this is our tracking array. Then we will return tracking. What will we return the tracking of? Will we keep, or do we add more data to it? Or do we add it to counts? Do we make another array? Keep the streak alive. Yeah, that's the gamification, right? That's what they make you do. No, wait, for my counts, yeah, whenever I find something to the left or something to the right, and as in my example, okay, I close my example, but I add 1. So const count is a new array. Ooh, I can use the Devon trick array from. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I was there with the rest of y'all there, Gratticane. Yeah, I mean, what was the my goldfish memory history? Gotta drag this off real quick. Let me think of that. When was it, right? Because the slides, right? So I believe, I mean, you were probably there. The slides actually say when exactly we get to Algos. Where was it? Where was it? Come on. Where is it? Okay, I passed it. Somewhere around here. There it is, yeah. September is when the data structures and algorithms are planned, Robodom, so yeah, soon, end of the month. I mean, looks like we're not hitting it until next month, Robodom. Hey, thanks for the follow there, James Harries. James Harries, yeah. Hope your Saturday's been going well. So yeah, Robodom looks like it's next month, and that's going to be cut in half with React, so And then October we get the Mega, which is the daily Code Wars and stuff. But I mean, it's like Leon said. What was the? Oh, it was either 5 Caillou or 6 Caillou. He said if you can comfortably, reasonably approach and solve them in the 20 minutes or whatever, then you're ready for interviews. You know. Now, we know he's targeting general interviews, not Fang. Fang's obviously gonna want you to be more algorithmy and all. But for the most of us, 5 and 6 Caillou, once we're there. It was 6 Grat. Yeah, okay, I'll go with what you say, because I'm not confident either way. It was probably 6 Caillou. But yeah, so yeah, we don't need the hardcore ones. Ah, there you go, right? Schrodinger's 6 Caillou. I mean, I'm not comfortable solving this, but I mean, when I say comfortably, I mean you're probably given an hour for the interview. If you can solve it within that time. Sometimes you're given 30 minutes for the technical half, but just to be able to describe the solution, maybe not syntactically get it, but it's a progress. And like Grat mentions, all 6s are not created equals. I think I'll use the fill, yeah, which means I'll just do a new array from that length. There we go. This is how we use the array constructor properly. Yeah, for sure, Grat. That's the massage to the weak points, right? That is the plan. So we got counts and we got tracking. Then we're gonna call the merge magic on our thing. So merge sort tracking counts, right? I'll just leave this here for good luck at this point. Which I don't need it. I can see my previous solution. So counts. Here's the thing. The index is going to be kind of moving all over the place for whatever I target. And I can't go slicing around because that's going to create a new array of numbers, not mutate the original array, and I'm depending on being able to referentially mutate counts. So I'll need to also pass a start and beginning. So kind of like I am writing C code, where I'm passing start end. Yeah, RoboDumb. I mean, hey, just get comfortable with them. Those are the building blocks to essentially everything, from creating and writing them to using other ones to being able to mutate all the different ways to use them, call, bind, apply, all those different ways. Those are the building blocks, right? The better you're on, better foundation you have, the more crazier stuff you can do. So it's from 0 to what? Nums.length -1 probably. That's how I always see it. Which means our middle is getting calculated no longer from the length of the array, because that's the entire array, always. It's math in the middle. So, math, probably a floor, because we always use floor, right? And then it's left plus right divided by 2. It puts us in the middle of these two numbers. And floor, make sure it's an integer, which turns out we didn't need at some point, but just to be safe. And then array length less than 2. Except we're not using array length anymore. We need to use left and right. Or start and end, rather. My brain renamed them. What's the trick? If start greater than or equal to right, then return. Well, this is special because I'm not returning anything. Yeah, we don't care about returns. Yeah, we're all doing it relationally, so no returns. Well, actually, we do return. We just return nothing. Learning about methods and objects. Yeah, that's right. I mean, everything's an object. Surprise, surprise. And methods are just what we call functions that are bound to objects. Hey, Mavi. How your Saturday is going well. We're over here slowly making our way through the leak code today. It's a hard one. Have to use some of merge sort magic. But we're slowly making our way through it. Hope your Saturday's been going well. So this thing don't do work anymore. Yeah, Robodom, that's right. Standing on the shoulders of giants as we were. Yeah, built-in, embedded. I guess embedded's not the most commonly seen word, but yeah, it means, it's a synonym, you know, Robo. It is a synonym. Built-ins, yeah. Or core. You see them called as core functionalities or core things in some languages. Like when Dino came out, there were a lot of complaints that it had no core libraries. Hey. Synonym. Yep, I know how to pronounce words. Don't you worry. Just recall the thing, merge, sort, recursive magic on left and right, but we do math, so it's left to middle. My goodness, I keep calling them left. I might as well just rename them. Ooh, a product card. That's always interesting. Don't do many of those, although when I do, it's always with some library. Where it's like, what, it's a thing, then you just poop, box shadow, bottom right probably, or bottom and right. So I'll give you the shadow and I'm good. Maybe a little rounding. And move on from my day. Those are what most of my cards look like. Middle +1. Don't want to touch the bad part. And then counts again. And then finally, we do the merging. I'm trying to think, do we need to do a merge? Since we're not mutating the array, we do need to sort it. Yeah, as you can tell, Robodom, I'm great at naming things. So yeah, I have a parameters named array. Maybe it's not the best name. Well, it's because this is generic, right? Because these are technically, it's an array, so it's not inaccurate. It just could be more accurate. It's an array of tracking information. It's an array of objects with these properties. Array of, I can't think of a more targeted name, which is why they get array. Oh no, it's not Robodom. JS list of. It's probably a list somewhere, but it is not necessarily. Well, come on, MDN. Oh, there's nothing on the MDN. We got this random article, but not Robodom. There's a nice list here of reserved words, only 2 years old. But yeah, array is not one of them. You can even use the set a variable. Why am I opening this? You can even call it the uppercase array. Now, while capital array does already exist, you can do this. And what this is going to do is it's going to make the original capital A array inaccessible. I believe this term is known as shadowing variables. So you kind of, in this particular scope, all of these will point to this array, but everything outside here will point to the original array. So that's a way in which you can use, quote, already used, but not reserved words or names and stuff as variables. But yeah, for reserved stuff, there's no way of getting around it. You'll know pretty quickly, because it's like, you can't use that word. So they won't let you get around with stuff. Like, I believe, delete. You see? I can't use delete as a variable name because it is a reserved word. And even on LeetCode, this platform, it colored it, highlighted, and all the colors are now wrong because of it. Yeah, of course. Always a good thing to know. Left is greater than right. Math. Then I merge both the left and the right. I have to write this method, so I merge array left, right, count. So basically all the things. Left, right, count. There we go. So this part, thankfully, is recursive. Kind of already doing its job. We don't need to return. I don't want to confuse myself with my signature. There we go. So if left is greater than right, basically base case, go away. And hey, Ty, 9:54. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Doing pretty good. Starting off the leak code of the day. It's a hard one, but we're slowly chugging along. We're going to do some building authenticated APIs, factoring, doing some Code Wars graphing, doing a lot of Code Wars graphing now that Ryan gave me that good idea. Hope your Saturday's going well too, Ty. So we have merge as a new array. Technically isn't a new array. So I'm trying to think, because the full merge sort is like you create two arrays and you copy all the things from the two halves that you're inspecting into it. Well, actually, we need all three of them, because we need to know the middle point, don't we? Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, where's my information? So we need left, middle, and right, because we need to traverse both the left and the right half of them, but we need to know where the middle is so we can stop. So with that information, we have access to it. You know, okay, this is always the common mistake. Do not pre-optimize. Const smalls equals a new array. Const larges equals a new array. Then for let I equals left I less than or equal to middle, because middle is index, not position, so we want to include it. I plus plus, and since good old trickery with arrays, you can, I think we want to, yeah, we just want to push to it. So smalls dot push the item at array. Thankfully that part is simple. We'll do the same thing for the larges. So actually, let's move larges down. Keep this stuff somewhat encapsulated. Larges, there we go. And then we're gonna say basically the same for loop, but gotta change all the things around. First thing, pushing to larges. Second thing is we're probably starting at middle and going to right. +1, because we don't want to include the same element. Going to right. That feels right. And then we have to keep track of the 3 pointers. The one on the left, or the one in the small, the one in the large, and the one in the actual array. So let's try to declare these, I suppose. Let small equals 0, let large equals 0, let I equals, yeah, we can use I again, right? I don't think we need to stop it here. I equals left. Okay, I think those, and we don't need to do all this declaring. We'll just do the fancy way. This is what the leak code folks do. They declare all their variables on one line. And with that, we have it, and we need to keep track of a count for some reason. Because at some point we have to keep track of it. It's the number of elements to the left of this element. So when we get them all split up, for example, 5, 2, 6, 1. So 5, 2, 6, 1. When they come back together, it's how many things we pushed to the left of this left array. There we go. So at all the smalls, we will be adding the account to every small tracking position. So it's another variable. This will show it over here. Count equals 0. There we go. And here comes the part where we have to do essentially this while loop, but we can't use it on array lengths. We have to do it on indexes. Very fun. So it's going to be a two-parter like it is here. So while s less than smalls dot length, and I went, let's go full letter. So while small is less than small's length, and large less than large's length, essentially same loop as we have here. We can actually delete it. And then we need to do the logic if it's less than or equal to, because we only care about things smaller. So if smaller is less than or equal to larger, then we add the smaller one. But if it's greater than, then that offsets our count. Okay, this is kind of where it all starts coming together, which is the most complicated part of it, as you can see. Okay, there's going to be two little loops out here, I know that, while small less than smalls dot length, to traverse the rest of the array. So there's going to be one for the small and one for the bigs. Now how's that going to look, right? It's going to be array, then what? There's something we can just use assignment, right? Because we are swapping these, so this does need to actually sort them. So array I++ equals, and this is larges. Large, so equals larges large plus plus. There we go, and we do the exact same thing for the smalls. Now, one of these needs to update the count at the index that we're appending. Maybe so let me think of the large ones. So 6, 1. You know, it's literally 50-50 chance. Let's just go for both of them. So counts, and then we want smalls. So this is where the fact that we're using, this is larges, that we're not just an array of numbers, we're an array of objects with information, including the number, but not just the number. So large dot index plus equal how many we've counted that is larger than this count. Now we haven't actually done the counting yet because that's hard. This is where it pays off. It might also pay off over here, I don't know. There it is both places, just in case. Because these are the edge cases when the comparisons are all done. Speaking of said comparisons. So there are two different ways to do this. Essentially, I'm counting how many ways I could write this wrong. Is it hard for you to see or know what your coding is doing? So at least in this problem, RoboDom, if you're asking for this problem specifically, it's difficult to keep track of the logic in my head, and it's also difficult for me to write it down. If it weren't difficult for me to write it down, I'd have it written down. But it's for this particular one, it's more of a I won't know till I run it, because it's a mathy thing. So it's not just, oh, the code is this, it's the code has these different variations. So, like, here's a piece of information. If I'm right, then it goes this way onto this block of decisions. But if I'm wrong, it goes this way to this block of decisions, but they're the same block. It's this is wrong. And I won't know if these things in here, are right until I have this right. And I won't know if I have this right until I can see the results, which depends on these being right. You see Robodom, so it's kind of like a catch-22, where in order for me to figure it out, I need to run it and debug through it to see when the things are being wrong. Yeah, I know, it's not very smart or efficient, but it's just the way my brain's working, especially for this problem. So, because it's like for these middle plus ones, I know it's middle or it's middle plus one. So like that's the split path. The universe splits. Either I've written it right or I haven't written it right, but I won't know until I run it and I look at the state after it. Which is why I like getting my code to as testable units as possible. But if I just kept doing what I liked, I wouldn't get any better. So sometimes you gotta, stretch those muscles out, which is, it's what this is all about. So we're just gonna write it away. So if we have small dot value, because this is the comparison, large is a large dot value. So here's another branching. Is it less than, or is it less than equal to? If I could think of it, I would know, but I know it's one of these two. I just don't know which. So we're just gonna go with one and see when I come back to debug it which was right. Then we have the information in these two blocks, which could go either way. Actually, it can only go one way here. So it's this logic goes in here, and this logic goes in here. So thankfully these two is copy and paste. So if the basically the smaller one is next, then we add the nope, had them backwards. This is where the counts happen. Okay, so this eliminates it a little bit. So at some point, the count needs to go up. And at another point, the count needs to do this. So again, this is another branching divide where things need to happen. I don't know which side, like which variation needs to happen with. Oh, that looks weird. We'll do these first. There we go, that looks better. Okay, so we shove all those things, we do all that. We're supposed to return something from here? No, we're doing all this referentially, so accessing the same memory. No changes. Now I know this ain't gonna work, so no point in running it. Things very angry. My colonge. Look at all my missing semicolons. There we go. Okay, so let's grab us a test case. Hide. Nope, not that. Off. Quokka. Stop. There we go. I'll get through all the synonyms in due time. Let's take the example they've given us. So console log count smaller. And I know this ain't gonna work, so not even a point in running it until we give it a good look. So in the JavaScript debug terminal, no delete. Let's jump into it. So let's first turn off word wrapping. Well, what a timing on that one, folks. And I didn't step into the endpoint. Let's remove a few of these. So we need here to go. Oh, there's an error. Big spooky. Well, we'll figure that out in a moment. So we have an array of tracking elements, which is looking as I want. So each thing contains a number and an index. Then we have left and right, which is 0 and 3. We step on. The middle becomes 1, 0 and 3. Wait, what? It's a very short array, so 1 or 2 would be a valid middle. So, okay, we do recursively merge sort. Middle is 0 between 0 and 1. That's not wrong. Left is equal to or greater than right. Merge sort. Middle plus 1 to right. Middle is 0. Right is 1. So that does a nothing. Okay, essentially this is an array of what? two items we have at this point, 0 and 1, so that's why this is very boring. This is where stuff starts to happen. So we collect all of our smalls, and without, I'm just going to go through it, see if it gives me the right result. See, like, this is how I did it, I wrote it, and now I inspect the results to see if it is as it should be. So number 5 and number 2. So 5, 2, that is correct. I can confidently, like, mostly confidently trust this code is doing what I want. Now comes the tough part where we go through this, hit our while loop. This is true while the value. So while 5. Come on, VS Code, give me the autocomplete. Sometimes it doesn't do it, and you have to manually chucks things around. Oh, big bad. That's not value, that's .num. Big yikes. So that's a problem. Are we doing any other .values? Okay, it was just the one. Glad to see it, folks. Let's stop this, restart it, and jump back into this point, which is merge that part, and then back to the merge. Okay. Okay, let's zoom on through here. Okay, so comparing. Okay, I don't know why the highlight isn't working, but comparing this one to this one. So 5 is less than or is not less than or equal to 2, so we go to the other branch, which means we store the larger one in the array at this point. 5, 2, 6, 1. 2, 2, 6, 1. Okay, so it did go in the right place. 2 went where it needed to be. Did I mix these names up? Because larges is actually small. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, I misnamed it. Shouldn't implement the functionality, and that broke. Okay, ooh, I mutated the index, and then I did an access. I need access first, probably. Okay, first, we gotta fix these names. This is not an array of small elements, an array of large elements. These are just left and right elements. They have no sizes, ever, actually. So we have a left. So this is why I renamed it to start at the beginning, which I will do so again. Don't have any other starts. Good. Start. End. Now for smalls, I can rename that to left. And for larges, I can rename that to right. There we go. Now for small, I can actually use the L index. For right, I can use the R index. Okay, this is already looking so much better. And for start, I just need that still. Okay, I think I might actually be close. So let's one more step in. Stepping in the left half, back to the merge. So, come on. Zoom on by. So, oh, all my things are named wrong now. Edit expression, left L, right R. So yep. Now here we say the count of the thing at the right index. So this is going to do what to our counts? So this is for the number 5, or for the number 2, since 5, 2, 6, 1. There was a swap, therefore it has at least 1 to the right of it. Here it comes. The count went, nope, that didn't, right? Because it's index, not I. Another typo. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Robodom. Appreciate it. Okay, how do I want to rename this? I'll rename these to index. You know, let's rename these to value while we're at it. Let's get all the names looking good. Once more run through. Yeah, cheers, cheers. I mean, we're slowly making progress on this. Into the merge. Let's zoom past all those boring lines. Yep, so the count goes up. Where's the count? The count was 0. Oh, shouldn't the count been 1? Huh. Count should have been 1? Maybe no? Maybe it resolves itself later. Okay, traversing through the left array, which is... what's in the left array? The 5. Okay, you fail there. Traversing through the right array, nothing's in the right array. That was 2. 5 needed the count to go up. Hey, it was this way, I think. Let's go through it the rest, see how it comes. How do we all end up at the end? Okay, zoom on by. Let's leave that breakpoint there. It's a good breakpoint. Who's a good breakpoint? You are. Okay, let's see what our counts turned out to be. Very wrong. The counts should be 2, 1, 1, 0. So there was a 2, but the rest of it, ha! Absolute monstrosity. I think swapping those, however, should do the trick. Let's drop over to this one, because we no longer want debugging. 3, 1, 0, 2. So one of them just got off by an index. Plus we're being spat out. Tracking, not the counts. So it did sort though. 1, 2, 5, 6. We have changed everything and they still sort. That's progress. Okay, there's a problem. Counts are not doing their job. Left, right. Index equals left. Index equals right. Maybe I swapped these, because I did swap them down there. So I had these two wrong. And if I wrote these two in accordance with this one, that would make them wrong too. 1030. It's an off by 1 error. Someone got assigned to it. They didn't need it. Which means probably this. Nope, not that. That was a good try. So everyone's starting at the right place. Maybe one of these. Nope, those are the correct array sizes. I looked at that already. This is more correct, so I am happy with this. It's like that initially gets added to 0 though. Count doesn't start from 1. That would be wrong. Yep, very wrong. That just doubles our math. No one needs doubling math. Oh, I moved it, but I didn't change it. It's left block. Because I put it in the left thing. So it will be left, not right. Oh, 2, 1, 1. Hey, where are the other examples? There aren't any other examples. I guess we gotta run it. Gotta do this big run for the next... get our next samples out of this. This should be 0, 0 though. Let's see how this looks. I guess there might have been some mathematical trick that allowed me to... that wouldn't work with negatives. I'm assuming that's why that exists. But yeah, folks, here comes the first attempt. As soon as I clean this up a little bit. Merge, left, right, full merge, need the middle. Don't need a return, to be honest. So we create the counts, create the tracking. We actually don't need the tracking. We can just pass it as an individual. There we go. We don't need that in memory. We need this in memory because it's being referentially updated. I wonder if we can do something tricky where we return it. Yeah, we can do that. So we return merge sort, and then you will simply return the variable you're passed in. I know we're going Code Wars way too soon, but why not? And then this returns counts always, just as a reference to the variable. Thanks, Copilot. You the best. And let's make sure that one still works for our baby bases. There we go. This can't be optimized. Just branching all of our little variables. Can I make this a for loop though? So what's the one thing that's always incrementing? I. Yeah, I can make this a for loop. For I can't declare I outside, but I can use the I in the incremental. Would it be worth making a for loop? Let's see. For nothing. All that logic. Oh, whoa, not that logic. Going way too far out here. What do you think you're doing, Copilot? And then it's I++. That's the saving line. And then instead of saying array I++, you just do that. See if that's cool. That is cool. Is it better, though? It's less readable, so no, it's not better. Okay, enough fiddling about. Let's face our maker. Dun 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 dun. Might as well examples. Okay. So we're gonna get the time, and then what we're gonna do is gonna cop. Okay. That was a good one. Ooh. Okay, we got that one. That was it. That was the. I'm sorry. It was a little. I was not planning for that. Let's see what the old answer was, and see what all the cool people say it was. Merge sort, merge sort, merge sort, merge sort. And looks like binary search tree. I mentioned that when I was searching it down, like this looks like a tree, but I went with merge. So let's see what that one is, and let's see what pastas did. Okay, yeah, so it looks like there was a fair amount of space repetition here. DP array. This is a dynamic. Doesn't feel like a dynamic programming problem. Ooh, smaller, larger equals assignments instead of pushes. Hey, this is the same though. Wow, this is surprisingly the same. Yeah, so I can see this is very much a repetition. I didn't really think of this fresh. But yeah, all my construction's a little different. Let's see what the professional solutions are. Merge sort and add tracking on right to left jumps. Index value pairs. Hey, that's what I did. Okay, that's good. Half, if there's a half, left, right. Sort. Okay, so you basically get the left and the right based on which comes first. If not greater than, update the count. Okay, so instead of using a count variable, they use the length of the other opposite one. Yeah, my bad, Robo. This is a Python one. Let me find the fellow JavaScript one. It was the most upvoted one, RoboDom. So usually those ones are the most readable, but you're right. Let's find a JavaScript one. To iterate binary insertion sort. I mentioned binary in my thing. I went for merge though. So sorted result. So we're doing a reverse for loop, left and right. That's basically merge sort. While left is less than right. That's while. It's the inverse of my loop. Middle, good. If nums. Huh. Okay, it's doing something here. Yeah, for sure, Robodom. They all, as long as they're in the similar paradigms, they all have the exact same things. It's only the weird ones like Haskell and stuff that are like purely something that have the different structures, but it all has similar concepts, different ways of implementation. Okay, I don't know what the heck this is. Count binary search. Huh. Result unshift left. Oh, wow. That's a lot of nodes. Okay, so I guess like there were like 4 different searches that could have done this. Most people though seem to have went merged like me. Ooh, a Fenwick tree. I never heard of that. That's not a lot of code. Never heard of a Fenwick tree. Oh, it's a binary index tree. Calculate prefix. So it looks like a binary tree with an extra piece of information to me. Interesting. Okay, so it's a variation of binary tree. So it looks like it was merge or binary. Where are the solutions? And there honestly aren't that many JavaScript ones, Robodom. I guess it's not that popular to do this in JavaScript. So yeah, we did make it through. A little bit. Just a tad past break. But with that, we will be taking said break. And while we do that, feel free to figure out my mouse. Feel free to check out our fellow 100 Dever, Scam VR. They're doing some, I think they were doing Code Wars last I saw. They might be doing something else. Yeah, they're still doing Code Wars, so you can check them out during break. Say a little hello. When we come back, we're going to be jumping straight into our Pairwise Sorter. There are a few problems with it, so some things need fixing, some things can be done better, get some better UI, breaking things into tabs. And then once we do that, we'll look into testing, API, all these other extra passing MVP features, and yeah. So with that, if you can, take a break. I will catch you on the other side. Sure, stretch, hydrate, and relax. Welcome back on, folks. Now, as you can see, I was trying to find a dark theme for Bootstrap. I don't really know how to find it, but that's a feature. I was like, that'd be an easy toggle. Apparently, it's not an easy toggle. So, let's jump straight back into the project. Appreciate that, RoboDom. Hope you had a good break as well. So, the project. Let's turn that thing back on. Screencast mode on, clear all this stuff, delete this leak code, and do I have a code war? I don't. Glad to hear it. Okay, so those who haven't seen this, Pairwise Sorter, you give it a list of things, you can make comparisons, it sorts them by the comparisons you make, and best cases, it asks you like a fraction of the number of questions that it would usually take to sort these. That's the app. We've chucked on Bootstrap, we've chucked on authentication, all kinds of cool stuff. As you can see, we're going to add APIs, but I have added a few new tasks for us to do. They're going the wrong way. That's the first thing. It's going the wrong way. So, looking at these comparisons, oranges is less than apples, avocados less than apples, grapes are greater than apples, plums basically less than all the things, avocados also less than all the things. And look here, who's at the top? The avocado, then the plum, then the orange, the apple, and the grape. So they're going the wrong way. So, and these are my preferences, don't worry, we don't have a war in the chat. So they're going the wrong way. I'm thinking of why it's doing this. So, there's also a missing button. So what we're going to do, we're going to delete the latest comparison. And we're going to start working on fixing it. Before we do that, we have to start it up locally. So npm run, because goldfish memory. npm run dev, that's the script we got to do. Now if we start access on the local, we log in. With username. Y'all know what that is. And since it is using the same database, we see all the same good stuff. Probably should start the timer. Probably should be on the right screen too. 2700. There we go. So we deleted one, and if we go into sorting mode, we have avocado versus plum. In my case, avocado is less than plum. This ain't working, first of all. The button don't work. So, that's one thing that's broken. Oh, I still haven't. Thankfully, this error is fixed it from before. Yeah, it's pretty fancy. I think it was Mobby that suggested it. We essentially just chucked Bootstrap on it and bootstrapified all the things. So, it looks better than nothing, but it's very much a Bootstrap site now. If you use a lot of Bootstrap, you can recognize it. And yeah, thanks for coming on by, Jim. Hope your Saturday has been going well. We're just going to fix some bugs and then add some features here. First bug, this button don't work. I click it, it don't do nothing. Hey, Mirrorbic. Hope your Saturday has been going well. We'll be here bug hunting before we get to add some new features. Hey, yep, pull myself up by my bootstraps, right? Wow, that looks like a typo. Ref equal. Oh, did I literally just typo this thing? href. I swear, if it was just a typo. My goodness, a one-letter typo, got it wrong. Okay, so that works there. Hey, glad to hear it, Mirror. You're right, Mavi, it is. The part of the code weenie part of my brain, the completionist part of my brain definitely doesn't like it, but I know. There's only so much time in the day, you know? And yeah, Mirrorbic, if you haven't seen this, essentially this is a pairwise sorter, a little full stack app where you basically you add a bunch of things to a list, you can do cool stuff to it, and then you make comparisons between the two items. And it asks them in an efficient way. So if you have 10 items, on worst case, there are 45 direct comparisons without the algorithm. But with the algorithm, on best case, there are only 9 questions. So when you say plum is less than apple, it doesn't need to also ask you. Like, we only have 4 Apple comparisons here, even though Apple, that's a horrible example. Hey, Error ID 107. Hope your Saturday's going well. Over here working on this. Okay, here's an example. Grape. Grape only has 1 comparison, even though in reality, grape should be compared with all the things. But we only compare grape with apples. And since we know grape is greater than apples and avocado is less than apples, we can automatically infer that grape is greater than avocados by kind of like following the chain of comparisons. And that's the efficient algorithm that we've wrapped in a full stack app. Yeah, so let me not miss anything. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too crazy on buttons. I just use the default. Like, I don't care about style. I just want them to look like something, you know, Grat. And yeah, I've worked with Sass, but I don't think I need it. The layout I'm using here, Error ID 107, is under comparisons, delete buttons aren't constantly spaced. Oh yeah, so I kind of just threw it on there. Again, I haven't used Bootstrap in years, back when it was called Bootstrap 3. So I have done, it's deflex justify content between a line item center. That's also a thing we're going to fix, which has resulted in this misalignment of things. The solution is, might as well fix that now. So the solution, what's this doing? Okay, that's a problem. Our lists have margin, so, but the solution would be what? Text align center on this div. Yeah, so that's the solution. I just gotta put that in the code now. So yeah, lots of, because this was a rush job error ID 107. In the last like hour of last stream, there was 0 styles, literally 0. There was like 3 lines of CSS. So it became a rush because I wanted to raid someone and step off. You had to go in the stream, so it was a rush to do this. So all this was done in like an hour, thanks to Mavi suggesting, just use Bootstrap, don't implement it yourself, be a normal person. So yeah, lots of just throwing Bootstrap on stuff, worrying about it later. Later is now though, so first thing is all the ULs gotta do some CSS. So every UL, margin 0. I think that's what I want. I mean, now they all look weird, but they won't look. Wait, what happened? Create flex rows, flex columns, and add rows with static height. Inverting the tables also work quite well in Bootstrap styles. Yeah, like I last used Bootstrap when it was Bootstrap 3, so it's now 5. It's been a hot moment. I forgot all the Bootstrappy things, and even without Bootstrap, I'm not really that much of a CSS whiz, so it's half of me figuring out what I want, the other half figuring out how do I say it in Bootstrap terms. Ah, you're not wrong, Mavi, you're not wrong. But yeah, I see what you mean, because the solution, like, they're not aligned as columns. That probably would be the solution error. Or I can use a different, so I do want to do the Bootstrap way of however this is. First I gotta see if there's a CSS way to do this, to just put them in the center. I'm sure there is, but if there's not, then yeah, I'll probably have to go, as you've mentioned, error, make them columns. So first we ditch the margin. So this is kind of always my CSS process. I gotta figure out what I want, then I figure out how do I tell it to do what I want. What I want, what I really want. What? Well, okay, where is this thing coming from? Margin 0. I still see it. Padding 0. Okay, there it is. So who am I fighting to override? Index CSS. Oh, Bootstrap is giving me padding. Understandable. Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna give some styles to this. Not this. Templates, list templates, comparisons. Here's the thing. Class equals made comparison. It's a good enough name for me. Padding is 0. There we go. Padding is gone. Now I can say made comparison. My div gets a text align. Center. There we go. Progress. And let's see if I can find another way to center all these things. Because I was messing around with the bootstrap center thing from before. As in last stream. There's a newer version of Bootstrap. Why am I on Bootstrap 4? Google, well, where have you sent me here? Show me the docs. Give me the docs. Position. Yeah, I think this is the thing I want to give it a shot. Just to see if I can. Position. Wow, that's a lot of things. Center. Here it is. What's this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yoink. So if I'm just like, hey, you get all the fun stuff. And I have to make your parent position relative, which is cool for me. It feels very Tailwindy, by the way. Just adding classes to do things. Hey, they're all centered, but they're a little meh now, because they're positioned absolutely. So I could add a min height to these. Wouldn't be the worst. Okay, it's still fully accessible when they're positioned, so I'm not losing anything. So yeah, let's make this, what do we want to call this? List group comparisons list. I mean, yeah, a list, you can only style a list so many different ways, you know, Robodom? A list is a list. Hey, thanks for the follow, Justice221. We're gonna do justice to this list, make it look nice and centered pretty soon. Oh, that's the wrong keyboard. Li. So, what is it? Min height 2 rims. I just want to give some. Okay, let's give it a big number for my paranoia. There we go. So that does work. 5 rims. Let's give it 10 rims, because it should actually be doing the centered, but it's not doing the centered. So who do I have to blame? It's you. So start with left top 50. It's not doing a lot. Let's look at this thing. Maybe I copied the wrong one. So this is left. Yeah, these are all percentages. Yeah, for sure, error ID. It's always trial and error for me. Overflow might help. I don't think I have an overflow issue yet, but I do use some overflow sometimes. So I need to have a minimum height. So I don't know what I want. But I know I want it to be a little more spaced. Come on, inspector thing. So I want this to have a minimum height, and not this. Ah, li div. Oh, that might be it. Yeah. Let's give that a shot. Good point. Because that makes it what, obey its parent or like constrain and all that. So see one of these. They'll drop the min height. See if it does that respectively. So the cutoff doesn't do there. Maybe it's overflow auto that I'm thinking of. I might need to also do it to the li. But we're doing hidden right now. Auto. See if auto's the trick. Okay, it adds a little scroll bar. So So hidden does prevent it from overflowing, but then it cuts it off. So not wrong. Just need to... So I'm making the li, and then the divs are the things that are flexed. Maybe I have too many elements, right? The li and the div should be shared. And I remove that extra div. Okay, this is improvement already. Now if we go back to here, try the hidden stuff. Yeah, that cuts it off. Okay, let's go back to the min height. There we go. This is looking great. We just set it to what, 2.5? Okay, maybe 5 is the number we want. Hey, there we go. It's a little better. Still meh, but hey, at least it's looking better than before. Yeah, I think a good, thanks for the help there. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but I honestly don't know. Like, this is the thing, like, I can't see what I want it to look like. So this is the best it's gonna look. Maybe I can add a little trash can to something. It's basically a CRUD app, RoboDom. You can create things. You obviously read things. You can update all the things, although we don't have all the forms for them. And then you can delete things, lots of deletions. It's a CRUD app with a sorting algorithm stuffed on top of it, RoboDom. And yes, error, the code is right here. I think it's the first one right now. Yeah, Pairwise Sorter. And yeah, that is where the code lives. It probably made enough features. I'll make a push for whatever we just did. So we got here. Yeah, I'll push our latest changes. JSON 2. So let's see. Fix href typo. Gotta love the typo commits, folks. They exist everywhere. Then this was what? Style comparisons list. There we go, and we did some CSS and some EJS. So I think I can optimize this a little bit though. So we've given the comparisons list class to the parent, which means we don't need to give made comparison to this. Instead, we can say comparison list LIUL. The same for this. Just reduce our... Nope, can't do that. Oh, I need to do that, that's why. There we go. Oh, wow, okay, I appreciate that error, yeah. I mean, this is a project that literally exists, like, has less than 24 hours of work into it, so I know there's a lot that can be improved, but yeah, I greatly appreciate any suggestions you got. And those are our stylings. Okay, and with that, we will git push away. There you go, GitHub is fully synced, folks. You can look at those new 5 lines of code, looking pretty great. Okay, so we technically didn't do any of these. We also didn't do this, so we got a few things. So we did some good style in there, but we got some features that need fixing first. So the problem is that when I say avocado is less than a plum, it's above plum on the list. So I think I just have them backwards. So when I say less than, I'm expecting it to place plum first. But my sorting algorithm uses the numbers -1, 0, and 1. -1 meaning this comes before plum. So I think if I update my UI, just put the numbers opposite. Play opposite day here. Yeah, because I say the less than sign is a -1. I just say just swap the numbers. That'll mean the UI will swap it around. And you know, might as well go and LT while we're here. LT, there you go. Yeah, I don't think. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't really flesh out that README. The README is just descriptive, not starting. But yeah, you're right, error ID. I should have all that npm start required environment variables. Should have that in the README for sure. Let's add that to the to-do. Command to-do list. Add setup instructions. We'll do that right after. Actually, we did do that. Right after we fix this breaking thing. And greater than. There we go. So I think if I swap those around and I look at the other one, I'll look like these ones are already fixed. And I have to reset the thing. npm run dev. Come back here and I'm just like, reset time. Yeah, I'm using EJS for this one. I wanted to challenge myself a little bit, and I wanted to only use EJS. So while I could use, like, there's 0 client-side JavaScript here. So that was kind of a challenge I set out for myself, and yeah, it's actually fun. I mean, it's a little bit fun not writing client-side JS. Restrictive, obviously, but it's pretty cool. Your Yowman implementation. Interesting. Oh, yeah, well, I was like, this is an interesting definition here. Okay, and now I see it. Scaffolding tool for projects. So kind of like a create React app or a template start off. Interesting. Oh, generators. Here it is. Yep. That's right, RoboDom. No client-side JS, just CSS and HTML. You can see it right here in my little statics list, or my public. I have one CSS file. That's it. So if you're one of those people who come on by with 0, like that no script stuff enabled, I mean, it loads as fast as it can. Ironically, like, page loads aren't free. It's like you click it, you have to do a whole refresh. So I don't know. It is just a challenge, you know. See if I could. Plus, when I was making it, I didn't want to bog everyone down with here's 15 different ways of this. I wanted to really focus my EJS and backend instead. Yeah, it does load somewhat fast. Yeah, for sure. Generally not as good. Honestly, it's probably like back in my PHP days, I did a site that had no client-side JS, but this has been it since then. You know, usually I always have a little bit of client-side JS, even just for a button click. Let's see if this sorting thing works. So if I say orange is a yikes typo, and LT, I dropped a carrot. Okay, yeah, oranges are less than apples. Sorry, folks. Grapes are greater than oranges. Grapes are greater than apples. Plums are less than apples. Plums are less than oranges. Plums are just the worst. You heard it here, folks. Oh, avocados, they win. Yeah, I mean, I was writing PHP 5, so I will agree with you, Mavi. And I was using 0 frameworks, no Laravel, no none of that. I was just being a real masochist back then. Yeah, there we go. Look at the sorting. It is actually in the correct order because the buttons are now the right thing. So, grape is less. Hold on, my brain's breaking. Orange is greater than apple. Nope, I have it backwards here. So the input's good, the output is wrong. Yeah, for sure. Error. Sometimes Ajax can be quicker because it's a single request for a small piece of data. When it's static, you're going for a whole new request for all the extra data, and yeah, none of this is cached, so it's all user dynamic. So it's faster for the browser, slower for the server, because the server is doing more work. So it is, I believe, no, not the network, because you're making a whole new HTML page. So yeah, for many Ajax sites or asynchronous sites, they would probably be faster. If it is a 1, then it's less than 0, greater than... Okay, so all the arrows should point the other way. Ta-da! There we go, and it is true. They're all pointing the right way now. Okay, with that was a very difficult change, folks. Wait a minute. I think I missed something. I think I missed a thing. I did. I made a commit without a change. Okay, so let's fix this. 4.3. Get changes to amend. Hopefully this will work. Sadness. That's okay. I still got the commit. I'll fix it later. And this is fix comparison. Wrong arrows. The finished HTML post render available for the backend. Aggregation, yeah. I don't necessarily use those myself, but I could see how it'd be beneficial for those targeted solutions. Fixed comparison arrows. Yeah, it's a good commit to me. Another bug fix. There we go. Now I just messed that up, didn't I? Okay. I think I can make a straight amend with this. Lovely. Oh, okay, that's being weird. Just make the amend. Okay, yeah, I messed all this up. Oh, wow. Interesting. I mean, I imagine that's an interesting target platform essentially you gotta work for. Obviously, I'm not an Excel expert enough to know you could do that, but yeah, making sure it all works in PDFs. Oh, you mean viewable in those formats. Yeah. Ooh, that does limit a lot of creativity, you know, but it also does make it less decision analysis or analysis paralysis and stuff, because it's like you're limited to these things, and so that's all you need to do, all you need to worry about. Yeah, I can imagine that being different targets. Definitely a unique challenge. Oh great, I have to look through my editor history. I need to do a rebase to fix that, but I don't have the command because I'm streaming right now. So let's search it up. Where is it? Right. Come on. There it is. I think I found it. There we go. Boop. And then we want what? Head -3, I think is enough. There we go. Oh, I didn't go far enough. 5. Yeah, I can imagine that being a difficult one there. There we go. Okay, and with that, yikes, sorry. Gotta do a force. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and update our README with some good old instructions. So I have how it's made, all that good stuff. Usage. Look at my, I have to hide these. Hide, actually I have a constants around here somewhere. Constants, here we go. I'll just yoink this down. and a I think I'll do a little code blocking. There we go. Just to have it in there. Just show people this is what it looks like. Might as well describe these real quick. JSON, like that over there. And these can be a list, don't need to be full headings. There we go, a little documentation, never hurt no one. Improvements, not the end, but makes it a little more usable for folks. Add usage documentation, it's a good enough name. And commit, git push. And with that, we've had a fair amount of actual functional changes. Let's go ahead and push to Heroku, get this deployed on the web, and hit up our to-do list. Still got more stuff to do. Okay, so fix invalid sorting direction, done. Setup instructions, done. Improve comparison UI clarity. So we helped a little on that. Well, you're right, RoboDom. That is an aspect of it. So what we can do is, so it depends a lot on the loading speed. So it depends. So it all starts with your request. You make a request to the website, and you get the HTML. You're given all the HTML, so you're essentially, you get this. Now, how did you get that HTML? How long did it take that HTML to generate? If it was static, then essentially you got it as fast as the web server could shove it out to you, which is as fast as the wire could handle. But if it wasn't static, it was dynamically generated, then JavaScript or whatever library you need to do needed to slow down, do some stuff, and dynamically generate this HTML and then give it to you. And then the speed then goes to every resource you have linked. So then you go for all your linked CSS, all your linked JavaScript, and that is for one whole page. Then you got all your images, all that fun stuff. Then if you go to another page, so I go to home, the process repeats all over again, back from the top. New request, new HTML. Now, obviously, some of this stuff gets cached, but in my case, I'm using EJS to dynamically generate the HTML. Then, no, we're not getting any caching. It's for the HTML. For other things, they're all cached, all that good stuff. And then, so this is where things like maybe it would be more efficient to have it, as you would say, a single page application, not server-side rendered and all that. Because when I click, for example, this delete button, what's going to happen? From the user perspective, this thing goes away, and this button the button appears up here. So we get a new button. So two things need to happen on the page. That's not what happens. When I delete this, everything refreshes. We get a new page, a new HTML. The server has to slow down, regenerate it, send it, and give it back to me. When in actuality, only two things on the page changed. So would it have been faster for me to write some client-side JavaScript? So when I click this delete button, it chomps away, it deletes this element, and then it decides whether or not to add this button. I say so. I think it would have been faster on the full round trip to do that instead. And yeah, for sure, that's why I was launching Chrome to show. Actually, I think there are other things too, but yeah, Chrome specifically has all the, what do you call, light sail? No, it's not light sail, it's the other tool. Lighthouse. It's got a tool around here. You can also just, I'm trying to remember which tab it was. Oh, I'm not logged in, but hey, glad we're seeing that anonymous pages are things. All these things. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, I'm just going to use Firefox, see if I can find Firefox's performance tools. I think this is how it works. It's been a while since I did this. Start recording, click delete, capture recording. Is that how it works? I have not used this in forever. Wow, it has been so long since I've used this. I didn't know it opened in a new tab. Hey, yeah, we can see lots of stuff happening. Here it is. Yeah. Well, it literally records my mouse movement. What the heck? Wow. It's been a moment since I've done this. But yeah, we can see we have network requests, all these network requests being made for the page, and then a chain for CSS, Bootstrap, for a fave icon. What's this? Processing stuff. And yeah, so I guess it took 1 entire second for that to happen. And what's this? Some other stuff. Flame graph. Wow, this has really improved since the last time I looked at this. Oh, here's the network one. Yeah. So yeah, we had to make a whole new request for HTML, which took 300 milliseconds. New CSS, which was cached. Bootstrap, which it's not cached. I don't know. And then this thing. When in reality, a single request might have been faster. Let me try to find this in Chrome though, because that is I'm more familiar with the Chrome one because that's the one I've used more recently. So let's bring this over here, a login. And there we go. Okay, yep, so we're logged in, we're not saving that login. And now if I open these ones, I think these look a little better. So click record, click the delete, stop the button. See if these look a little more human readable. There we go, so you can see nothing happens. I click the button and it starts firing off all this stuff. What's this line? Wow, I'm real rusty at this. Frames? No. Yeah, well it did reload the page. I can do a hard reload though. Move over here, hard reload, and then we'll click delete button. There you go, now you can see both of them. So you can see it starts from here to here, takes about a second to load there, and then another one to load there. And if we zoom out, you can see all of the things. Yep, so lots of tools here, folks. I don't know why it's smushed so much, though. There you go, you can see they're squished in this thing. Oh look, there's some other stuff. There it is. These are the more important things. First paint, first content paint, and then basically we can interact with it. So from there to there, it's a few milliseconds. And you get all the JavaScript stuff. So get all the great stuff here. There we go. Let's turn some of these off. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, Bootstrap's doing all my work, huh? So this is a good point. I am like not using any JavaScript, but Bootstrap has it. So there is a JavaScript-less version of Bootstrap I probably could use. I'm trying to scroll down. Yep, up down there. Main. Unload event. Yeah, as you can see. For sure. I think I'll go ahead and de-JavaScript my Bootstrap instance until I want to use it. Because I have no use for it yet. But yeah, as you can see, Robodom, reading that is a skill in its own almost. Where's the JavaScript less one? There we go. If you don't plan to use drop-downs, popper, or tool scripts, save it by not including popper. So it looks like I might still need that JavaScript, but I can use less. So in the footer, I think. There we go. So if we don't use the bundle, all my features should still work. Yep, everything still works. Yeah, maybe I can move all the JS. I mean, I'm not doing that much UI at all, so yeah. Yeah, I guess I didn't need it. Where are my lists at? Oh, I'm not logged in, I guess. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I didn't need JS at all. So what does... I mean, I'm guessing you basically already answered it. It does pop-ups and stuff. But yeah, I guess you don't need JS at all for some of it. Nice. I remember back in my day where it literally depended on jQuery, so I guess it's gotten a bit better since then. Now if we stay here and do a refresh, we'll see how much it looks better. Hey Ryan. Yeah, that's where the code lives. Start recording, click the delete button, and stop the recording. Yeah, I imagine. Well, thankfully I'm not doing too much of that. Let's check out this profiler. Show us the stuff. Let me try to read this. So we do lots of stuff. Categories. So network, very minimal. Where's the virus? A lot more details in this thing for sure. You just gotta know what they mean. Hey, C-Films, I'm doing great. I'm glad to hear it. Those who don't know, C-Films does some cool streams also. We're over here just got a little in the weeds there, messing around with inspecting the performance of our apps, seeing what makes them fast, what makes them slow, comparing the my static page versus what would usually most people would go for, making this all dynamic and stuff with client-side JavaScript to see if there's a real speed advantage anywhere. Turns out, slightly, but depends on the goals at the end of the day. If you're willing to make it all static and boring, what's this thing do? But yeah, pretty cool. We were able to remove some JavaScript there. Actually didn't need it at all. Thanks to good old error ID 107. So yeah, it's a good improvement. Brings you into the new world. Hey, that's where we all need to be. I know how to spell, don't you worry about it, folks. There we go. Toodaloo. There we go. And with that, let's check out our lovely list. Improve comparison UI clarity. So this is a lot more visual. Click sort. Now we have this thing where it's like, ooh, this is less than, this is greater than, but I think it would be a more better experience if essentially these words themselves were buttons, or you could like choose individual buttons below them instead of doing this weird logic where you have to think, oh, which is less, which is greater, and then I'll have a button down here that's like neither. So imagine this being somewhat like this. I think I'm going to bring them in to be down here though, so not so wide out, and then have buttons on the bottom, and it'll be choose, so button here, and then neither. How would I describe the world of sea films? Sea films. The world of sea films is a place about films that have relevance to the sea, obviously. Hey, double, triples, and nor equals. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to make it, a little non-programmer friendly, because if a non-programmer comes in here, they're like, what the hell are all these symbols in here? This is math class. I don't want to go back to math class. Nan's not Nan. You're right. Well, thankfully, these are all strings, so if you enter Nan in here, we ain't going to deal with that. We ain't dealing with your nonsense. Though, for the API, maybe, but... Yeah, for sure, I see that. You're right, yeah, that's the weirdest thing, isn't it? You think, like, I don't know, I'm sure there are real good reasons why Nan is not equal to Nan. Your guess is as good as mine. Even the double equals doesn't throw it, but your guess is as good as mine why these special ones are their own unique doohickey. I know, RoboDom, don't freak out. It's okay. Just don't work with Nan. You'll be fine. That's why they create the is Nan. That's the only thing that can tell if Nan is Nan. Chaos, huh? We love JavaScript. It's the best language, obviously. And with that, we're gonna extend this break a little bit. My guess is old bug. Yeah, you're right, Mavi. We think about it. They can't break the web, so they implemented it that way, and now they can't really change it because they'll break a bunch of websites that may be depending on that or stuff like that. So there's good reasons, but you think with like strict mode or something, like when they implemented strict mode or the newer standard, they like do something, but guess not. Bug compatibility. Yeah, guy, we gotta be compatible with bugs. You wouldn't be hurting the bugs' feelings, would you? Nah, I'm sure you're not that kind of person. We gotta be compassionate to the bugs. Okay, here's the compare endpoint. We're essentially, so we want these things to be n more. So bootstrap. I'm gonna go find me some bootstrap components. I'm just gonna go copy them and shove them in here. Read the docs. So first we'll just do the lazy. Yeah, it ain't a bug, it's a feature. Hey, you're not wrong. Okay, so if I'm choosing grape, then I'm saying grape comes before apple. So this is the -1, so, and then this just becomes the 1. There we go, something like that, and then I will make it look good in a moment. There we go, looks very rad. Let's find me a bootstrap table-like component. Or columns, maybe. Yeah, doesn't work as well as expected, for sure. This looks fine. Yoink. Alright, which is which? Ooh, I'll take the middle one. Thank you very much. How does McFly play in the world of sea films? That's a good question. So you're on the sea. I guess bugs exist, so flies are the new McFlies. So we have a left, a nothing, and then a right. Where'd the right go? There we go. Then we have a left, which is this button here. Yeah, maybe I could make the actual entries themselves buttons. Then we wouldn't need all this 2-column thing, or this 2-row thing. It'd just be a 1-row thing. Let's see how this looks. Toot-a-loo. Nope, not there. Here it is. There we go. Yeah, we're definitely making them the buttons. Boop. Let's see. Start, center. I guess center's fine since they appear to be doing nothing. I know you're not all about water films, sea films. I guess where it would play in is you'd make all your calculators in it, eh? That would be you. It's like, oh, this ain't JavaScript powered. This is McFly powered. What I'm making over here is my pairwise sorter. So essentially, you are presented options, and you have to click them in your order of preference. So like apples more than plums, oranges more than plums. You click which ones you prefer, and eventually it will sort them for you in the most efficient manner. So it asks you the least amount of questions mathematically necessary to get all the items sorted. Now it works better when there are 10 items, but when there are less, you obviously get the less payoff, and then you can see all your previous comparisons to delete and clear them. You can delete the comparisons and stuff with individual items. The whole list, basically a CRUD app with a pairwise sorting algorithm stuck on top of it. C films using Bootstrap because Mavi suggested it, and it's better than doing it myself. And right now I'm just styling this sorting page, which is coming along pretty well. Just thinking about optimizing it even further. See if I can do that. Ooh. Maybe I do like this. So it's a bit more complicated. Like, to be honest, Error ID, I don't know all the logic of it. So there's this Stack Overflow page that I found, and I kind of took their inspired of this, but you can see the logic here. Essentially, it is kind of a tree. It's more of binary. So as you can see here, if you have 10 items, you ask 45 questions to get all the comparisons, but when you insert it basically between previously answered ones, it can reduce it down to 9 for 10 questions. And I mean, look at this cool chart. Look how good this chart looks. You know, like, I'll be honest, I don't understand a lot of it. I just saw it, found it, rewrote it to be doing what I wanted, and then made sure what I wanted and stuck it in a CRUD app. But it is like, it is in the code if you want to look at it yourself. I think it was more easily demonstratable with the numbers. I do also need a way to insert multiple items. Oh, I didn't give it a name. That's awkward. 2. So that's the next feature that's coming. Bulk insertions. Oh, I'm inserting them bad. So 10, 9, 8. 6. Let me watch my math. I think 4. Chuck a 4 in there. Yeah, it's very much like if you were to create an OOP, it would very much be a binary tree error ID. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So yeah, we get it, and then we perform the comparisons, and then yeah, it's very much they go to the left or they go to the right. So which one comes first? Well, number 1 is 1. 2 is higher. 2 is higher than 10. When it's a new list, it's hard to see, but when you have a new item, which I'll mention, exactly error ID, yep, and I'll demonstrate that as soon as we get through this list. I'll add a new item, and you'll see it literally cut it in half. That's the best way I've been able to demonstrate it. Tying Python to the web, CFMs. Well, there are those things of like Python and other ways to run Python on the web. You can try your luck with those, or you can use Python more on the back end. Still got to use some JavaScript on the front end, unfortunately. Or you can go fully static, like I've gone. So make your page completely static. You don't have to write any front end code, so you can completely statically generate it all on the back end with Python, Flask, maybe Django. Pick your favorite flavor. I know this is very entertaining, me clicking these numbers. But there we go. So it did the thing, it sorted it, and now if I add the number, for example, 3.5 or 2.5, it'll demonstrate it. So when you add a new one, that's where you can very much see it. So it's going to compare 2.5 to 6 because 6 is the middle number. So once I say 2.5, it goes to the left half. 3 is the middle number of the top half, which I just answered wrongly. Then I said 2.5, so 2.5 goes after 3. There, so very much binary search. It asks me in the middle, so here or here. It X'd out this half. Then it asked me in the middle, here or here. X'd out that half. Then comparing directly, it only had 2 places to go. And it X'd out that half. See, when you do it like this, it's very much like error ID mentioned. Much more obvious how much it is a binary tree based algorithm, just without the tree half. Yeah, let's just delete 2.5 entirely. Poof. And just for sake, let's go ahead and add 5. Hope I didn't put a thing in the box. There we go. So that's another thing we need to tell people. The box needs to be full. Ooh, I was also able to insert an empty item. Okay, so lots of things need polishing. So yeah, 5 is less than 6. 5 is greater than 3. 5 greater than 4. Oh, I went the wrong way. Ooh. Oh, I can also use an improved title there. Yeah, folks, as you can see, quite a few things that could use a little bit of validation and love. And now it puts it in the middle. Ta-da! Okay, so let's polish up, basically finish up our comparison page, since that's what we were last doing, and take our break while I fill out more to-do list of things I forgot needed doing. You probably, we wouldn't, but doesn't mean you can't, right? You can go full out there. Nothing's stopping you except your own sanity. There we go, let's see how this looks. It's not the worst I've seen, to be honest, but probably best not to do it. Now, I do like to center this text. Line item center. Okay, let's name you a column. center this stuff. Oh, text center, that's how you do it. Nothing, yeah, nothing's stopping you at all. No one needs sanity to begin with. There we go. With that, we have improved the UI of comparisons. Comparison page UI. Update a thingy, since it's technically no new features yet. And with this, we'll be coming around to our break. Where's my commit? There it is. Don't want to forget that. And with that, it is break time. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. We will be back with a little bit more of this. Of course, we'll be coming back with our Code Wars first. Then we'll come back to this, fix those empty field validations, add our API, and probably switch projects. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Ryan. Right on time. minute left, folks. Feel free to slowly make your way on back. Break is coming to an end. And yeah, error ID. I can see the it's more useful to have actual use from the applications and such. And I think like those ones, it is kind of like more masochistic or more of a challenge than actual production grade quality, you know? Or it's for the memes, you know, just for the memes, so you can just say powered by Python and something like that. Yeah, sometimes it can be fun to go for a challenge, but that's just what they are. Challenges, nothing more, I'd say. Though there are still people out there who are trying to make it, you know, a reality, and more power to them. Ryan out here, perfect reminders. There is the link, yeah. Good catch, Ryan. So, first code words. We're going to do 2 of them since, well, while these are 6s, they're more like 7s or 8s, folks. I don't know. I found some good scores we can hunt down. So, format words into a sentence. Complete a method so it formats the words into a single comma-separated value. The last word should be separated by an and instead of a column. Fancy. Takes in an array of strings and returns a single formatted string. Empty strings should be ignored. Empty arrays or nones should result in an empty being returned. Interesting. Incorrectly implement a web API. Is it really that impressive? No, I think the impressive part would be correctly implementing a web API and stuff. I mean, like, I personally, it's impressive that you could do it. Like, there's a degree of impressiveness. It's more impressive, like gold tier, if you implement it correctly instead of incorrectly. So it's kind of like those folks who, I don't know, get things running on smart fridges and stuff, like, do things that shouldn't be possible, or like, it's not what you're supposed to do, but you do it anyway, you know? Just pushing the limits. Just to see if you can. I guess, yeah, I can see why it's a little bit of a waste. It's like, you were more concerned of, like, if you can, you didn't realize, like, why are you doing it in the first place? Yeah, for the most part, you know, try to be somewhat productive. But it also forces you to, take a different perspective. Oh yeah, you're completely right there. For sure. Okay, so we're going to get all the words, but not the last word. I'm also going to get null, so if not words, so if it's falsy, or not words dot length, return. So, okay, I guess I was trying to do a fancy one line, so if it's falsy, return an empty string. If const valid words, non-empty words, so we're going to call this raw words. So there we go. Const words equal raw words dot filter. Can use the good old Boolean trick to get rid of those falsy empty strings. Now we can say if no words dot length, so if there aren't any, and then we return another empty string. And now we start doing our actual logic. So we have const. We can't use the spread operator as, or a spread argument as the first, I don't think. So what we're going to say is const last equals words dot pop. Now, if it's a length of 1, how about a length of 2? Let's look at the examples for a length of 2. Here's a 1 and 3. Okay, so it's the length of 1. That might be another case. I don't know. I'm making a lot of cases here. Probably a better way to do this, but we're getting it done, folks. There we go. Now we got the last and all the firsts. So now we return words.join with a comma and a space plus, and could go template literal, but it's okay. Let's see if that at least looks right. Looks right. Hey, first try. Okay, let's try to see if we can be all optimal now. So we want to, I'm trying to optimize this part away. Well, we always need to add the and if there's at least 2, so I don't think that gets optimized away. So we do get that logic. Still need those. Okay, maybe we can squish these into 2. So if words length less than or equal to 1, then return word 0 or empty string. Okay, so we can kind of one line that. There we go. That still works. For this, I'm trying to think. A pop is probably the least expensive thing. A slice and would be creating a whole new array in memory, so don't want to do that. There's no other better way to do this than filtering. I could traverse the original array and remove elements, but I don't think it's going to give me much of an improvement. Okay, I think this is the best I'm going to get it. And of course, there's a 2-liner. Oh, a regex. Okay, so get rid of all the empty things, then you... okay, I get it. You replace the last comma, space, group, with space and space group. Okay, that's... we always joke about regex in here, but that was a regex solution. Or with an empty array. Cool. Join, replace, do the and trick. And if it's empty, it's an empty string anyway. Yeah. Okay, looks like everyone else basically has the same regex solution, just varied. Replace the last comma. Okay, yeah. Oh, non-capturing, so we don't actually touch the word. Cool, cool. Yeah, a little manual. That's nice. Hey, here's one close to mine with the magic regex. Yeah, folks, quite a few regex approaches to that, but manual wasn't too bad. Now the next one is find the mine. So we were given a square n by n field with a warning sign. There's a single explosive in the 2D grid in front of you. Write a function that accepts the 2D array and returns the location of the mine. It is represented as 1. Areas that are not the mine will be zeros. So 0, 0 for the 0th row, 0th column, 1, 1, first row, first column, 2, 1, second row, first column. I think this might just be a double for loop, just searching through it. Now it does say it is a n by n field, so while usually we would check the length of our rows and columns, we can continue to use rows for both length checks. And here comes that row length check I was talking about. So usually we would say field row dot length if it was a rectangle, but since it's a square, we can reuse the field length again. And we want to check if it is a 1. It appears that we're going to give it a parameter. It's always going to be an array of arrays, and it's always going to be of numbers. they appear to always be zeros and ones, so we can use the fact that 1 is a truthy value and 0 is a falsy value to say if field, current row, current column, then return an array, the first being the row, second value being the column. What are we supposed to return when we don't find it? They don't really tell us, do they? Hey, first try. Like I said, folks, sometimes these 6s, they really belong as 7s or 8s. Okay, essentially same thing written. They actually handle if it's a rectangle, and they do an explicit check against 1. What are we doing here? They combine both for loops. Wait, how do they do this? Yeah, earflex, first try. Although this isn't really a difficult problem. At least it should be a 7, not a 6. So not too impressive, but it's still pretty cool. These people are using 1 for loop. Wait, what? Field index of 1. Oh, they cheated. They're looking at the first index of all, so they hard-coded it for the test. Uncool. Nope, using a for each, searching for the mine, and then returning it. This is less optimal because for the other solutions, once you find it, you instantly return. This one, you have to search through the entire field, even after you found it. Okay, same thing. Plus I plus j. So this is okay. This is a better solution than mine, I think, actually. I mean, it looks cooler, at least. So instead of using a for loops, we will traverse through the array as if it were an object. So for key in the first array, since keys will become indexes of arrays, it's 0 through whatever. As a string, though, do note that. Use lambdas. I mean, that's kind of what these 2 for eaches did. They use anonymous function, well, not fully anonymous, but equivalent to lambdas. I'm trying to think in JavaScript. That's just, I believe those are called anonymous functions. I know in Java I've used lambdas before, and in Python I've used lambdas. Don't really know how this one would apply exactly with a lambda, though. Oh, you can use find instead. Yeah, find index probably, because we want the indexes. Here it is. Field find index, or index of 1. Oh, you're right, and that's probably more optimized. There it is. Now we do have to traverse at least the rows, or actually you can do a find index on the rows. Yeah, that's actually a good one, Air. I'm gonna actually try to implement that. Let's see, return field find index. Well, I don't know how I would do this exactly, but it would be row dot index of 1. How would I save that? So I would find the one that has a 1. So that gives me the row. It might actually be 2 calls. So const row I equals field find index row dot find 1. Right, yeah, that'll be true. And then return, well, const call I equals row field row I dot index of, I think. Yeah, I think this is somewhat close to what we were talking about. Error ID. Nope, that didn't work. What have I done? 1 is not a function. Because it's find. Includes. Exactly, right. Yeah, so this does work. I suppose. So it might be a little bit more expensive since we're using a lambda or anonymous function. But it's a lot shorter for sure. I mean, it's basically a 2-liner. Yeah, once I put it in this, it will be a 2-liner. We are doing 2 lookups at this. So yeah, I'm trying to think of, it can only return the parents, not the child from the outer, right? A way that it could do that, because if it could do that, then it would basically be as optimized as it could get. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get there with just methods, though. Because find index is only going to give us the index of the successful one. I could save it. There we go. I could just save it like this. Column I equals -1. Then I could say column I equals, there we go, index of. Then I do the assignment and I check. I will return true if this is equal, not equal -1. Right, okay, I think we're really messing with it. But this does work, as you see, so let me explain how this works. So we go through find index and we assign, so we perform an assignment of the index of 1 in this row to column I. So that happens. The fun thing about this assignment thing is that it evaluates to whatever the assignment was. So this is essentially checking if the new value of column I is not equal to -1. Basically, we found it. Then find index is truthy, and it gives you the index of the row that had this return not -1. So there we go. Yep, I think this is the best we're going to get at error ID. And now I guess we could shove this in that there variable, but we're already a little weirdly readable with half the people going to be like, what in tarnation are you doing right here? But yeah, that was an interesting one. Good, thanks for bringing that lambda approach up. Definitely an interesting an interesting approach for sure. Give me my vote. Where's my vote? Where's my vote gone? There we go. Let's see what the other 100 devers came up to. Yeah, same way. Yeah, that's true, error ID. You're very much restricted to what it is. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be possible to write, like extend the prototype and add basically a transformer for the map value. So I'm not going to submit this one, but that's basically what it would look like. Function cool find index. So we got our callback transformer, I guess. And this will be initially a no-op, so this will just take. So it takes the value index array, and by default, it just returns you the index cool finder. I'll just call this a cool finder. And then you would say for const, well, let I equals 0, I less than. Yeah, I mean, I've had a little Java experience, only up to Java 8 or 11 though. Not too much modern stuff. You know, I'll explain the prototype while I'm here. Break all the rules. Fine, cool finder, yeah. Equals function. Breaking all the rules today, folks. List length. A++, and this will essentially be if there'll be cost, basically if callback, if the callback passing the value, which is this I, then the index, then this. If it's truthy, then we will return transformer passing essentially all the same things. This this, and that is essentially what we have for our cool finder. And when we're now here, see how we would use that. Turn field, cool finder, row. We want to transform the returned thing. So, so I want to return whatever the truthy value is, not just the index of it. Okay, so I've written this a little wrong. That's okay. Const result equals this. If result, turn result. There we go. So yeah, I wrote it a little bit too generic, but there we go. This is conceptually all what we need. Just return whatever the truthy thing is. So if I found the index, const call I equals row index of 1, return column I triple equals -1, false. Otherwise, current index and what is it? Column I. So I do need index to R. So R and C. Oh, that don't sound fun there, error ID. I mean, that's Stack Overflow. I mean, it's Stack Overflow. I don't know. You must have had a lot of high hopes for Stack Overflow results there. C is not defined. CC. And there we go. So yeah, this would be if we had a cool finder that instead of returning the value, you could return whatever the truthy thing was. This would be the way to do it. I know we can go even fancier. A flat grouping collector in Java. See if I did good in URL. That's an interesting one though. Oh, I googled it wrong. You can enter URLs by here, by the way. You don't have to try to hide it. The bot won't ban you. Oh, it got deleted. Never mind. I was like, wait a minute, where's the question? It's not here. It's deleted. Right. Oof. Grouping by collector in Java. I've worked a little with collectors. It's a little bit like I kind of got out of Java before all that stuff got added. Yeah, it's deleted, so that makes sense. Spring, all this fun stuff. Group by collector, concurrent, group. Oh, it's great group by in SQL. Huh. It doesn't seem to be an impossible thing. Nope, it's also gone. You have been nuked from orbit. They don't want to see your question anymore. When am I gonna learn McFly? There's a lot of languages I want to learn. C films, they're mostly toward to like what I want to do with them. So I'm gonna want to learn Rust because it's getting real popular and all that. It's to be the C killer and all. Yeah, Rust is the only one I really want to learn. C# because it's also real popular. A lot of jobs. I feel like I want to learn a little bit more in the Microsoft things just to see what's over there. I mean, I don't know. It's interesting, you know, RoboDom. I mean, it's in the Linux kernel, which means it ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Do I want to learn Zig? No, I don't know how really. I don't see it's like taking anything over. Nilm? No, I don't want to learn Nilm. Kotlin is the new Java equivalent. Yeah, I got out of Java before Kotlin came around. Carbon. Never. I mean, I've heard of it, but not sure exactly what it is. Oh, it's coming after C++, huh? And yeah, you go, RoboDom, Anki, and work on 100 devs. You go for it. Enter cell for the memes, of course. No, Fortran is where it's at. fast and works with C++. So Rust is supposed to be like the C competitor. Is this the next C competitor? It looks just as unreadable as the rest of them to me. Am I doing more 6 Cailloux? Maybe Airflex. If you got any suggestions, feel free to drop them. We can do one more, probably. I already did 2, so usually I do a 1 every break. I've already done 2, but I can do one more. Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm more than content with what I have to do what I need, Ryan. Like that right there. But, you know, it's more of learning just to see what the different approaches are, different paradigms and stuff. When am I going to learn COBOL? When someone pays me to see films. When someone pays me to learn COBOL. But yeah, I'll do one more 6 if you like. Like the Airflex. Got any suggestions? Oh, here's another 6 Caillou. Saving this for later, but we'll knock this one out. Base conversion. Yeah, I mean, it's the languages everything's built on, right, Ryan? Hey, nice. I mean, yeah, start somewhere. Gotta learn the things eventually. Of course, Airflex, yeah. Then we will get back to our project, and remember, if y'all got suggestions for which code words you like, feel free to hit me up. Drop them in the chat. Okay, so in this kata, implement a base converter. It converts positive integers between arbitrary bases to things. So it takes an input string, the source, and target. Assume that the input value always consists of characters from source, no validation. Phew, that makes things easier. How many languages have I trained on code word? Well, that is a great question. I will tell you right now. This is an amazing build-up, folks. Let's see all the languages I have trained on. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15, as you can see, from Java. JavaScript's the main one. Python's my second best. SQL, weird things, also my second best. The rest of them just down there. Just because I wanted to try out for 1 or 2 problems. As you can see, C# is kind of where I got. Ruby, had a little experience. TypeScript. I was like, let's do TypeScript problems. Then I'm like, wait a minute. Those are just JavaScript problems. Nah, they're literally probably like, most of them are like, oh, I've done the medium, you know? Yeah, it was just for fun, just to see, like, oh, how does it work on this site? Gradle. Oh, I remember. Whew, you can give me some flashbacks on that there, error. None of the... I don't know. It works, obviously, but there are a lot of them. Any array algorithms would be helpful. Yeah, Airflex, I went too far. Nah, I didn't go far enough. I did not go far enough. Any array algorithms would be helpful. I'm assuming you're referring to code or challenges. I think this one, so it's not going to be, so this is somewhat arrays. So this is going to be working with arrays, Airflex, but the array is technically a string. So it's somewhat related. We can give this one a shot. Oh wow, owning all your Gradle plugins. I cannot imagine. Okay, so I do have to figure out this problem. So let's look at the examples. So if I go from 15 from decimal to binary. So essentially, there are 2 conversions. There's one in which I write a function that converts from a string in this format to an actual number. And the next one is to convert from a number to an individual format. So this will basically be function to number, string, what do I want to call this? Encoding. This is good enough for me. Function to base. Yeah, I'll call this base instead. That makes more sense. From number to base. And this is essentially what I'm going to chain to say return to number the input string, which is input from source. Then once I have that as a number, I will say to base, whatever that number is, pass it the target. It's not like I broke my big problem into two smaller problems. That's all. That's how it's all what coding is, folks. Breaking it into smaller and smaller problems. Now the way I'm going to visually look at this is that we have all these numbers. The index is the numeric value. So it's 0, 1, 2. Let's look at this one. Alpha letter. 0 is A, 1 is B, C is 2. All these. How does rollover work? It's just appending it to itself. Okay, there are no repeated characters, I believe. Nice, C films beat me out by 1. So we'll start with this part. So this will be let number equals 0 for let's get the index of each one. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna do it. So for const car of string number plus equal base index of car. And I'm just gonna console log the number because paranoia. Oh, and the string and the base. I'm console logging all the things. Oh, 15. I'm so great at math, folks. But hey, I mean, as you can see, a few of them are literally just, I did the qualification thing, and that was it. I didn't do any real problems in them. Yeah, error ID. I mean, it's not leak code, you know. It's a little easier than leak code for most of them. It's more useful for like you're learning a new language, you want to see all the different ways to do it. Leak code is much more data structures and algorithms. So 15 in decimal. Wait a minute. Oh, what the? 1 plus 0, 1, 2. What is that? Okay, I think I've messed this up. Because each position, so each index is essentially the length plus 1. So it's not 1 plus 5, it's 10 plus 5. Math. Yeah, like Ryan put it, much less stress. I'm sure there are lots of them you can calculate. You can multiply two numbers with C films. What if I just went backwards? So I just reverse the string, and the offset would be my multiplier by the length. So let's just try that. Let I equals string.length minus 1. I plus plus, nope, I greater than 0, I minus minus. And then it'll be base index of string car. Yeah, see films, you gotta stream it, of course. It don't count if you're not streaming it. Times I minus length. Oh, this is getting some real heavy math now. Yeah, if those don't know, one and only C films. 7. That's not how math works. Okay, so it's just an off by 1 error somewhere around here. I'm just gonna console log it. So we have C, which is string I. Then we have offset, which is this math. It's supposed to be plus. Nice, C films. Glad to hear it. I'll definitely tune in then. Complete a kata. There you go, Ryan. Knock that out of the park. Okay, so I kind of just wrote this math. I didn't write it as, oh, okay, man, that was quick. This is like GitHub, and we're backfilling our fixes. So let's just run this, see what the output looks like, because I know it's wrong. So 5 is 1 times the length. So this is it times the length. Yeah, you gotta get them credit, of course. Times string dot length. Here it comes. No, it's 1 less. Okay, so 5 is a base 1, is a base 2. But it's off about 1. So we're like really close. 0, 1. So it's 1 times 2 times 2. Okay, how did that math out? This is too much math. CV. So I guess we'll just V for value of what it is we're adding. Copy. Oh. Because the fact that it's off by 1 and this value has 2 numbers means it isn't necessarily. There we go. So 10 to 4. Huh. So that one, when the value is 10, when the number was 5. Well, that didn't work. So my index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should have been 5. It's backwards. Yeah, that's right, error. It's just a different problem. It's not the code that's wrong, it's the problem that's wrong. Answer to a different question. Okay, so I just got the math backwards. So my offset should be 0. -1. Let's see if that's what we want. Go. Then my offset for there. Okay, so that looks better. So I still need the original value plus this magic multiplication. Now it's my log's wrong. Hey, there you go. CFilm Swift. Nice. It's a definitely an interesting one for sure. Never really been in the iOS ecosystem, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm always, curious to get in there. Okay, we need some more logging. And finally, the offset, or yikes, is being added. Well, you were quite swift at getting that Swift solution, CFilms. It very much was swift. Okay, so 5 was valued at 5. Offset of 0. 1 has a value of 1. Offset of 2. Plus. So I've done my math wrong. Yeah, but I mean, CFilm set me up, so credit where credit is due. Okay, I'm starting to see why this is a 6 Caillou. There's math involved in this one. Disgusting math. So I have 0, and then I have 2. Let's not do this math here. Let's just figure out our index. Simplify it again. So we have 0 and we have 1. Let's give me 0 and 1. So that is these numbers plus that times string length. Times string.length. Not string.length, base.length. Darn it. There it is. A glorified typo. You know what? It's not string.length. I mean, it is that. So now we're off by 1. Oh no. Have I conjured Leah's presence? Yeah. For sure. I could see that happening. But we're close though. Now we're just off by 1. So let's figure out this math to make sure this offset is doing the thing it should be doing. Are you doing the needly? Okay, yep, so it's 5 plus 0 is good. 1 plus 10. Ah, here it is. So it's a value of 1, but you're not supposed to be adding 10. Multiply by 10. But if it's 0, then we need to actually add it. There we go. Okay, so if basically if there's no multiplier, then we do nothing basically. Multiply by this or 1. Phew, man, it took a long time just to convert that. But I believe our conversion is now working. We won't be able to see till we get through all of them, but yikes. Now we gotta do the other half to base. So essentially add and modulo, right? So let string equals this, and then a while number. So it'll be number, so it's looking at 15 through example. Wait a minute, 15. Yeah, that's the number 15. I got lost there. From decimal to binary is. Oh, wait a minute. That's not just string concatenation. This is a little. Oh, wow, this is more complicated than I thought. You're definitely worth on here. I'm literally implementing base conversion from the scratch, it feels like here. Let me see. Waiting which quarter these months are in, which variable, or something like that. So which quarter of the year months are in with variable first quarter start months. Oh wow, yeah, that's an interesting one, error ID. Dates are never fun to work with. But yeah, Scala, congratulations. I mean that's Java JVM equivalent, so never really worked with that, but yeah, I've seen it about. Okay, no, there is a length way of doing it. I got overwhelmed for a second there, but all I need to do is add and modulus and keep subtracting from it. So if I just say string plus equal this value moduloed around the base length, right? So number modulo base length. So that's the index. I need to add it from base. So that will always get me the correct one, maybe. And then I set number to floor the number. I have to use something with the length again. Do I do modulo? Or I divide? What did you use modulo again? Base. All your base are belong to us. And then we return string. 15 equals 1. Big sad. Would help if I spelled things correctly. Want a hint? I'm pretty close. That's a while loop. I feel like I'm pretty close. Let's go like 2 more minutes, because I've only been on this part for like 2 minutes already. So when it's 23, I'll take a hint. 17. That's something. That's a 1 and a 7. It's real close. It's almost ready for a hint. Wait a minute, did I just access the wrong one? I was to access the number at some point. I numbered moduloed. Maybe I didn't do it right. That's the base I'm going to. Source the number by the length, add to the string, reassign my value to the floor of the value divided by, right? So looking at 15 and all these here. Console time. Oh, so that one worked. Well, wait. Okay, that worked. I'm going through a different test. Okay, so from 15, from decimal to oct, expected 71 to equal 17. Oh, it's just the wrong way around. 0 to equal A. Okay, so I have to represent zeros in this. Ooh. This needs to be a do while loop then, doesn't it? Do while number. See if that fixes that. Hello, alpha lower. Okay, I have a reversal problem here. 17 to 71. What if I just reverse it? One oh one oh, 8 to equal 10. Uh-oh, that don't look right. Let's see, 15 to that. Might as well add one up here for the input. Okay, I guess we are... Oh, not string. Number. Okay, starting with the number 8. My goldfish memory. Expected 8 to equal 10. Ah, so someone, my conversion... This is actually supposed to be 10. So this part's actually working fine. The previous one failed. So 1010 is supposed to equal 10. It is turning into an 8. Which might be the problem with the rest of mine. Hello, 778. Yeah, so if this one's breaking, the rest are breaking. Let's see, just my number 15, 15, 8. Yeah, so that's converting wrongly. I am traversing through it reversed. Adding the current value. This has got to be what's wrong. Hey Jim, thanks for coming on by. Appreciate it. AFK is always good. Gotta take a break. So right now we're doing base conversions. It was suggested to do another Code War, so we're doing another one. I'm getting part of it working. I've gotten this part where I convert the number to a base, but now I need to convert the base to a number. So essentially you can convert between all these different bases, which are provided via these long strings, to and from numbers. And I've got some of it working. I've just got one part not working, which is this part here, converting the string to the base to a number given a particular base. Maybe, so I'm doing a multiplication. I shouldn't be multiplying. Because the math I worked out because it was a 10. Maybe it needs to be something else. because that's essentially, I've calculated the powers of it. Powers of it with a different base. So if I take the base length, go to the power of whatever index I am from backwards, it's essentially what I want. So math to pow, so we have the base length. I don't think I need all them parentheses. Parenthesis overload, folks. Maybe that will fix the conversion. Do good math. Apparently I needed some of those parentheses, so we have opening. Oh, we have too many those? Oh. It was math all along. Now let's see if we go for the big solve. Is there a 2-number base function? Oh my goodness, there is. Well, I don't know if there's a 2. Well, here's the thing. It's not just, so it is, there does exist parse int and numerical conversion to bases, but they use these specific strings. So you wouldn't be able to use those, Jim, because they basically invented their own bases, like using lowercase letters, uppercase letters, and then lower and uppercase. So yeah, in production there is, and you can use parse int and pass the number of the base, and then you can say toString and then the number of the base. But when you're doing custom, you can't do that. But yeah, it appears I was able to get it working. I would be curious to hear what the hint would have been error, although, and I might have implemented it. What the what? Yeah, it's a custom based thing. This is a Code Wars. They give you the fun stuff. Maybe I can optimize this a little. Okay, yeah, go for it. Reverse join. Oh, I'll be the weird one. I'll use backticks as my parameter. Show quirky. This was already reversing. Math. Disgusting. I guess I didn't really know about this as 2 functions, but feels good being encapsulated. And yeah, we'll check out and see what the other Code Warriors came up with. Okay, so reduce p source index of plus length minus I. Okay, so they essentially, the math pow was the way to go. Hey, there you go. See films. You're gonna go full Pokemon. You're gonna collect them all. Oh, really? Error ID. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and check it out. See, maybe they might not have done enough test cases. Yeah, I'm gonna go try it out right now. So yeah, between oct to binary for 7. I assume you mean 7 as a string. Otherwise, I will numberify it. So oct to binary. And what does? Okay, hold on. Yeah, for sure, Jim. It's a great skill. 111. Great. Let's see if this works. Ooh. Expected undefined. Well, my code's not here. Why didn't the code work? There's no code. Actually, it appears to be working there, error ID. So I write the test case with a string of 7 being the octal code number, convert it to binary. It gives us 3 1s, unless I've done this wrong and it's not supposed to be 3 1s. Yeah, I think that's right. Is that wrong? I probably copied it wrong. Octal number 7, equivalent binary 111. Need to see what is up there. Yeah, of course. There be all the code. I'll probably just paste it in this way, actually, so you can see it before you make your submission. In the meantime, though, I will. Where is that? There it is. I'll give you both the link. Yep. I am. It's loading right now. So there is the syntax highlighting for JavaScript. I'm sure. And there you go, folks. There's the pastebin of it for those who haven't solved it. And for those who have, this is a Code Wars link is right there for direct comparison. But yeah, I'd like to see if there are any holes in that particular solution. Any holes that the Code War itself couldn't handle. Yeah, I don't see any actual random tests in here, so. Huh, that's neat. You can solve ROT 13. Oh yeah, with a custom. That's fancy. Would base 64 convert utility work? So yeah, so the way that works is that essentially it adds more characters to the base. So we can have, let me see, the thing is, you need to use a custom base, which I don't know if those utilities allow you to. Try to figure out what the MDN search would be. To string, number to string, and here you can specify a radix or a base, which is 2 through 36, specifying the base to use. They only have 36 apparently. Kinda two ways. Maybe I did error ID. Yeah, probably if you wanted to do this professionally, gym and production grade, you wouldn't implement this yourself. You'd find a library that does it for you to transform custom bases around in JavaScript. Definitely, it's not something I would trust myself to properly implement. Well, yeah, error ID, but here's the thing, the bases are custom, right? So how are you going to handle, for example, like the bases of alpha or alphanumeric? Because you see how it starts changing. Like some of them get prefixed with numbers, some of them don't. Capitalization, hexadecimal. I mean, these ones are all hard coded in, right? You could use the 2base. Oh, you're saying I could have called 2base twice. Huh. Really? So 2base takes in a string, it traverses through it, or toString rather. Yeah, because I convert it to a number, and then I convert that number back to a base. But you're saying there's a way to. Let's just shove it on there, see what happens. It's very angry about that. So I did use the power a little bit. That was only converting to the number, though. Definitely lost. It's okay, Driftwood. It's a pretty. This one is rightfully so a 6 Caillou, so don't blame yourself at all. Hope your Saturday's been going well, by the way, Driftwood. We are doing. Apparently, we're just doing a Code Wars Pomodoro session this time. Yeah, because it's not a number. That's right. It's because this only handles the number, and this one handles the string. No, it's a good think on it, error ID. It's appreciate the insight. It's a tough one for sure. Definitely not. It's math, so of course it's not my strong suit. Yeah, let's go see what the Code Warriors came up with. Let's see if I can find their single solution. So, okay. Yeah, they didn't write it in 2 functions, but yeah, they got this logic going. Wow, it's a lot of lines. Okay, someone's playing code golf. 2base, from base, cool. 2base, from base. Yeah, I keep seeing it in 2 parts. Okay, we're doing some hard coding. I'll love to see it. Oh, basically, if it's decimal, then just you're already a number. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. It's all two parts. Huh. Okay, it's a lot of arraying. No regex, unfortunately. Hey, here's mine, basically. Nice. That was a challenging one for sure, folks. And with that, we'd be taking our break, as we're 40 minutes past it, so no project this time, just break, which means next to probably no Code Wars. Yeah, Air ID. I'm always just feel free to link it or something when you find it, and we'll go back and visit it. It's definitely it deserves its 6 KU ranking. Let's say that. And with that, we do got to be taking a break. Be sure to hydrate, stretch, and relax if you can. I'll see you then. Actually, let me check something. Where'd my browser go? Here it is. Yeah, okay. And for free. Yeah, for free. Well, next after the break, so I'll be coming back to the project, going back to building out Pairwise Comparator. We have a few things that like forms accept empty inputs. Gonna fix that. Gonna add our API with the API key to it, and then probably move on to always lurking gen. When should I use a for versus a while? So yeah, you're about correct there, Driftwood. Use a for when you know how many times, and a while you don't. So I think maybe I read it backwards or you wrote it backwards. But for, because a while loop can both be implemented in basically the same way. A while loop is just a for loop is just a while loop with two extra things. So let me set, where's JavaScript? For init. Init. Hey, there you go, Z Films. Condition after. So this is basically what the for loop is, while the while loop is just the condition. So if you want to be technical, then you want to use a for loop when you want to initialize something before your loop, and you want to mutate it after each iteration. I'll take a break in a second. And a while loop is something that you want to still have the same condition, but either you don't want to initialize something, or, this is a common thing, you don't want this expression. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. I'll take the break since I just explained pointing at nothing, and then I'll explain it after. How about that? Let me add another minute to this. Yeah, we'll take a real break. There we go. Break. welcome on back, folks. The break is coming to an end, and I will remember to change my screen this time. But yeah, another thing you can do, like Error mentioned, is if you don't want to expose your iterator to the outer method, right? And hey, thanks for the follow there, Driftwood. And yeah, you're right, Driftwood, that is what the while works. Okay, now let's actually do the breakdown. So, we got our classic for loop and our classic while loop. And you're right, Error, for the most part, there are newer methods like map, reduce, filter, find that can do what most loops are essentially doing for you more efficiently, but there's also things they can't do, in which case you would want to know the loops so you can know how to do more custom things. Hey, Matty Two Shoes, thanks for coming on by. What is that? Okay, that is a good emote. Do the slide in at the lurk. Appreciate you coming on by. We over here just got a little question about for loops and while loops, but after that we're jumping into our pairwise sorting project. It's in Bootstrap and it's light theme. I know it's sad, but we get in the dark theme eventually. Yeah, good catch there, Ryan. Beat me to it. Oh, you got the study down, Robodom? But yeah, Driftwood, to answer your question, essentially the for loop and the while loop, they have the same components. A for loop is a while loop with the extra initialization and an expression to run after. So you can do both. If you want, you can implement every for loop with while loop, but we use this because we want to set a variable, and after each iteration of the loop, do some mutation, which is generally move forward, go through a list, or go backwards through a list, or do something in general. When this behavior is not consistent, so like this is not something that you want consistently done, then a while loop is an example to do. Yeah, of course. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, I do a little bit of streaming, yeah. Of course, yeah, I always love catching you by. I'm a lurker in yours, so you're a lurker in mine. We all lurk together. Oh, yep, and that is the schedule every Saturday, yep. Generally it's a Saturday, but take most of the day, but generally whenever else I find free time. Yep, co-lurkers, right? Always lurking. Hey. Yeah, you're right, Error. For most things that you can't do, it's very specialized. So yeah, to answer your question, Driftwood, you're not missing out on anything by doing, like, if you feel like you're not writing enough while loops, it's not that you should be writing while loops, it's that they're not all that common as for loops. So if you're writing more for loops than while loops, you're probably doing it the right way. It'd be a little weird if you're writing more while loops than for loops, because most things, like most repeated actions, are iterative, and while the condition is the same, you're usually going in a one line. To while loops, like the common while loop is that, like, while going through a linked list where you don't know the length and you need to keep doing something until you stop, but you don't know when to stop. Hey, there you go, C-Films. Nice. And yeah, Driftwood, this project started 2 streams ago, although I can give you a more accurate answer. This project started 7 days ago. Wow, it's literally a week ago. So it's a week-old project. We've worked on it twice. Well, 3 times. The initial stream, the second stream, and this stream, which is probably going to be the last one for this project. Yeah, Ryan, you could use... I mean, technically you can do anything. I don't know if it's well suited for it. You can use... So a common approach is using while loops to convert recursive functions to iterative functions. So I don't have a good example of it. But essentially, when you're recursively calling something, you have your function, and then you're passing things to another call of it. Then you're passing things to another call of it over here, which is another call and another call. These things that you're passing, if you put these in a variable, so a list, basically, of all the things that you're working on, so you got things here, and more things here, you can use and you continually add things to this, so each of these calls will end up with another call of more things. Then a while loop can be used to check while there are things in this array. So while we usually call this a stack if you're working on it in this way, but it's really just an array. So while there is still stuff to be processed, then you will remove something from the end, so you probably pop it off, do your work, and maybe you'll add more stuff on, or maybe you won't, and then you will, while the list has stuff in it, or the array has a length, you'll keep doing the processing. But yeah, I know, Ryan. Recursion can be a tough one for sure. If you're doing fully recursive, then for sure, yeah, error ID, you will. It's a way to easily, while Boolean, that's exactly how it is, Driftwood. That's an infinite loop right there, you gotta be careful. Yeah, error ID, you can, but you're essentially moving it from, what do you say, the heap to the stack. You're basically moving your memory allocation. It's generally only required when the number of recursive calls is gazillion. Like, if you have a gazillion recursive calls, then you're going to get, like, the stack overflow limit, hit the recursion limit, in which case converting your recursive function to an iterative one by manually declaring your array of essentially arguments is a way to absolve from that. And you're right, error. They're not that popularly used, and at least in my experience. Maybe I haven't the full experience yet, but yeah, I don't do it that often. Maybe it's a popular one because it is a harder one. So the general consensus is that, if you can do this, then you can do all the other things that you're actually expected to do. That might be the gist. But yeah, here we go, into the project. Okay, so we have, I'm trying to remember what we got going on here. Oh yeah, so we have a bunch of forms that are accepting empty input. That's bad. So we're going to do some front end and some back end fixing of this. So this will be in our controllers. If you give me bad input, I'm be angry at you. So let me fix the zoom. I think that's the right zoom, folks. Feel free to let me know if the size is too small. Let's think. So essentially, when we are adding things to the list, or creating new list, so create item, here it is. So again, this is a lot of validation. We're not going to care that much about it. We're just going to make sure you're not giving us nothing. So again, 15 different libraries that could do this. We're just going to hard code it because we ain't got time to do all that. Hey, appreciate it, Ryan. So if equals empty, return. We're just going to send you back to where you came from. We'll give you a message. So return, render. Actually, I just want to, So I do want to do a redirect, but I want to do like more stuff. So let's just see if we got this working. So when we create an item with an empty name, it should not do stuff. So this is where we create items. This is an empty name. It did nothing. Progress. Oh, really, huh? Let me look. It's sunny, Jim. I was only lurking there, but Did it actually hit the stream, knock the stream out or something? That doesn't sound good at all. I mean, I can imagine he's over there messing with the lights, turning them on and off, and it's like, and why ain't it working? Why ain't the ESP or the E chip? Why did it stop working? It's like, nope, the storm took the lights out this time. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. And there might be a big weather storm going about. I do not. I don't bother the weather that much. I think it's what it's about. I mean, it's like 80 degrees around here. Over here in Ohio, by the way. Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense there, Jim. Yeah, I could see that. That makes more sense. I mean, we got that giant heat wave basically just wiping everyone out, but yeah, that's been more of what I've been feeling, just the heat, 80, 90 degrees over here in Ohio. You'd think, being how north we are, but not here. Okay, so we got that thing working. What I want it to do is I want to be like, render. So you're saying I want to set the message. So I want to be like, get list, but then I want to send you stuff. So what if I just pass you extra stuff? Ah. Args. So I'm just like, hey, you get args. I just want to see if I can do this extra call. Oh, this might break it though. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, that don't sound good at all. Return get list. Oh, it's not this get list. Request response next. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Let's see if Copilot can handle it. The letter A. Oh, well, we added a letter. That, of course, it's not gonna fail. Understandable. Weird way of accessing it, but I think this might work. There we go. What? I didn't do nothing. Great sadness. So I'm passing the arguments. Let's make sure that that's happening. Yeah, so this is the stuff that's happening. Console log. Args. Time to look at the logs. The logs never lie. Oh, so we got args there. Oh, it's an array of things. That is why that don't work. And there we go. We made it kind of jerry-rigged our way to send ourselves random messages, or just arbitrary data. It works. It's not really good though. Also, this isn't very good either. All these things are not the funnest. Okay, so slight refactor, folks. We are going to update our exports to look a lot better by doing them all at once at the end, which will allow us to access our fellow handlers or our fellow controllers with ease. There we go. Oh, so man, we got a lot in here, don't we? But is post only in use forms in HTML? You can use posts anywhere in HTML. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. So yeah, I mean, if you mean purely in yeah, I think that's what you mean. You mean the HTML, the browser does the post for you. Then yeah, I believe that's the only way that posts can be made by the browser without any JavaScript is with forms. Yeah, error ID. My last two projects were with ECMAScript modules, but I wanted to, I wanted to at least show one using the old syntax since we might come across it. But yeah, generally I do use the new ECMAScript module format. I don't know how to spell module. Go Copilot. Yeah, Copilot knows what to want. Register is not defined. Let's sign up, obviously. What things are missing? Oh, now we got all these unnecessary semicolons. Nope, compare items. This one's also missing. And get list. Oh, a whole bunch of them are missing. What did you fill in? No. Oh, add more things, Copilot. Nope. Sadness. Okay. Get next. Nope. Get next. There we go. Get list. Homepage. And yeah, I know this is technically mutable. Is that Quokka? So are you referring to the red lines right here saying unnecessary semicolon? If so, then this is ESLint combined with error lens. So ESLint, well, it's VS Code running ESLint, which spits out the error. Oh, never mind. Okay, you figured it out. But yeah, so it's ESLint running the error, VS Code running ESLint, and error lens putting it on the lovely line. Yeah, your tools, they start to compound, you know? npm run lint. You can see it right here. I made a little command for it. Lint. It even has an autofix function, which I'm about to use right now to get rid of those unnecessary. That was so anticlimactic. Poof, get rid of all them unnecessary semicolons. So yeah, it's pretty cool. VS Code, I believe. Yeah, I think I do have an extension that tells it to run ESLint, but once it sees an ESLint configuration file, like right there, it automatically does it, and it shoves the problems into your little thing, and then error lens shows it on in your code instead of hiding in your little terminal. Okay, with that, we have this running. Oh yeah, we just made a big change to the code, which allows us to no longer reference. There we go. We don't have to do this weird reference anymore. We can just be normal. There we go. So item name cannot be empty. We'll make a front end change to this also, but that'll be after we say create list. And we'll jump straight to that. Exact same logic. I would like to see this set up sometime. It is pretty cool. It's not get list, it is what? List. Yeah, I believe, so I'll show this args. There we go. I'll go ahead and demonstrate exactly what I have that's making the magic work. Well, that's broken. Yeah, it does build up in complexity, you're right, error ID. But that's what like dev containers are looking to solve, and code spaces, right? So that way you just hook straight into a preset thing with all your settings and all your extensions already loaded, and you don't have to figure it out as you go. But yeah, in this case, yeah, so for this particular part, let me see, install. So ESLint. Yep, so this is the extension. It's literally called ESLint. That's what it does. It runs your thing by Microsoft, apparently. Didn't know that. And then prettier ESLint, you don't need that. That's for an autosave. If you want it, you can have it. Then we have error lens, which apparently is an update for, which brings your errors into the lines of code it has. VS Studio, yeah, it does. Simpler but opinionated. That's the trade-off, right? You get less options, but then there's less to get lost in. But then when it doesn't do what you want, well, you're tough luck. And then for ESLint, I think I just used the default. Nope. So for ESLint, I ran the thing. I ran, what do you call it? npm run or npx ESLint init, which starts a wizard. There you go. So it starts a little wizard. You answer the questions, and it generates this thing. Or you just use some style like Airbnb or someone's already existing configuration file, and that's it. So yeah, there's a lot of steps to it, but it's not too many. Can be simpler to make it a MongoDB at sometimes. Well, building all the clusters and figuring out all the containers and all the collection names. Routes. I did start this, this project did start from scratch. If you do want to see me adding ESLint and adding all that, we did do it all from scratch. So none of this project has been done off stream. Get list. So one of these things is not doing its job. So the list endpoint. Why are you failing? Okay, the home page, that's not working. None of these things are working. I didn't break that much. So yeah, cannot get list / list name. So get list is not doing its job. The best debugging tool we got. Console log. And now if I come here, so it is a function called get list. So we gotta jump in here and see why it's not responding with stuff. Check out our params and check out our generated list. Yeah, it happens. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't meet all the time zones. Can't meet every stream, you know. You can only get the ones you can, right? That's kind of why I keep the more interesting ones on the Saturday and such, and the boring ones off on the others. So this still ain't working. So this is a get to the route list / list. Cannot get. I didn't change that much. Let's just go to log out, since auth seems to be doing something. Can we at least get to the home page? We made it to the home page. Cannot get the list endpoint. Hey, wow, there you go. See, you're gonna pass me up pretty soon. You keep going at it. Okay, so the list endpoint cannot be gotten. Get list handle token list. Function list. Let's see if we at least get. Oh, I know what's happening. It's because it's under comma args. That's. Yep, a list is not a list. That is one thing. So we are going to the plural. That's not the problem here. It's because I added the fourth argument, which it's weird. Express treats it differently. It's some of their detection. It thinks it's an error handler. You see, now it works because I don't pass it the fourth argument. Yeah, I was there for most of the stream there, Driftwood. Mayan Wolf, for those who don't know. Fellow 100 Devs official stream team member. Their first gaming stream. It was fun. Fun little cat running around, little adventure game. Usually I do projects and such, but it was a fun stream. Okay, so I found the problem. It's me adding args to things, What's the solution though, huh? Express is being all, you're an error handler, but I want to actually be able to pass. Since I want to call the controller with my own argument, so we're not doing that. We're going back to just get the darn thing working mode. Maybe because it detects it when it's 4 arguments. Because it's very positional and weird like that. If I make a wrapper around it here, request response next, call list with request response next. Nope, I just make the wrapper there. No, I make it here. So this is a very bad way of doing it. Do not pass me an extra argument. But this will work. Works when it turns back on. Yeah, you're right. Oh, you're right. I could just use the actual arguments. You know, I don't use that one too much. Arguments 0, 1, 2, 3, or empty object. I do not use arguments that often. Good one, error ID. Yeah, I think this is the solution, folks. Hey, there you go. Now watch as I create a list without a name. Boom, list name cannot be empty. Good one, error ID. I do not use the arguments thing that often, but it's a perfect use for it to get around Express's weirdness. Yeah, as I can drop that. I do the same thing here. Arguments 0, 1, 2, 3, or empty object. Lovely. Now if I go to I gotta log in. Yeah, we all community taught, right? Can all get those ideas together. So that's a fun one there, and I won't try to explain it. It acts as an array, like it's not a real array, and it contains all of the arguments passed to the function, even the ones that it wasn't expecting. So it used to be the way so you can see, arguments acts as an array containing the A, B, and C values. But in addition, as we've seen here, it also receives additional values. So while we created these slots or the buckets for 3 values, if we pass it more values, we can pass as many as we want, but they won't go into these essentially variables or these bucket names, but they will be accessible via arguments. I'll go ahead and console log arguments so we can see it. Actually, this might be an ugly console log. We'll see. Gotta log in first. We don't see it around too much because now if we want to have a argument with a variable length of array, so basically like how math.min and math.max work, we can use the spread operator to receive a bunch of args, and this puts it in a real array. That's right, it accesses the invisible buckets. Exactly, the invisible buckets, or the buckets that we didn't give a name to, the unnamed ones. So now, well, that's broken. My server's dead, folks. It looks very dead right now. Now, fun fact, much like arrow functions don't have access to this scope, the arrow functions also don't have access to an arguments. I don't know, my server's dead. Green it is. There we go. Okay, and boom. Big splat, lots of things. It's a lot of content. Can't really read it though, but we can look at the keys. So it's too much to console log. But here we go. You can see for this we have 3 arguments, 0, 1, and 2. But then when I make a request without a name, it gets called again with 0, 1, 2, and 3. So 4 things were passed to it, and they took the positions of the first thing went into the position of the first bucket, second one second bucket, third one third bucket, and then the 4th item, there was no bucket, So it couldn't go into anything, but it still was passed, so it goes into the arguments array-like object. Oh, do you mean like an object bag? Like instead of passing positional, you pass or you receive an object and then you pull things out so the order can be changed, all that stuff like that? Because I believe, yeah, it's like you pass one object where all the keys are essentially what your parameter names would be. And yeah, I've seen that, but we're using Express, so we don't really have that freedom. I think actually if I hit a breakpoint here, we might be able to visually inspect it. Let's open up the JavaScript debug terminal. npm run stat. Yep, exactly. That's I believe it's called an object bag or like just an options giant thing. Yep, and then you destructure it to make it look like visually basically the same parameters. Okay, here we go. Makes it super polished. Think of thoughts. Turn off word wrap. There we go, folks. So we're in debugging at this point. We are looking at our get list. As we can see, there's a bunch of stuff on here. There's the scopes, we don't care about that. There's the name, get list. There's a length. Now this is how Express figures out how to treat it differently. Because the length, fun fact, well that, it disappeared. Where'd it go? Where'd my, darn it, where'd it go? Okay, it's over here also, but I don't know where it went. Where did it go? Oh yeah, it would be forever long, right? I was just highlighting over it. I literally can't remember where my cursor was. That's okay, there was a thing here. Yeah, essentially it has all these things, and in addition, it has a arguments value. Now with this, it's essentially like an array, but it's not really. Why not JSON stringify arguments? You know, that might actually look good. I don't know what that's going to turn request and response to, but let's have a good look. You cannot JSON stringify like all that weird sockets and requests apparently. Circular structure in there, so that's why we don't JSON stringify. We gotta jump in the debugger and manually inspect, get your request, your response, your next, and in this case, we got message. Now if we continue on, turn that code back, and if we don't make a, so we just, no, not there, make a happy response. Yeah, it's super sad, I know. So if we make a normal one, we look here and we can see arguments is now of length 3, so it's only the ones that we passed. As for why we couldn't just add a new thing to it and just be happy, this is because Express it does weird funny stuff, which I don't agree with, lots of people don't, but it's the way it works. Essentially, if you say use or you pass anything here, that is a function that has 4 named arguments. Then it doesn't use that normally. It uses that as an error handler. It's weird, but it's the life we have. So that's why we had to use the arguments trick to pull things out. But it works, so tomato, tomato. And with that, it is working. So if we add an empty thing, which we'll do some front end after this, item name cannot be empty. And if we add an empty list name cannot be empty. Okay, now let's go to the front end half of this equation and just check a required on both of these. So on my list thing, required. So now, while someone could put in empty stuff, when they come here, they try to click it, the browser will prevent them from creating a list that doesn't have any content. And then when they access the API, the other side will protect them from that. Oh, let's delete that thing. Okay, so with that, we have another form to go to. Let's search all the forms. Acquire all the forms. So that one's done. This one, let's check our required on here. And you know what? These should be required too. Yeah? You gotta enter your username and password, obviously. What does the list do? Okay, Driftwood, so what this does is essentially, it is a list of items that can be sorted. So we're going to demonstrate it right now. So we have a list, as you can see, 1 through 10. It's sorted, but as you can see, the original items was 1, 2, 3, 10, 9, 8, 7. So this is the original order that things were added. So if we were to delete 5, for example, where's 5? Yeah, we'll delete 5. There we go. And we want to add 5, so 5 would go where we say in the middle. Then we enter sorting mode. And this is the part where where the sorting happens, where it asks you which goes higher. Do you prefer 5 or 6? And whichever you prefer goes to the top of the list. So I'm saying, well, I prefer 5. Now, do you prefer 5 or 4? Well, 4 is higher, so I prefer 4. Now, do you prefer 5 or 6? I don't know what's going on. Prefer 3 instead of 5. And it asks you I have 2 5s in the list. As you can see, I'm great at this demonstration, but essentially it asks you these questions in order, so that way it asks as few as possible using a kind of binary insertion or something. And then with only a few questions, it inserted 5 in the middle. Instead of asking, does 5 go before 10? Does 5 go before 9? Does 5 go before 8? Instead of asking for every one, it takes the list, it asks you, does it go above or below this item? Then if it goes above, then obviously it doesn't go after any of these. Then it cuts in the middle again. I think it asked at 4. Does it go up here or up here? It doesn't go up here, which means it goes down here. You know, it's the efficient way of figuring out where it goes, and it does it all by comparisons. Yeah, it works better the more items you have in a list, but that's basically what it do. It's a glorified CRUD app with a sorting thing chucked on top of it. What we have done here, we have added another fix, which is prevent empty list and item names. Both front end and back end. No thank you. And eventually we got a refactor coming on these controllers, but I was able to hold it off for a little longer. And with that, to the list we go. So improve, if we've done that. Didn't even add that point, but we'll go ahead and add it as a done. Prevent empty item and list names, just so we can say we've done it. Oh, drag, there we go. I like it in my little list. It's all about lists today, folks. That you're not wrong, Jim. I mean, actually, so this is where the part where the API kind of comes in, and I don't know if we'll be Actually, I think we'll get to it today. So when I finish the API, what I'm going to do for y'all is, so you see all these extensions? Okay, you see all these 216 extensions. So after I am getting it done, I will use it on my extension list to generate a top 10 or a top X of my most recommended extensions. So it does have a use. We're going to give it one, even if I'm shoehorning it in there. But first we got some more polish to do. So breaking our list view into tabs. I'm sure Bootstrap has some tabs around there. I might need to add the JavaScript that we removed later there, error ID, but we'll get some tabs. Tabbies. And what I'm talking about tabs is this view right here, where you see sorted, then you have to scroll down to see unsorted, and scroll down to see comparisons. I'm thinking this should be just a bunch of tabs, and you can click to see all between all three of them. Depends on what you mean developing. If you mean this project, this is the third and hopefully final stream on it. I started it last Saturday. If you're talking in general, 2013-ish, I think, is when I first, got started messing around with technology and stuff by learning. So there was a high school class in which I was learning 3D modeling and animation using a software called Blender, which was built on Python and had a game engine that in order to make the cool games in, you needed to learn Python. Yeah, I know, error ID. I'll need some client JS. Gotta bring that JS file back in. I'm fine with it. And then, from that Python, I learned Python itself. 200 to top 10. Well, the process is, so the way I'm going to do it eventually is I will generate, basically I have a bunch of installed extensions. I have half of these that are literally turned off, so I will put them in a basic list, and then I'll shove them into this thing. And then using the API, I'll try to do something like, I'll do something that it just shows like the thing of it. I'll like show the description of it based on the API and all that, and I'll just show me. And I'll use my app to sort the extensions, and then, well, there'll be a top 10 list, and I'll post the link somewhere. So when someone asks me where my extensions are, I link them to my app, which has a public list, which I think this button still works. Yeah, I make it public, and then I'm like, these are my favorite extensions. I'm not going to speed run through it. I am going to, and I don't even know if I'm going to get to that I know I'm going to finish the app. I don't know if I'm going to do the list of 200, because 200 is a big thing. Oh, yeah, with the checkboxes, right? Katsurcon? I probably could do a CSS only with like checkboxes and stuff. Or Target. I don't know how Target works. I know Octo. Octo Shrimpy would be like, here it is. Yeah. Oop. I do love details. I've used that on almost everything with a config thing. We're about to use it here probably, but yeah. Kind of an exclusive details. If I just have 3 details and I make them somehow exclusive, that would be a little bit of client-side JS. I mean, we are using Bootstrap, so I'd feel weird to not do the bootstrappy thing. And hey, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's going well there, Katsurgan. How you would trigger the class to trigger. Yeah, I'm not a CSS expert, so I understand the idea. No way to do it myself. At you. Twitch, come on Twitch, step it up. Why aren't you supporting stuff? With drop downs. I mean, drop downs are oh my goodness. Wait, how does drop downs work? Oh, this would be cool. Okay, so got lots of cool features. I don't know if we're getting to the actual using my list, but we're adding features. List and in nav. We got that. Then we have add or bulk add list items. So we got a bunch of new features eventually coming. We're going to do the bulk one next, but right now we're tabinating. Okay, Katsurgun, that's a good one. I think that, wait, is that how Bootstrap does it? Doesn't look like that's how Bootstrap does it, but I do want to give a shot to that, because that does seem something I might feasibly be able to do. So let's just throw some stuff up there. I mean, you only ever be targeting one at a time error ID, I think. I mean, at least for my goal, only one's ever going to be open at a time, so it does appear to match. So not that one, where is it? There we go. So sorted, unsorted comparisons. Oh, these are all templated out. So if we just create a UL, or just a bunch of anchors. Yeah, we're just doing this bad first because this is a great concept that I would love to mess around with. There we go, and then as we are here, if we click on them, yep, our URL fragment changes. Ah, I know how to spell, don't worry. There we go. So now I figured out the CSS to essentially hide and to show these based on the thing. I think I'll just hardcode 3 of them. Yeah, so, yeah, I suppose if they're not meant to be exclusive, like some of them will be open and closed, that would be a concern. For me, they're all going to be exclusive, though, so not concerned in this case. Hey, of course, thanks for coming on by, AirID, and hitting with these hot ideas. Okay, so we have sorted. I have to do some CSS. Class. Sorted tab. That's a great name. So I'll call it that. Then we have title, which is going to be, nope, not that one. Comparisons, which does need a little bit of a wrapper, apparently. A div is good enough. Actually, we don't need this because, yeah, the links are going to serve as anchors or serve as headers. Comparisons tab, there we go, and unsorted, which is unsorted tab. I appreciate the lurk, Ryan. Okay, CSS target. Let's figure this out. So, boring old CSS. So we're gonna say sorted tab pseudo class target. Hey, of course. Thanks for coming on by, Jim. Always appreciate you. Yeah, gotta get that IRL stuff done and get some. Yeah, that cat game. It's definitely a good experience, even if you just podcast style listen to it. Yeah, four and a half hours. We getting there. Still got stuff to do, of course. Great sadness. I don't know how this works. Okay, so CSS. Of course, yeah. I'll catch you next time. So let me scroll up to that message from your Katsurgun. Target pseudo class. CSS only tabs of target. There's an article. Love me a good article. I probably just wrote the CSS wrong, didn't I? I could look at the MDN, but I just want code. div target display book. So this is the hide and show thing. Ooh, IDs. They need an ID to jump to because that's what determines that they are being targeted. That's acceptable. I'm cool for that. So what I do is ID. So let's just see if the sorted one works. So that's the only one I care about at the moment. So unsorted, sorted, sorted tab target. Okay, well, I have an example here, so like that I can just copy and paste from this. Let's go ahead and do the extra stuff while we're here. So when you're a target, you are display block. But when you are not target, say ID of sorted tab, you are display none. So at least the display none should be working right now. There we go, it's gone. And when I click it, I don't do the thing because it's sorted hyphen tab. And I don't have hyphen tab. Oh, it scrolls. Oh, would you look at that? It's starting to work, folks. Okay, let's figure out how to do the rest of this. How do they do it? So they just say div. I'm not targeting all my divs. And they're doing some history magic. I don't want to do history magic. So let's do bad code. So we got sorted tab up there. Oh, come on, mouse. Sorted, unsorted. No, come on, mouse. And comparisons. There we go, folks. So if we are here, oh, it's not doing what I want, but that one is. So I just didn't add the IDs to the rest of them. Loving that. And for the last one, the unsorted. Boop. Oh, so comparisons works, unsorted works, sorted works. There you go. All three CSS HTML only tabs. BEA beautiful. Oh, I got this title over here. It says sorted. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's that thing. Goodbye. There you go. Now, so this works beautifully. The scroll thing's a little much, but yeah, it's fine. Maybe animation. I can't animate a display. That would cause a delay though. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's going. It is low-key free. I just downloaded like 500 of the songs and I was like, shuffle. Yeah, that was a good one, alright. Did sound a little Mega Man-y. Now I can use these stylings of the actual Bootstrap stuff, since these are just anchors. Let's find it. Base nav. So it looks like good to me. What other navs do we got? Good enough to me. So I'll just yoink these and be like, heh, it's time to Bootstrap style it. Boop. Yeah, I mean, hey, actually, thank you for that suggestion. I wouldn't have, I would have went with Bootstrap and went with JavaScript, just like, because I wouldn't have known any better. But no, that's definitely something I'm looking forward to using in the future. I didn't realize you could target based or CSS based on target. So yeah, it's basically perfect for me. So I appreciate you coming on by and dropping that hot suggestion there. I'll have to do the weird active thing. Maybe I just don't do the active. Yeah, because that's not how it works. Oh, I could do some cool styling based on this, yeah. So, all 3 anchors, cut to the end, all 3 anchors, paste to the end. Gotta love multi-cursor magic. It's cool, folks. There we go, unsorted comparisons. Now, it would be cool if I can get some styling on this, but I know I'm asking the browser for way too much at this point. Make the div big so we would jump. Oh, okay, there's something here. Oh, this is the behavior I want, maybe. Yeah, you're right. It's not a very modern look. I get that part, but I mean, it gives me the behavior I want. Is that a plugin? It depends what you're asking about. Ireflex. You talk. Bootstrap is a library that makes it work. On services like Card-D, popular with VTubers, only way to get multiple pages. I mean, yeah, you can definitely see how that would work. It's always, what do you call it? Limitations or restrictions that give birth to the most creative solutions. One-page sites. I see exactly why you would need this trick to do so. Yeah. Nice. It's like with emails, like they only support a subset of HTML and CSS, yet you can see people really putting it to the limits there. Okay, so multi-cursor. Thanks, I was trying to figure that out. So this is a feature built into most modern, more than a Notepad++ size editors that allows you, do I not have screen? Or maybe Control S? It allows you to essentially, so the one way to do it is you can select some text and hold Control and hit D, the D key, to go to the next instance of the text. Then to the next instance again, hold Control D to jump to all instances, and it puts a cursor at each instance in which you can type, and whatever you do is happening at every cursor. If you want more manual control, then it depends on your platform. I believe on Linux and Mac, you hold the Alt key and you click, and it adds a cursor wherever you click. You click again to get rid of the cursor. Sometimes it can be tricky because the cursors are small. And then if you want to make selections, you can not click links, but hold Alt and click to make big selections. Each one being its own cursor, page up, page down, and all that stuff. Yep, so on the other platforms, I guess on Windows, or maybe it's Control on different platforms. Maybe I changed it, I don't know, settings or keyboard. Yeah, I might have changed it. I don't want to lead you to the wrong one. Or I think it's cursor. I do have it all default, so I guess it's just on Linux or whatever I'm doing. Where is it? Yeah, and there's people who can do really crazy stuff with the Ireflex, but I believe it exists on most modern editors. VS Code, obviously, Atom, Sublime. I don't think it's on Notepad++, but most modern editors support it in some of their own customized way. Okay, now let's do this code. So this is some optional JavaScript. I'm fine with JavaScript if it's optional, folks. List EJS, and since we're doing this, we might as well hard code it in here. Just I want to see what this does. On that screen, script. That's not how we do script tags. EJS just got really confused. Okay, let's see if this thing does the coolness. Still jumps. Let's look at the JavaScript. So hash links is all anchors starting with a thing. Oh, this is on the wrong page. This is on the list of lists, not the individual list page. So now, if I click, it still does this. Hash links. Great sadness. Force refresh. Oh, here's the syntax. I don't know if that's mine. Oh, I mean, I'm just dynamically generating stuff. I don't know what this being so angry about. Okay, so it is working. Just got a syntax error. We'll figure that out. Oh, it's missing the closing thing. There we go. I probably copied it improperly. Hey, well, this is even much better. So, this little trick here, which is whenever you click an anchor, you push the current location to history, so basically overrides browser navigation, and then you go back. So this is doing some CSS trickery, folks. Guess is as good as mine. Yeah, you need both of them. I'm not about to explain it because I don't understand it. But I will more than happily use this JavaScript because it's an optional chain and people can still use Node.js to live their life. I don't know why we're doing for each on that one. We can for each right there. Witchcraft. I know, it's spooky. So this is it's some weird thing about when you push it to the state, it applies, and then you push it again, it does something in the event loop, I don't know where, and then back because you still want to be at this location. So I guess, oh, I get it. It's the double navigation. So here it starts to scroll. Well, this is great. I broke it. What did I do? What have I done? Oh, hash links. There you go. So I do understand it now. It took me like 5 seconds, but I got it. So let me click it again. What's happening is a scroll starts. So it starts a scroll, but then it instantly jumps you to that place. So I can actually demonstrate it. I can put it in a set timeout to be like, hey, go here in 10 milliseconds. Hopefully, I probably need 100 milliseconds to visually see it. There you go. So I click sorted. Huh. Why is this still working? I don't know. I thought I understood this magic. The scroll to the stuff. I fixed it though, error ID, right? I found some JavaScript and I yoinked it. Apparently we need that code. Let's put it on a second delay so I can actually see what's happening. Huh, so apparently if you use push state, it doesn't scroll you there. But you need to do a double push state. Do we need to do it back though? It breaks with flex, or at least it used to. Oh, I can imagine that, yeah. Okay, so apparently you need all three pieces. I would love to explain it, except I don't know how it works. But it works, so I ain't complaining. I'm just using it to solve my problem. Ta-da! But yeah, it looks like aside from the active not being on the whatever, it's perfectly fine with me. Maybe they have an explanation somewhere around here. Okay, so they do explain it in the article you can find, but it works, so good for me. Now I would like it, so this is technically satisfactory. Yeah, so I'm gonna make this a good enough change. There we go. What did I do? I gave everything an ID. I cleaned up some of that. Yeah, error ID. Like I said, I honestly don't know. But yeah, that is the trickery we're doing. It's something with the event loop. We're basically forcing it to go there twice, and then we're going back. So the CSS gets applied, but we override the scrolling because it's happening twice. So I don't know. I'm not really sure. But your guess is pretty close to what I think probably is. I think this means you can just link to an actual tab too. Oh, would you look at that? You can link to the tabs. Ain't that fancy? Yep, and I hard-coded all these, so we're about to fix that. CSS. So let's let's fix this because this is gonna be a little yucky. So yeah, error ID. We're somewhere around that vicinity. I'm both not affiliated enough with the browser loop to know exactly, and I'm honestly just happy it works. You know, I'll be paranoid and I'll go test it in Chrome since that's where all the real people are. Yep, it works in Chrome, so that's honestly good enough for me. It works. Okay, let me find. Yeah, I do want to make this a commit because there do be break time, but I don't want to commit this bad code. So it's basically anything that has an ID ending with tab and you're a target display block. But if you have an ID that ends in tab and you're not target. Oh, when edge case in the URL doesn't have a hashtag. Oh. Ooh, we get no list. Okay. I see this behavior. Gonna have to play back on 5.5 speed. I mean, I was playing back at 1 point speed in my brain. I barely understood it, Driftwood. Hey, good. Thanks for catching the edge case there, Katsurgan. So what I'm probably gonna do is, so I could make some JS force you to come here with a thing, or I will. You know, actually, this isn't the worst thing. We should default to sorted tab. So whenever you come here, so people manually can change this, I suppose, poof away. But I'll make it so the backend always forces, at minimum, a default thing of sorted tab. That'll be my solution. After I fix my CSS. Good catching out with that edge case there. Community build. So you have anything that ends with an ID of tab, it's a target, display, otherwise you not target. There you go. I know how to write attribute selectors. Let's get this backend code going. So this would be rendering of an individual list. So this will be, let's just go to the router. That'll be easier. Track down, get list. There we go. So I think I can just console log quest.query because that is sent to the browser. See what happens without it before trying to solve for. I mean, I think I have seen what happens without it. So if I go to home and then I go to, I mean, that was quick already. Yeah, so I go to my list and I click on a list, we don't get nothing. I think I know what you mean. Actually test it to see if I need to solve for it versus am I solving for a problem I don't actually have. Yeah, that's a good point there, error ID. I was pretty confident, but yeah, it does appear I was right in this case. That if you go to the list, it will not show the things, which could be desired behavior by some, but I always want this to be at least displayed, so not desired behavior by me. So if I log this, Why didn't NodeMon restart? NodeMon didn't restart. What the? NodeMon? How dare you? There we go. So we have nothing in the query, but we do have stuff in the query. Okay, I don't remember. Express get URL fragment text or hash text, or there we go. Hash fragments. I knew it was called something fragmenty. Only available in the browser. What? It doesn't send it to the server, and it's only available on the client. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'm not doing that. I can force someone to navigate to it though. So my redirects. So let's find a redirect. See, we're getting there. I want this feature at this point. Plus. So client doesn't give it to me. I got that. Sorted tab. How about this? So if I'll just add this basically everywhere. Redirect to the home page. Redirect to the home page. Home page. Home. Lots of home pages. Here's one. Another one. Another one. I know, very hard code way to do it, but I think it's gonna work. List plus last modifier. What the heck is that? Oh, that's what that is. A list there. So everyone just make sure to go to the right tab. Okay, let's see if that works. Absolutely position anchor at 0, 0 and navigate to that at start. Huh? Yeah, that might work. There we go. Okay, I was able to get this part working. So for normal users, if you use it like this, it will, like, you go to the list, it will take you to the, nope. Okay, so I gotta fix some more anchors, but the back end will send you to the right place, and once I add the anchors, the front end will take you to the right place. Let me think about an absolutely positioned anchor and navigate to that at start. Well, if I'm not a normal user, well, then you get a special, exclusive, hidden super user experience. It don't work for you. I mean, the site works perfectly fine. It's just, you're just going to have a much cleaner UI. Congratulations, you unlocked clean UI mode. So yeah, I think this is a good enough solution for me. Just anchoring the rest in. I could be all fancy and just shorten these somehow, but I don't care. So we're looking for all our lovely hrefs. Look at all these hrefs. So yeah, this is all good here. List EJS. There we go. Hashtag sorted tab. That's my lucky little string. Index. All those things. That thing. The reset, that's all. Yeah, all these are good. Okay, loving that. Now, everywhere you go, there we go. The normal user experience is preserved. There you go. Again, thanks for that suggestion, and thanks for catching that edge case there, Katzerigan. That was one I wouldn't have seen. And I will add some extra client-side JS that if you don't have it, you're gonna get it. That is it. We are handling the instances in which we do not have client-side JS, so all of those things should be optional. Should update. You know, I'm trying to think of this. So this is technically more styling and stuff, but yeah, it's not a new feature just yet. Hey, there you go. Okay, you wrote it for me, I think. Yeah, I mean, that I probably would have been something similar to that. Yeah, there we go. I'll bring that out. I'm copying that straight from chat. We'll see how that looks. Yeah. I didn't update the thing, I think. Yeah. Make sure the comparison is good. Yep, 7 to 8. And let's look at list index EJS. Yeah, valid tabs. If the thing isn't the thing, set the hash. Exactly what we want. Here, let me just polish this a little bit for what we have. So we have the manually set to 3, sorted, unsorted comparisons. Yeah, we can just create a variable. I don't think we need to go anywhere fancy. So const. And this is technically an on-start only thing, so thank you, Copilot. It's a little off. Oh, it's sorted tab. Got all these tab prefixes to allow for the thing, which I will minimize in a moment, but I'll leave a thing to minimize it. I won't do it now. So valid tabs are there. Let's see how that works. So that's an if statement. There we go. A little unreadable, but it's fine. Okay, let's watch the bad user. AKA, what if Robodom comes to my site? This is what happens. Boom, you instantly get sent to sorted. Wow, I literally can't visually see it happen. Woo, lovely. Hey, of course, Air ID, appreciate it. And hey, there you go, Robodom. 2 hours of work. The Code Academy. Then I won't come to your site. No. Look, it's made for you now. You can come here, mess up my URL, and it works just fine until you disable JavaScript, and at which point you can get the exclusive secret ending. Yeah, especially since this is where I'm going to have my extension list and my other list. I don't know what other list I'm going to have here, but I'll have a list here. So I'll have a list of listicles. And there we go, valid tabs, working. Then I won't disable JS, but you won't get the exclusive secret ending. Okay, so we made a lot of stuff here. Add tabs to list contents. List contents? I don't know, that seems really bad. Can't think of any better names though. Before we move on, we're gonna see what other bootstrap stylings I did, because I kind of just copied the top one, and while this is absolutely amazing, it'd be more amazing if it were centered. So let's go for more amazing. So where is it? Nav and tabs. Okay, where's the centered example? Just here it is. Horizontal alignment centered with magical flex stuff. Now index.js, nav, justify content center. Yeah, I mean that. I'm trying to remember which that one is, but yeah, it can be a lot still, you know. That is usually the better ones. I prefer if it's straightforward instead of all over the place, because then the complexity is the topic and not the problem itself. Those are always the funner ones. I gotta add, like, we need some things going around this, right? We need, like, a card. Maybe I'll make this thing a card. No, I don't want that kind of card. Now, let's just throw a card on this, see what it looks like. Ooh, disgusting. Maybe we add card on the entire thing. What's the percentage? That's a good question, Driftwood. So the percentage of So let me search for the percent tags. I don't know what the percentage is, Driftwood. I'm sorry. The percentage of what? Let me go back to my previous index EJS. No, nothing's there. Bootstrap percentage. I'm not sure what percentage you're referring exactly to. So I was last on nav and tabs. Percentage. Oh, never mind. Okay, that is that is how sorted the list is. Thanks, Jim. I'm sorry. Yeah. So the list is 80% sorted. So when you fully sort it, if you say avocado plums are better than avocados, then the list is 100% sorted. That does need to be. I do see what you mean, though. It's difficult to understand what that percentage means. Your ding dang app. I see now my ding dang app. Hey, Dev Mozzie. It's up to today. For those who don't know, Dev Mozzie, fellow Hunter Dev streamer, recently messing around with their NASA, though most of us probably know because most of us were watching that cat game Mayan was playing. But yeah, today we are polishing up my Pairwise Sorter. So basically, it's a full stack app with authentication and Bootstrap. This is what makes it look so pretty. Essentially, what we do is we just added tabs. Look at these tabs. These are the best tabs you've ever seen. So essentially, you can add things to a list. It's a user-generated list. I'm going to delete the number 8, for example. And when you add something to the list, it's not sorted in the list. So it's just in the list however it was added, unsorted. But you can go into sort mode. And this will ask you the least amount of questions necessary using binary insertion or some kind of binary sort thingy to ask you basically where does your entry go. So you pick the one that should be higher up. So when you're given two options, 7 or 10, well, I gotta go back because I think I just embarrassed myself. So 8. Yeah, so it does. So sometimes it asks them in weird orders, but that's because it's being efficient. So if you're given two options, you say which one is higher value. So since I'm using numbers, 7 is a higher value than 10, 7 is a higher value than 9, 2 is a higher value than 4, and 5 is it's smart. It asks you them correctly and all that. Trust the algorithm. Yeah, I could use some instructions for sure. And eventually, there you go. Once you answer all the questions, it sorts the list based on your preferences. And it does it in kind of a smart way in which, we didn't get to see it there, but when you add new items and stuff, it only asks you exactly how many questions you asked or you need. So if you said 1 was greater than 2, and then you said 3 was lesser than 2, then 3 would never go above 1, for example. So it smartly orders them. Yeah, you're right. The UI is very pretty right now, but not very informative. And yeah, these tabs were recently added by between I believe it was category and error ID. Essentially, this website works with no client-side JavaScript. So this is all HTML and CSS magic that makes this work. Essentially, apparently, so like the little anchors, and when you click on them, you can see up here, it updates the hash of your thing. So I click unsorted, so it changes that. And then in my other templates, we have divs with the matching ID. That's the browser magic. So it points to them. And then in the CSS, I say anything that ends with an ID of tab that is a target. This is a magic CSS property to find whatever is being targeted by the URL hash parameter, display it. But anything that ends in tab that is not targeted, hide it. And that's how we get 0 JavaScript tabs. Ta-da! Yeah, obviously UI needs a bit of work, or the experience, but it looks pretty. Right now I'm just trying to make this card, trying to make this look a little better by figuring out what Bootstrap got. And yeah, I appreciate it. Just using some Bootstrap. It's the first time in like years since I used. Yeah, it's trickery, magic, witchcraft, all the words. It is chaos. Nav pills. I don't have access to that. Flat justify. Okay, all this stuff. Things I don't really know what I want. I really want. Yeah, Mav, it's looking good. Okay, with that, maybe I want a container. Again, this is half of me learning Bootstrap. Ooh. It did something. It's a little something too much. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I want, so I won't add it. There we go. We do want the stuff centered, though. Looks beautiful. And with that, we're adding one more feature. So we do have some optional client-side JavaScript. If people like Robodom come in and don't turn off their JavaScript, the site still works. But if you do opt in to have some JavaScript, we can add some cool features. So this will be grabbing all the tabs. Nah. I mean, hey, I was barely... I don't know how educational that's going to be, because I was kind of just being taught by learning and doing. It's literally the first time I've ever, I think, styled based on target. So your guess is as good as mine. Actually, I have another click right here. Here's another one. There we go. So what we do is we prevent default. We do map black history magic. How do I switch between files? Okay, so there is Control-Shift-T. That opens my previous tab. I actually think that's a shortcut browsers have too. Control-Shift-T. You have to hold Control, hold Shift, then hit T. Aside from that, when I want to go to a new file, I can hit Control-P. This opens up the file search thing in VS Code, and this shows your most recent from top to bottom. Otherwise, you can enter a thing like template sorted, and it takes you there, or TS. So like you can search it there. So Control P is your file search thing. That's what I use mostly. Or you can go over here and click, but if you know what you're looking for, Control P is usually quicker. Additionally to that, when you're in JavaScript files, so for example, routes, if I'm in the routes file and I want to go to the definition, so I want to go to the reset item function, you can hold Control, and this turns basically everything you hover over into a link. So if you hold Control and then you click, and it opens it in a little it takes you to it, takes you closer to it basically, and then you double click in here and you jump to it. Explorer on the right. Well, Mocha Love, that is for your viewing experience. Because if I have it on the left, then every time I open and close my code, it makes it jump like back and forth and back and forth. But for your viewing experience, I put it on the right. So when I open and close it a bunch of times, it doesn't jerk the text around. But yeah, I've only been doing this for like, what, 2 weeks now, with it on the side on the right. I've basically gotten used to it. Hey, you should be happy I don't have it on the top or the bottom. I don't think you can do that, but I'm not that crazy. But yeah, Control click when you're in JavaScript files, good way to jump around. Control P, you can search file names, jump around. Control Shift T, open previous tabs. By the way, I hope your Saturday is going well, Makatuv. We over here just making code work. So essentially, what we recently did was we made this cool CSS HTML only tabs. Now adding some JavaScript so we can see this thing update the active attribute. So we have that, and we want to say const. We want to find all the other links. So I kind of want to say const links equals, not that, this. So all of our links, and we want to convert this thing. Wow, where'd my cursor go? Wow, it put inner quotes, Copilot, what are you doing? There we go. So we want to convert this to an array. So the way we do that is we put it in an array and then use our spread operator. Now we have our links, and we can say valid tabs equals our links dot map. So for every link it is our link dot href dot slice 1. We're gonna see if that's actually correct. A quick refresh and it'll just valid tabs. Fortunately not. Big sad. Super sad. Why isn't it right? Missing variable name. That would help. Valid tabs. Oops, so it did a little thing. So, fun fact, when you access the href property of an anchor, it automatically resolves it for you. This is to help you, to give you the absolute URL. But when you just want the attribute property, not the darn it. When you want the attribute, not the property, you need to say get attribute. And that will give you the raw string attribute, which then you can mutate however you want, which gives me these lovely strings, which is exactly what I want. Okay, that works there. I'm going to say links for each a link, print default. So this is where we're going to say link dot class list add active link dot set at attribute. So this is where I'm doing bootstrap stuff to be accessible. So active, where is it? Area current page. Don't know how to pronounce it. Not gonna learn. Well, it's not page though, is it? What does area current for again? I guess I'm about to learn. Element in which is set. That's a great first sentence ending. Current item within a container of related stuff. What's the current step? Current this. Oh, do not use for a thing in a roll of tab. Well, I'm following Bootstrap's example, so if they're wrong, then I'm wrong. And apparently, I just saw in the other thing we can use this syntax instead, so why not? So this makes us active. Well, we need to find the already active one and deactivate that. So links.find link.class list contains, because it's a weird thing, it doesn't use whatchamacallit, includes, they use contains because this is a node list. So find the active one, const old active equals this. We got some work to do on old active. So old active there, and no, corrector current equals false. I have to go look at the docs for that. Can I just set it to an empty string? Oh, well, there's only so it's not whatever you want. It's an enumerable. Okay. Page. So false is what I want. Okay, so I can't just say tab, I have to say page. Super sad about that, but okay. So this is starting to work, not really. Links dot class list. What line is that? Ah. Yeah, that would do it. There's the dot. Okay, so old active is undefined. Ah, so it's going to be defaultly active based on whatever you got. I do have access to the URL. Oh, I can do this on server side. Yeah, more server side fun. So what I really do, because I have access to the URL, I can prove that by spitting it out. Blah. There it is, there's the URL. It does not include the anchor. Below line 55. Are we referring to the error? Yeah, that was... I think I fixed that. Well, I just added a line. Let's unadd a line. Let's go ahead and see it again. I suppose I can just do it this way simpler. Hey, of course, RoboDom. Hey, I'm glad I got that driftwood. You see, you had it on the nail on the head. Just that latency, eh? Of course, RoboDom. Thanks for coming on by. I think you'll be on by the time I get back. Yeah, I might be. Probably. But yeah, either way, catch you next stream. Or yeah, I'll either catch you next stream or I'll see you in Mine Wolves. List is not defined. Ah, there it is. That's the one you were talking about. I called it the wrong thing. Good call, good call. So you were right. I was wrong. So now it's working, it's just not styling. Let's figure out why is it not styling. Well, it has the class. This is super sad. The styling looks trash. So when I click the links, wait, I literally don't see any styling. I don't think it has styling. Okay, how do we tab? Generate a tab. Use with our tab plugin. I will not. Nav tabs. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. Gotcha. I was missing some CSS. There we go. Look at that little... Okay, it's very, very subtle, folks. But there's a line going around it like that. It's super cool. Now when I refresh, there's nothing active here at all. But that's okay. What I will do is I will make it active by default. Then on load, I will point it at the right one. Well, this actually isn't correct for navigation like this. Because browser doesn't send it, so yes, this is the way it should appear for non-folks, but for folks who are connected, we're gonna say hey. Oh, there you go. So, well, not an on-click event listener. Links, find link that has a link, get attribute equals that, class list, there it is. So that's going to do some styling help. And now for the accessible help, make a little helper function. Oh, come on, it's not that hard. There we go. So this is the logic. Mark active the link. And then here we're like, hey, find the one that matches. And mark it active. This should always be true because these constants are kind of locked in. Do not auto format EJS code. Okay, and with all this JavaScript, we're probably gonna put it in its own file real soon. Why is there an error in my console? Oh, it's a weird fab icon. And with this, it's time to put this in its own file. Source. So this is going to be list.js. And then we will go and create, so /list, so it's under the public folder. List.js. Paste and ESLint. Wake up. Who's a good ESLint? You are. Now, this should still work. Fix that. There we go. Works beautifully. I'm asking for too much at this point. Okay, let's first get ESLint to do its fun stuff. So, npm, that's not how we type npm run lint, -fix, automatically do all this stuff. Hey, welcome back, error ID. I have not gotten sidetracked at all. We're just doing more. We're just making this list real pretty now. So essentially, where we had the list before, now it's subtle, but it is styled correctly as tabs should be. Oh, you know what? It might be even weirder. I'm gonna put it in the middle. I'm gonna put the sorted one in the middle. I think it looks better there. You don't have the lint plugin on save. The thing, it does that, like, that's sometimes, like, for example, this is an EJS file. Watch the auto lint. Look what it does. It does this craziness here. To make the executive decision, I don't like it doing that. So, yeah, usually I don't have it on save, but as you can see, it's a simple auto fix command available to me. On save's a little too much in my business. It's too opinionated for my taste. Yeah, I could do that. Or I can just do the Control-Shift-I whenever I want an auto format. Which ESLint is kind of already doing for me, so it balances itself out. In bigger projects for sure, maybe, but this one, it's literally just ESLint. There we go. Hope that thing's not working. There we go. So now if you come here without a thing, you become sorted. Comparisons, list. Absolutely loving it. Yeah, you're right, error ID. I actually don't think ESLint touches, what do you call them, EJS files. But that's like the auto formatter of Control-Shift-I. That's VS Code's auto formatter, which I can check real quick, see what it is. So format document with. So yeah, apparently that is the HTML thing that just takes that. If I were to try ESLint, it would still do stuff that I'm not a fan of. But I mean, I think like the fact that I'm running ESLint on the project already means it's kind of already preventing me from doing anything wrong. So like if I go all crazy on me, ESLint will stop me. Oh, I do have it on save. Never mind, it's on save. Lots of different, 15 different ways to do all this tooling, I know. Okay, but yeah, these are looking good now. With that, we are overdue for our commit. So yeah, we put those in there, move our JavaScript around. I think this will be an amend, because get LG. Yeah, last one was adding tabs. Amend. Yep, don't know why you're telling me that. And there is another sync for us, folks. It's coming together pretty well. Let's look at our lovely to-do list. So, yep, break into tabs. And we got a few more things I'd like to do. Yeah, it's like this is going to be no more project. This project's already getting too fun, you know? So yeah, the next thing is going to be the ability to bulk add list items, which I think is going to be as simple as swapping this input for a text area and every line being a new item. Nothing too crazy there. I can see if I can find that setting if you're interested. Nah, I'm not sure it'd be I mean, I could probably find it pretty easily. Auto lint or on save. I don't think it's too difficult to search for. Could be a there. Oh, where is it? There we go. Format on save controls a format full file and only modifications. Only applies when editor. There you go. So format on save. There you go. So that works there. And then if I go to my list.js and I add some bad stuff there, auto does that. If I can EJS, you save it, and auto does that. So probably settings, which will be in my UI. So this is technically format. Format ignore. So VS Code on save. Hey, ignore patterns. See spell ignore patterns and didn't rabio. Oh, in the ESLint file. Okay, yeah. So ignore patterns. Boop. Ignore all the EJS stuff. I didn't realize that syntax would traverse down all recursively. Which means now if I go to my EJS and if I'm... There we go. I appreciate that error. Yeah, I was trying to do it to VS Code way, but you're right, the EJS way is the... because I'm using EJS. Yeah, smart. I wonder if there's a VS Code way. Exclude file extensions and languages. Just for curiosity at this point. Oh, language specific settings. Okay. So I guess there was a VS Code way, but might as well been a it's fresh in the mind. Ooh, pain is the most persistent teacher, right? The pain will keep you from ever making that mistake again, huh? What the? Oh, someone's okay. I don't have my format default thing. Configure default formatter, prettier ESLint. There we go. Okay, now it's cool. I forgot my JS file and I messed some stuff up. Look at all this stuff I'm messing up. Poof. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know how I had it set up, but my ESLint literally doesn't see my EJS anyway, so your guess is as good as mine. I'm honestly surprised it even touches EJS. I didn't think it would. Yeah, I'll add that as another commit somewhere. Actually, I probably get changes to amend. I'll just amend it back. There we go. And yeah, I break all the timelines, but it's fine. But yeah, pretty good push there. Fair amount of features done. While we're here, let's make sure it did boot up. And yeah, when we come back from the break, come on, list. Come on, Kanban. Okay, so checking the website. There we go. It do be working. Oh, I'm logged in, so it took me straight to the thing. There we go. So yeah, when we come back, when I make bulk adding of list items, I'm trying to think. HTML only joyride. Oh, what's it called? HTML only. I think this is asking for way too much here, but yeah, that's way too much to ask for. Essentially, we're just going to do a slight bit of user experience, as in explaining things. It's probably going to be on the home page. Well, I can't access the home page, but it'll be on the home page, plus it'll be in the actual sorting screen where you're supposed to click and all that stuff. Just a little bit there. Further explain usage. There we go. So we're gonna bulk do that. Show that there. Then we'll be doing this little trick, because that'll be our touch on the back end. Then will be our next break. We'll do API. Okay. Sounds like a plan. I will catch you all after the break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if y'all can. Break is coming to an end, folks. Feel free to come on back. Probably should have dropped this before, but this is a code word we're gonna do. In addition to that, we got a fellow 100 Dever also streaming at about this time. So, really appreciate you go by, show them some love. Blip on nobody radar. They're also a fellow 100 Dever, also doing some streaming. Appears to be they're doing maybe Code Wars. Oh, they're doing their Anki right now, so they're just getting started. So, looking at your code, what is validating the token on API calls? That's a great question. So, we'll go ahead and take a peek there first. So, what we have here is we have some middlewares. These are middlewares that are on basically all of our routes that need users or needs a logged in user. So, first we have two parts of it. So, we have parse token. This takes a request, it gets the token from the cookie. If there's no token, it calls next. Then it attempts to verify the token, all that good stuff. If there's a problem with verification, expired, manipulated, we pass the error on. If there is no error, then we decode the token and we do a little trickery to transform the string ID to a MongoDB ID because they need to be the same and all that. And we add it to the user property of our request. We also save our token just for funsies. This is used. I don't know if this is used at all. Then we go into the next one. So this is our base function. Then we have as our middlewares handle token and require token. So what handle token does is it calls parse token, and if you don't have a token, it generates a new one for you. So everyone has a token. Yeah, middleware. I guess it is kind of side effecty code. To be honest, yeah, so I have written it in non-middleware ways before. Not really in JavaScript recently, though. I'm not too familiar with other approaches to really do it. Instead of basically, so the way the route looks like is that you have the router get the thing, do the thing. The alternative would be one giant handler. And then you say const token, essentially you say parse token, so you still call what would be a middleware, but you just call it all inside technically one handler function. So I don't know, I don't really this is the most familiar pattern with me. It seems my brain likes the way these words go together. Maybe there's a better way. I haven't really been to every particular pattern. Serverlet filtering. That's a very Java thing. Node.js serverlet filtering. There we go. They're saying the equivalent is Connect Express middlewares. Huh. Yeah, if speaking specifically for auth though, Passport is generally a more full-fledged solution that handles all the cookies and stuff for you. You just implement the strategies. Serverlet filter. Let me just get a quick looking at this, see if I can recognize some moving parts. Okay, yeah, lots of stuff. Code. Okay, so declare a servlet filter, map on it. Okay, params, values. Okay, and then the code. Okay, so you declare it in XML. Oh, net ASP. Yeah, obviously I'm not that familiar with that enterprise style of more monolithic applications. The S stands for serverlet. Yeah, I suppose it does. It does still feel like I do recognize the middleware bit on it. But yeah, I can see how it's much less, at least in Java and .NET. I mean, they're somewhat similar. Enterprise design pattern, yeah. I guess monolithic meaning that like there's a lot more. It's a different style. Right? I haven't done much of it personally myself. Like if I will, it's going to be learning .NET. That'll take the approach to get into that more enterprise design pattern, but for the most parts, I haven't needed to, and the very few large code bases that I have been in, they have been using the enterprise design pattern. It's kind of just been a little more Wild Westy and stuff, so I don't have much experience with it to compare to. It's mainly what I've heard, what I've seen, not what I've experienced myself. Which is why, aside from Rust, .NET is the next language I like to learn. And I guess that does make sense because the last time I touched Java was when it was Java 8 and stuff, before all the collections and stuff. So back then, when I was familiar with it, microservices, at least in the area that I was familiar with, were not the thing. Like there was no alternative, at least from what I was messing with. So that's a little bit of past to me influencing. The world has moved on. My experience in Java and those styles have not. But yeah, I appreciate the. I did not realize it was a common pattern. But yeah, middleware's the solution. Oh, we're not doing this. We're doing a code war. Yeah, we have a code war to do, of course. Okay, so write reverse list that simply reverses a list. This is gonna be real crazy. I wonder if we're just gonna go cheat right now. Oh no, they won't accept this solution. Okay, well I don't think this is in the spirit of the problem. So we're gonna do an actual reversal. Or let I equals 0, I less than array dot length divided by 2, I plus plus. And then we can say array, so we'll use a temp variable, const temp equals array I equals array dot length, if I can spell length, minus 1 minus I array, and then that key again. Hey, Pink Star, what? You just jump in here for the resubscription. Appreciate you. Hope everything's going well this Saturday. Hello, chatters. Yeah, you guys had a good time. We're just starting. We're picking it back up with the Code Wars. Hope your Saturday's been going well so far. Ours have been going pretty well too. We're getting real invested in this pairwise sorting thing. First we'll start, of course, starting for Code War. But essentially we have this pairwise sorter. 6 hours. Yeah, it's pretty good. I opened the stream saying it's gonna be a variety of things. We're gonna jump, like complete some projects. It's been this project. This has been the project. So basically, I don't think you've seen it before. So you have a list of things. I'll delete number. Well, it's turned off. Yeah. So this is my project. It's at this page right here. Yeah, turn it on. npm run dev. It's from scratch with user authentication, EJS. And for whatever reason, I was weird, and I basically vowed off client-side JavaScript for required stuff. So we have a list of items, 1 through 10. They're in random orders. Yeah, first time. Okay, I'm glad. So it's a list of random items. You can add them, remove them, log in, log out, make them public and private. And then you can go into sort mode. This is the fancy mode in which you are given 3 options, and you're supposed to pick the one that is of higher importance. So since I'm using numbers, it's really easy. 6 is higher on the list than 10. 5 is higher on the list than 7. It's thinking. 8 is higher than 10. Lots of thinking. And boom, with only a minimal amount of questions, our entire list got sorted. Ta-da! It's using a smarter algorithm that does it in a binary way, so it asks as few questions as needed. Ooh, don't have a microservice architecture, not limited, but we are moving towards that. We do use SOA and SOMA though. Yeah, that's a nice error ID. Like I said, my last touch was so long ago, but that's kind of like why it's .NET at least is on my list of at least things to get into. Oh, appreciate it, Pink Star. Yeah. Well, I wanted to so this is a project just to get back into, the basics and, to demonstrate to folks how user authentication can be crazy, but it can always not be that crazy, like how with Mine Wolf's VOD. So I was like, let me just show you another way of authentication, and that's basically what it is. It's less than 100 lines total of auth. Got the weird token magic, and then we get the other page where we sign up. So it's 100 lines total of auth. The rest of it is just classic messing with the database. Where is it? There we go. Yep, so you just make sure the password's right. If it is, you do the token magic, and you're done. And here, you just make sure the user don't exist, do the token magic, and you're done. That was the base of it, but then I was like, well, I can't just make a logging in and logging out. I just needed to, I just needed to, put something on there, so the sorting algorithm came in. Could probably cut a ton of code. So, I mean, I am familiar more with Java at the moment, so Java. Single sign-on solutions. Oh, single sign-on. Yeah, I mean, that exists in Node.js too, via the passport auth. So, yeah. I wasn't about to go implement single sign-on for this small little thing, but yeah, my full projects definitely get single sign-on. Did not realize there were that many solutions, though. To be honest, I probably just would have went with Google, Apple. Those are probably the only two I'm really gonna single sign-on go for. But yeah, I think Node single sign-on has it. Okay, these are. It shouldn't be that difficult. Medium article. Those are always trustworthy. Oh, of course, error ID. I get it. Yeah, no need to do that. I know I am basically at 0 when it comes to that. So. Passport SAML. Yep. See, Passport even has a strategy for single sign-on stuff. There you go. This is a callback, and then it does all the magic there. Yeah, definitely something I'm gonna do, but not for such a small project. It's kind of, just to mess around with this. But I appreciate the offer, error ID. Yeah, I'll definitely, I'm going to start from the beginning when I get there, not necessarily jump to the end, which you have a nice end goal solution already polished out, finished. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I completely agree. It's always easier to offload authentication, and not just authentication, everything that comes with managing user accounts, some other service. I can't reset usernames, I'm not sending emails, I'm not doing any of this. So it's definitely easier for scale and actual thing, offload to someone else. Don't do it yourself. It's kind of like time zones. Don't do time zones yourself. Use a library. Use another service to do it. But for this, like, for a beginner's perspective, knowing how to do it is nice, just so you can say you do. Do all the things. Yeah, Xmetrics, never mind. I'm gonna do it all myself. Build my own CSS, do all the things. I'm gonna melt down the plastic and mold the Legos myself. Thanks for coming on by the way. Hope your Saturday's been going well. But yeah, we're doing a Code Wars, weren't we? We were, yeah. We got a Code Wars here. Use beef, okay. Stacks on stacks. Code Wars. Yeah, Pink Star. We came back in the middle of a Code Wars, or in the beginning of one. So the real solution to this, I'll spoil it for y'all, return array.reverse. So the solution is write reverse list that reverses list. And JavaScript has this cool function called .reverse that does it for you. But in the spirit of the Code War, I decided to implement it manually, of course. Yeah, that wouldn't go for the spirit. Ooh, okay, Xmetrics out here. The Code Warrior themselves. You could probably ditch that const though, so -1 points there. You think this is good? I'm going to go even further. So array destructuring, basically it's already generated when you first look at it. So I can do this, array I equals array I and the other index. We don't need highlighting where we're going. Turn off all the highlights. Because who needs temporary variables, right? Do I prefer Code Wars over LeetCode? Thanks for coming on by, Edwards. Xmetrics basically gave you my answer. Code Wars is more fun, LeetCode's more educational, yeah? Like, I do the LeetCode of the day, I kind of have to because I have a streak, but just do it to have it, and, you know, that is what you're going to be asked statistically more on interviews and stuff, so that's the educational part of it, but Code Wars is just fun, it's just fun. And yeah, there's the full Code Warrior solution. You use array destructuring and array assignments to swap them without a temp variable. Now let's get absolutely embarrassed. For sure, Xmetrics. Yeah, at least on these level of Code Wars, you're not getting your skills honed as much. Go down to the 5 and below. I'd say they're about equivalent. Maybe they're different skills, but they're equivalent effort. LeetCode bitwise manipulation. Oof. Yeah, well, if you're in assembly, then isn't everything crazy at that point? Everything's crazy in assembly. Absolute madness. Oh yeah, that's I mean, at that point, on those levels, you're basically building full stack applications, but what do you say? On the command line interface at that point, Xmetrics. I mean, yeah, Pinkstar, there are a lot of good beginner ones. Twosome, I believe, is the most popular beginners one. There's actually a list. So, I mean, you've heard of there's like the Grind 75 and all those other beginner lists. Beginner 1 Caillou, that's an oxymoron or something? Like, that don't exist. But yeah, like this Grind 75, which actually has a good, pretty good ones to start on Pinkstar. Otherwise, LeetCode has a list, like you can literally sort them easiest to hardest, most completed to not. But they have an official list somewhere around here. Problems. Which, I don't know, that didn't seem too bad. Well, I mean, yeah, what do you want to start on hard, Pinkstar? Is that what you want me to say? But yeah, there's like this 75 study plan, whatever thing. It's like a level 1. I don't know where they are. Okay, that's awkward. I can't show them without jumping in there. Coding in TCL. Of course. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Oh, yeah, I mean, I can see that error because you got consistency, but on low level versus kind of the inconsistency of all those. Yeah. Or just the way, you know? I can see that. Yeah, these official Elite Code study plans aren't too bad pink star to start off on. Otherwise, I mean, two sums, great one to start off on. There's some that literally is just multiply two numbers. Tons of pretty good starters. Great thing is that you can always click next when you don't like the code words you're given. But with that, folks, that was our coding challenge. Let's start the timer. Oh, looks like they went off. And we'll add more stuff to this project. Let's open up the list. So, bulk adding list items. It's going to be an easy one. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go to our front end. That is in the list EJS in list index. This file. Back to business to defeat the bugs. Yeah, that's right, Pink Star. So we got some EJS here. And we have this thing here. But you have to add one each time. So if I want to add 50 numbers, I have to click this button 50 times. Uncool. We gotta fix that. So we have a form here. We have an input. We're gonna swap that with a text area. And just maybe that's it. We're gonna do some back-end processing too, I guess, but will that work? Blah blah blah. I mean, that works to me. Give this a placeholder. Holder of one item per line. And then this would be items. This would be new item. There we go. New items, one item per line. So let's go ahead and add some stuff. 0, -1. But that's not how we do. Click add items. And looking through our list, we have 0, and they're on the same line. So we updated our front end, but our back end is actually the stuff inserting in the database, and it needs an update. So for the create item method, so we have body names. We're going to update some stuff here. Names. Make this pluralized to represent what it is. And we're going to say const names equals. There we go. So we're going to do a split. But then we want to get rid of empty new lines. So this is going to be a map line.trim. So this gets rid of extra spaces. And then filter boolean to get rid of the falsy strings, which are the empty new lines. So these are all our names. And if names, like if we don't have any names, then you have failed. So if there are no names, then we're going to say at least one item name required. Won't that explode on nulls and undefined? So that's the fun part. It actually doesn't. So let's go ahead and make an example here. So where we have ABC, null, undefined, null as a string, empty, a bunch of spaces. Then we'll go ahead and do this logic here. Well, not the split part, but the rest of it. Never mind. You're right, error ID. That does explode on nulls and undefineds. But since this is a string, so whenever you split a string, it will never be null or undefined. However, if names is null or undefined, okay, we can handle it like that. So if it's null or undefined, we'll use we go fancy. So if this is null or undefined error, we'll use a string and then we'll split on that. So good call. That's a lot of validation that I wouldn't have done, but that's a good cover there. Hey, of course, Pink Star, thanks for coming on by, and thanks for the resubscription. And I hope to see you next time for sure. Oh, yeah, I don't need to do that. I can just... So when I do this, so that will work. So this will become an array or undefined, and then I will or an empty array. Yeah, I do suppose this is a better way of doing it, error ID, because it would stop the processing. I don't need to do all this on an empty string. Again, good call there. Yeah, there you go. Nah, I'm not going to do super validation, but this is like some good validation to do on the back end. And of course, Pink Star, I mean, hey, it's all take as much time as you need, break as you need. It's as long as you got a date and time plan come back. Progress is never stopped, it's only slowed. Okay, now we have this. We want to push 2 items. How do we push multiple? Okay, already we push. Oh, this is an array? Nope, that's not it. Huh. So I want to push multiple. Sure, there's a way of doing this. Yes and no. Cannot do push and both that. I don't want to do that. Ooh, the slice, which can be used with each. Nope. Slice. I don't know what this is. Limits number during a push. I just want to do multiple pushes. I wonder if you could reduce an optional call on an array of the fields applied to the request object. Don't do this. You didn't say don't look at the code while I contemplate what that would look like. Let me actually decipher that there. You mean basically do it so that request body names is always this or empty array. I want to know. I'm sure you could do some destructuring or something maybe. I see why you said don't do this, so I will take your out. The each modifier. What's each do? Now here we go, push each. This is what I want. Use of push to add multiple to the array field. There we go. So field colon each this thing. So field colon each. Then I'll do a transform later, but let's just shove one in there. Okay, yeah, that is what I do be wanting. Now, for all of these, we need to do a names map to generate this. Name. Oh, go Copilot. I just add a closing curly. Bada boom, bada bing. Absolutely loving it. Although I put the array in an array, so don't want that. This looks good to me, folks. Okay, let's see. That's it. I mean, we have to literally test it. That's all that's left. So, deleting 0 and -1. Big sad. 0, -1. Looking at our unsorted list, they both got added. And if we do some funky stuff, multi-empty lines, we get all of those things deleted. Loving that. Oh. Ooh, so it's always redirecting me back here. Okay, so this is a individual thing. So when I click the delete button, you go back to the delete page. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Adika Rizuri. Hope your Saturday's going well. We're over here building out my Pairwise Sorter using the Mern, but the more like the mean men stack. Unsorted tab. There we go. Now when we click it, we stay on the same page. Nope. That is the delete endpoint. Delete item. Redirect to unsorted tab. Okay, let's delete another one. Another one. Takes me back to sorted tab. Big sad. So is that JavaScript? Or is that something else? You can test it by deleting all the JavaScript. Aha! Can't be JavaScript if JavaScript ain't there. So if we're on unsorted and we go and delete ourselves an item. Aha! So this is JavaScript pointing me at the wrong thing. Let's see how it's doing. Okay, here it is. Valid tabs, index of this thing. So this thing's being very too much. Too much. So let's look at valid tabs and window location hash. Alright, to here. Our location hash has the hashtag on the prefixing it probably. Yes, it does, which means slice one. I don't know why we're using index of. This is 2022. There we go, and I believe this should work. Go to unsorted and make a deletion. There we go, we see on the same page. We even scroll to the same spot because it's the same. Okay, there, let's see what theme we got. Oh, and hey, thanks for the follow there, Mr. Tuxagit. Xcode dark theme with the hack font. Okay, I gotta go install that real quick. And install extensions. Hopefully it's easily accessible. Okay, let's see VS Code. Maybe it's under something else. Xcode theme. Oh, it's just called Xcode theme. There it is. So we will install this one and then see if we can get lucky. Hack file. I don't think that's a. Yeah, I gotta install that in the system. Oh, there it is. Default dark. Yeah, we'll go default dark. You just said dark. Let's see which one I like. Probably should be looking at code, huh? Oh, come on, click. Yeah, it probably is in my package manager. Oop, I like default dark. It's a little darker. Let's see. Fonts. See, I probably have it in here somewhere. Hack font. Never used TTF font before, but probably. Okay, very sad. Okay, TTF font. Fonts, hack TTF. Wow, you found it that quickly, eh? Bingo, bango. I can install that real easily. NPM. This is a nice theme for VS Code, at least. Looking pretty good. Hope your Saturday's been going well, by the way. And just in case. Okay, so that part does seem to have worked. I need to actually know what it looks like to see what it looks like when I have and set the settings correctly. So open settings. That's not the settings one. Font. There it is. Maybe it's just hack. Let me figure out the exact font name. Hack appears to be it. Let's see if it looked. Oh, this is the part where I kind of need it to be sad by sad. So we're getting there, Mr. Tudix. Settings JSON. Canon. Font. There we go. So Cascada codes looks like this, and valid looks like that, and hack. Ah, system's not finding it. Nah, don't apologize at all. Error ID. Body names reduce. Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one. I think you just need, so you can use the question mark array. You just have to put a dot there, even though it doesn't appear it belongs. Yeah, thanks for that link there. Let me see. VS Code registry hack. Well, this is a very short article, actually. Using the hot studio to. So yeah, they got it there. Download it, double click. Font is available in VS Code, environment fonts, and color section. So, the Visual Studio. I just need to know the name of the font. Because it's probably like hack something. That's why VS Code. It does say hack there. Probably just got to reload VS Code, honestly, if that's. There you go, so it's literally just called hack. Okay, restarting VS Code should do the trick. Yeah, I see what the goal now was there, editor ID. Definitely get into the territory of just use a library at that point. GitHub, let me try where is the thing? Okay, hopefully VS Code restart, because technically we need to restart the quote browser of VS Code for it to detect it. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Tuxa. Mr. Tuxa. Okay, moment of truth. Well, let's turn it to something wrong. F for failure. Now it's really gotta do lots of thinking. This is what I get for having 200 extensions installed. What if you redeemed it 100 times? I would drink 100 times, obviously. There's a cooldown on it, so you can't redeem it that often. Oh. Wow, I saw the difference. Okay, that was a very subtle difference. Let me turn it back. Why you gotta be slow, VS? Oh, okay. Wow. I like this subtle difference here. So I'm noticing that the bridges on the I's are going away, and the O's are doing something. And my VS Code is not having it today. I literally blinked and I missed it. Oh, it's a non-serif. No, it's somewhat serify, because look at that Y. This Y has the loopy at the end. It is cleaner though, and I'm liking the extra spacing our brackets are getting. So yeah, thanks for that suggestion there, Tuxa. Closer to Consolis. Oh yeah, it probably is, honestly. Let me do a comparison between those two. So yeah, we have Cascada, which is what I was using before. Then we have Hack. Actually, they are pretty close. Genta or Gin. I've never said it out loud. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm just using Pop OS, just the software, not the hardware though. Nothing crazy. But hey, thanks for that redemption. I am liking this dark. Isn't as dark as I'm used to, obviously, but hey, it looks good to me. Definitely a different color scheme. Oh, of course. Well, that's the only thing that matters, ain't it? Gotta write that ASCII. Please try Arch Linux. Ha! I did. Then I didn't, because I didn't care about spending all that time customizing. I ain't got the time. So we just wrote that Mongo stuff to shove things in our list. Now we have one more page to do. So our reset endpoints. And that is for our item reset. Ooh, that's a very... Look at this background. Very high contrast. Let's see what Control T. Ooh, that's okay. That's a bit more subtle. That's cool. Yeah, my favorite dot files. Cool, cool. All the Java startups for ASCII. Oh, that's a nice little touch. 4 LGN dot files. Nice. Woo. That's a lot of things, yeah. I'm kind of more of a just install the default and run with it. Or customize it once and run with it. I suppose once I have more things that are changing, I'll get into the dot files, but I'll probably only reinstall my system once every 4 or 5 years. I try to run it till it dies. So comparisons tab. There we go. Let's make sure this works. It don't work. Because it ain't turned on. Now it works, and if we delete 8 and 10, we will come back to the same page. It threw me down though, but that's fine. There we go. 11 that. Now we're sorting time. 8 is higher than 10. Oh, okay then. Yeah, time zones do be like that. We're only 4 hours off, so yeah. Hope your Sunday's going well then. Still got 4 hours for my Saturday here. Oh, and there it is. All the sorting magically done. In the future, yeah, quick, go buy a lottery ticket. Tell me what happens. Give me the numbers. What do they mean? I am liking this contrast here. Well, not there. I like the contrast here between this color and this color. 2:24 a.m. Yeah, wow, that's for 5-6 hours off. Yeah. That's a real strong blue though. I don't know. Support additions. This is, for the first time in a while, a brand new feature. Da 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 da. Oh man, I just realized I turned off. My bad, folks. Turn all the things back on from the restart. No, you don't. Don't say so, Marvin. No, I won't believe that. I mean, what was this? Literally a movie, or like, I don't know. It's not a documentary. It's a movie based on true events, kind of thing, in which there was a elderly couple, and the guy, the husband, was like a mathematician or something, and he realized that hey, if you gamble enough on the lottery, statistically, the odds become in your favor. So that's very much math, yeah. I'm sure Leo would enjoy that, or at least enjoy the concept of it. Stage selected. I want to keep my commits nice and modular. Boop. Oh, is Leah here? Oh yeah, good point, Ryan. I was like, wait, who's this Leah person they're talking about? I always forget to shout people out when they're not actually here. I didn't hear about that one. Ooh, Discord bots. Those are always fun to mess with. Is it I can take a peek at it. Yeah, is it in Discord JS or Python? Because those are the languages I know. Either way, feel free to drop it in chat. I'm sure, if not me, someone else will like check it out. Links are allowed and all that. Fix tab redirects. There we go. And with that, get pushed to the moon. Oh, JDA's system. Oh, man rigged lottery 5 times. Okay, that's not math. That's cheating, it sounds like. That sounds like cheating with extra steps. Oh, biggest in history. Probably should know it. All 6 numbers. There's a lot of reading here. I love reading, but this ain't a reading stream. Hey, push to the moon. Aw, you know what? Oh, push Roku main. That does sound like a fun thing to add for sure. How do we do? I think it's get aliases aren't that hard. I think it's like just a file. You might be able to do it for commands too. I have like one defined. Get commands. I don't want to open my config file. Alias. Here we go. Yeah, to the moon. Equals. Trying to remember aliases. Yeah, you're not wrong. So my to the moon is a push force. There we go. To the moon, which means I'm breaking through the moon. Onion trading is the best. Ah, that's an interesting one. I'm Pinks. Hey, thanks for the follow. You're not Pink Star, are ya? They were just here. Hey, sorry, let me check out your Discord bot. Ooh, an XML. So this is what? Java? Ooh, Java. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I touched Java. You have an env file here. I've already shown that you have it on stream. Probably want to get rid of that. I won't open it though. Core main. JDA, so this is what the app is. Cool. So .env, it's the same everywhere you go, right? .env files. JDA builder. I guess that's the thing you got going. Oops, setting your activity. Yep, I got that part. Going to the guild. Creates the slash commands. Yep, those are fun. Okay, I didn't. So I just didn't want to let you know, like, you got something in there. And main start main. Okay, let me take a peek now. Now that you said I could, I gotta look. Okay, it's not a real database. What's this? I've never seen that database before. Oh, I guess. Oh, it's just a placeholder. Gotcha. So yeah, pretty good core. Let's look at the database, I guess. Create, delete. So that's the interface. Implementation. EU over network. Oh wait, that's where we're currently at. Oh, SQLite, nice. So guild ID member. Does this information not exist in the Discord API? Or you're saving it locally? Delete doesn't work. Delete from members where guild ID equals and user ID equals. Implementation classic, yeah. I mean, this doesn't seem like bad SQL. So you get the tables called members. This is very like vulnerable to injection or whatever, but don't see why it wouldn't work. For over network. Never heard of them. Is that a gaming? It sounds like a game thing. Connection create statement execute. Yeah, I wouldn't see why this doesn't work for y'all. I mean, I see you got the escape double quotes. It's hosting. Ah, nice. Well, let's check out my host. Didn't realize hosting had their own Discord servers. Assuming this is monthly. 350. That's pretty good. 3 gig of RAM, 2 things, 30 gig of space. That's pretty nice. I mean, yeah, it sounds like pretty good rates to me. Hibernate. Guess it was mine. But yeah, this SQL statement seems fine to me. Your guess is as good as mine why it's not working. Maybe you want to actually do the, whatchamacallit, creating a statement instead of just string combining. That might help. Events. Classic. Listener adapter. Cool. Join and leave. So extends listener adapter. Okay. Octotree is freaking out right now. Extends listener adapter. My eyes can't work. Dev to JDI API hooks. I'm not familiar with the Java version of where this is essentially Discord bot. Never wrote Discord bot in Java. Java Discord API. Hey, nice. Or any JPA spec. Oh, there's an image. I'm gonna look at your images. Love me looking at images. Well, that's a link. It's not an image, but it's a link to an image. Yep, come on, paste. Whew, that's your logo. Cool. Yeah, seems pretty cool. Get your nice little welcome message as classic. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good start off to the bot. Again, don't know why your SQL statement isn't doing the deletion you expect it to. Seems like it would work for me. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Oh, my browser's about to die. Yeah, never really wrote in a Java Discord bot or a Java bot in general. My Java experience was writing Minecraft plugins. That's where most of my Java experience lays. That and college, which doesn't really count. Yeah, it looks nice. I assume this is your profile you mean, or did you mean Mr. Tuxa? Ah, yeah, I figured. It's gotta be one or the other. That is quite the avatar image there. Loving it. Ooh, a random dev quote. Interesting. Oh, this is a cool little thing. I'm gonna borrow that. Random dev meme. That's a nice little bit of personality there. But yeah, it looks nice. I'm gonna snoop a little bit. Don't mind me. Yeah, there it is. Randommemer.heroku app. And quotes GitHub readme. Interesting. Never seen those two before. Pretty nice. H2 training. Spring. Okay, yep. I recognize this a little bit. Ooh, Swagger UI. I love me some open API stuff. I recently implemented one for my my quotes API. It was fun. Full on quotes API, you enter a query, it shows you and it spits out the whatchamacallit, the time, date, and season episode number that quote was said in your favorite show. Fortunately, I exposes it with a open API, so all the cool stuff that open API brings, Swagger included. That was my first time messing with open API. I assume that's what the Swagger UI is, or I'm completely mistaken. But yeah, it's a pretty cool bot there, Tuxa. A goldfish memory. I'll figure this out. Ooh, it changes this font. Changes my bar to black. Never had one of them before. Okay, let's further explain the usage. So we need to get back to the home page. So that's something that's broken right now. I go to the home page and it dies. Have I worked with Firebase before? I actually have. I have worked with Firebase authentication, Firebase real-time database, and just a little bit with the Firebase Firestore cloud storage, the NoSQL variant. See, I've worked with a few Firebase things before. Yeah, of course. Ask away. Always happy to help. If I can. Otherwise, hopefully someone in chat can help too. Yeah, I recently wrote it. I mean, it wasn't recent. It wasn't technically for me. It was for a tutoree. They wanted to... They're basically front-end only developers, so I quickly learned up Firebase to give them options to do all the cool stuff they wanted to do. Gotta think thoughts. Gotta turn the server on. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions you got, Pinks. By the way, thanks for following. Hope your Saturday, or it might be Sunday for half of the people here, is going well. Okay, so I can't go home anymore. Big sad. So the home page, there it is, home page. So this shouldn't be doing all of this. So this should let me go to the home page, but only redirect me if I'm logging in or signing up. So log in. There we go. This is the one that I put the logic here. So I'll write a little helper function that will get last modified list. Boop. There we go. Do I need a VPS for development stuff? You can rent one at a special price. Oh, did I need one? I can rent one at a special price. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't found the need to need a VPS for development. I also kind of already have one with like Host Namaste for pretty cheap, And if I really needed one, I got a couple of Raspberry Pis lying around. Congratulations, first of all, Pinks. Final project almost done. Culminate all your efforts into one. So you wanted to use Firebase auth to my sign in and sign up. When I put this exact line, const auth, it breaks everything. Being done in React. Okay, yep, that's actually what I did my auth in React. So const auth equals get auth. So let's go to the latest documentation. By the way, I wrote mine on V8. V9 is kind of the thing now. I believe, unless I'm wrong, Pinks, I believe the answer to your question, Error, is that Firebase is the auth API. So it's kind of like single sign-on, but it's kind of like using auth0, but for Google. Specifically for Firebase. So yeah, federated identity providers, all that stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. Gosh, let me figure out web. That's the one we want. Okay, I think this is wrong docs. Yes, it's sort of standard. Okay, yeah, so here's the example code, by the way, that you were trying on Pinks. Why is this not working for you? So by the way, const auth equals get auth. This should very much be done, what do you call it, inside, yeah, an open API. You can use, I mean, it's pretty open with literally everything. I mean, look at all, here's even the SAML from before. SAML OpenID, you got all the providers doing the cool stuff. Apple, Facebook, Google. I wrote the cool S. You got all of them, plus you got your basic normal thing. Yeah, it's pretty standard. I mean, it does all the things, right? But yeah, Pinks, so not sure why this is giving you an error. Is there any, does this actually say why it breaks everything? It should give you some information. Yeah, this is just accessing the auth object. That shouldn't really do anything destructive. Because if you're just saying const auth equals get auth and you're not using auth anywhere else, then that effectively gets the instance of the auth, but nothing else. Now, if you're getting errors about can't access it or authentication, then you'll need to use... So in Firebase is like a config blob that you need to, basically your environment variables. If you don't have that working, then none of this is going to work. Your credentials, basically. Your credentials JSON. What version of the documentation am I on? Because this is very different than what I usually remember. Or did they change the docs? That's probably what happened. But yeah, make sure that you have the credentials included, and that line shouldn't be destroying everything. Even if it's in React, you can even put it on top level. Shouldn't break anything. Component level, hook level, it shouldn't really be destroying anything. Last modified ID. I guess I do want the ID. Return last modified ID. Boop. Get last modified list. So here we go. So when I'm on the home page, I do only need to render on my list. Hey, there we go. No Firebase app been created. So what's happening is that when you start with your Firebase, you need to call before accessing literally anything. It looks like they do tell you what code to run. Wow, you're actually getting, it's a very detailed error. Congratulations on that library. But there is a line. There it is. So I guess you're using the new version. Yeah, it's giving you an old version of the code. But yeah, once you get your Firebase config from whatever JSON blob you got, you say const app equals initialize app, or if you're running on web 8. No, you're running on version 9, I can tell. So yeah, you need to call initialize app, or as the thing is telling you, it means initialize app either way. So I will drop this link in the chat for you to copy the code yourself. But this is what you need to do. Now, if you have this, like what a common approach is you have like a Firebase JS file. So a little Firebase over here, and you have these lines inside of it maybe. Now what could be happening is that you never import this file because you don't need anything from it. So you need to, if you have it in this way, you need to import your Firebase or your database, whatever little file this is called, for this code to actually run. So those are the two variations I can think of that are causing your initialized app to literally not be called. Hopefully that gets you at least in the right direction. Okay, I think, what am I doing here? So this is the home page. Very amazing home page. We just... I think what I do on the home page. So yeah, I render all... Well, I don't actually do anything yet. I will do stuff later, but I don't do it now. So, goodbye, database. And next doesn't get used. Yep, big sad. Okay, now here is where we start calling this thing. So this is on login. Once you log in, we're going to determine if you got a thing. Last modified ID equals right here. So we need to now get your list. Okay, so a little bit of chaining, never hurt no one. Return. So I do need to have literally what we had before. So time travel, Control Z. There it is. Then time travel forward. There we go. Oh, a little backward. There we go. Then we get the list, and we pass all the list to this method. Close, close. This is a return. Thank for the indents. And this is the logic that happens. So if last modified ID, okay, Copilot wants to go, plus sorted tab, good, good, good. Otherwise, then we go back to the home page. Now, this logic is here. This is good logic. We need to not just tack it on. So we have a sync client. Where does this scope end? It ends right there. So I don't need to make another call to get client. I can do that right there. I do need to return this. I could go async await. You know what? We're already here. So I am using two awaits, one to get the user. Yeah. Don't like the $ opening closing curly syntax. I do like it. Oh, you mean why am I not using it? That's a good point. I'm surprised that the VS Code isn't suggesting me to use it, but yeah, I have used it in the past, and if I were to write this string from scratch, I would actually write it with the for list. Last modified ID. Yeah, so if I had done it from scratch, it definitely would have been that way, but Copilot kind of generated the first chunk, and since it was quicker, I just added onto the end. But my goodness, this theme, I love your theme, Tuna, but this theme does not make the templating stuff inside look good at all. This template looks horrible. But yeah, I do usually use this. So let's go full... Wait, yes. There we go. Got a lot better now. Now this is the exact same logic we're going to reuse Hold on, I can't do request user ID because they don't exist yet. I can say user ID though. There we go. Now these 3 lines also go to our sign up. It's literally super identical. Thank you for asking, Crewmates. This has actually been suggested by a fellow user, or through the redemptions. It is... So this color theme is Xcode Default Dark with the font of Hack. H-A-C-K. And hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. Hope your Saturday or Sunday, maybe at this point, has been going well. But yeah, it's Xcode Default Dark, font of Hack. I'm not too much of a fan of it, to be honest, because this part here is supposed to be colored differently, but it was suggested, and I gave it a shot, you know? Usually I could just go with Default Dark. If it went for that, I'd probably be on board with this. That was a lot of teals. But yeah, if you like it, there you go. And hey, thanks for the follow there, nice Wowleet. And I've not touched World of Warcraft in years. But that is my favorite port number, 1337. Okay, so I think we just finished this method. By the way, I hope you at least know what's going wrong, Pinks, to fix it. Get your Firebase auth up and running. Yeah, there's the homepage. We can visit the homepage now. Let's log in. It's fine. Yeah, our username's case sensitive. About to find out. They are not, and boom, it takes me straight to the list. But you can still go to the home page. This is great. So, what have we done here? Fix homepage access. That is what we have done. Are all passwords 1-to-1 though? Of course, error ID. Only I can have that password, and if you have it, it's going to tell you that password belongs to me. Just so you can come by and ask me for it later. Fix homepage iPad package. But no, to be honest, it's just in case anyone was serious, it's just decrypted. Anyone can have any password they want, even a 1-character password. It's your password, your security. Someone wants to hack your list, that's on you. Okay, fix homepage access. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping that from being like a scheme of like a required authentication, requiring people to have different passwords, but yeah, you usually only see about such things like that in the joke ones, you know. Okay, so we got a few things to do. Homepage or index, apparently. Index EJS. There we go. It allowed for anyone to log into any account or do a full search of everything. Yeah, that would be our 1-to-1. Yeah, that would be true, wouldn't it? Yeah. It's just like what do you say? It's the expression that like locks on doors only keep out honest people. So it's like if you went to a door and turned the handle, it would be unlocked basically. You can log into any account as long as you got it and just boop, there we go. But no one would know until they actually tried to log into someone else's account. But if you logged in with an invalid password, then you would fail. But your password would work anywhere. Yeah. That would be funny for sure. Oh, I see the a little bit of SQL injection there. 1-to-1. It's a true statement. Yep. That's interesting for sure. Just putting it straight in the query. It's like, it'll be fine. Okay, so we do want to make a home page. So this is a good home page. Go to our list. We have a list of things. This is good. Good enough, to be honest. Yeah. I get it. I get the injection fact there. That because 1-to-1 is a true statement. It's like setting, if it is something or 1-to-1, then it falls through as true always, no matter what it is you spit in there. Can't believe that Newegg of all. I mean, maybe this was in their infancy, but Newegg's kind of not some mom and pop shop, you know. They're, huh. I guess that's why it was only in the search, so it wasn't really destroying the world if you could search weird stuff on Newegg. Okay, with this, I want to take these buttons. So we have buttons here. They're going to go in this top right corner. So let's do that right now. So list, index. Have our lovely buttons. Position. Okay, so this is a thing where I kind of want them to float right. Let's see if we have any bootstrap things for this. In the meantime, what if I just inspected them? No. I'm surprised about that for sure. And yeah, I assume it's definitely been fixed by now. Ooh, float right does okay. It's a little... So I need another... This needs to be up here, right? There we go. Now if we float these right... There we go. Oh, this is basically exactly what I want. So still need to duplicate our logic, which is sad, but it's fine. Well, not that logic. Okay, so we have a nice button group. See if there's a bootstrap recommended way to float stuff, or if I'm about to throw some raw CSS at this. Read the docs, as I shall. We all float. Overview. Float end. There we go. Is that the way we do it? That is the way we do it. I could give more margin or something to top it. That's honestly fine in my book. This thing doesn't be done better. And I need a way to edit both what you can columns. I just need a way to edit some stuff, but that sounds a good start. Edit title, that's what I'm trying to figure. I need a way to edit my title of the list. Or it's my name, actually. Oh, it's a title, never mind. I might as well improve this. Span, just give this some information. Gonna sing money for nothing now. Nah. That ain't what's about to happen. What do I want it to be? Alter aria. I think, no, it's actually title, right? And chicks for free. Nah. List sorters. List sorted percentage. Actually, I think what there's an ABBR. Yeah, that's list sort. Okay, that's not how you're supposed to use an abbreviation, but it does look good because it gives me that little underline thing. Yeah, it's good enough for me. 2 fix 2, no, 2 fix 0. I don't want them decimals. Hey, C Films, thanks for coming on by. Hello, hello again. Coding for nothing, yeah. 100%. There you go, got a little paranoid there. If those don't know, C Films also does some cool streams of their own. They are film related, got their own site, PHP. They are the PHP expert around here. The creator of calculators. And my bot is like giving up, apparently. Never mind, bot made it. Okay, there we go. So we got that thing looking a little better. You know what, we don't need that anymore. We can just clean it up with a hyphen. There we go. Now it's weird because there's no title, but that is fine. The next part is the ability to edit the title. Oh, actually, I have a list. Yep, I remember it. So it's the compare that we're adding here. You should be sorted high. There we go. Or choose the item. Well, which is actually more graphically correct or grammatically correct. I got there in the end. Because we're essentially asking a question. Choose which item should be sorted higher. Class equals text center. There we go. Good enough for me. 0 is higher than 1. Okay, looking good here. Time to go to the routes. Well, let's modify. Let's save what we have right now. So this is add and improve user flow. It's a good enough thing for me. There we go. And then with this next one, we will be adding the ability to rename the list. So it's going to be another entire page. New page, folks. Been a long time since we had a new page come in the party. Get to the moon. There you go. There we go. Time for our search or edit page. So we gotta start on the routes. Because we have delete item, reset item, all these things about the items. List. So we're gonna make a get to list rename. Because compare is the page, reset is an endpoint. Let's put it right here. Hey, of course, I appreciate coming on by, Error ID, and helping with all the different pieces of different code you did help with. Hope your day goes well too. Okay, so we are not comparing, we are saying rename. This is, so technically this is just a page, right? So I don't want to do too much here. So this is a thing where we have a double meaning, right? Copilot, right? Copilot? Copilot's running away from me. Don't want to write my code. Okay, so Control S, auto format. Ah, okay, that was real close. You failed. Absolute failure. I will do it myself. There we go. Show me the rename page, which has the base information we need. And then next we have the rename endpoint, which is going to be it is going to be a form. So it's going to be a post, even though that's not grammatically correct. It's not semantically correct. It's just what we use. Rename a list. Now we're going to create all this stuff. 2R, so that one's just going to be angry because controllers doesn't have it. We will make it. Not down there. Oh, not over there. Function rename list. Request response next. Let's do it, Copilot. There we go. Let's see what we got. So we are getting the one. We are setting its name to request body name. It's modified at till now. We're redirecting it back to the sorted tab. That is correct. Okay, Copilot wrote me some good code. Save it. Auto format. Good move that, Curly. So rename list is good there. Rename is good here. Now we just need the front end rename. EJS. So this is going to be a combination of things. Well, first let's take a form. So we have login. Rename. We might be able to actually use this form again. So text rename. Nah, that's not gonna work. Okay, I can generalize this even further, but I can't do that right yet. I should put this inside here, alright? So it's gonna be not just, there we go, list rename, which means we go up to the parent for our header, up to the parent for our auth, then we grab our current title, which I'm just gonna use here. This is here, list and list progress. Okay, list progress just became optional, folks. Look at that template. Title. If locals list progress. There we go. So, put some of this around here. Ooh, small. Thank you, Copilot, for the suggestion. So this is going to be a thing. If locals.list progress, and thank you, Copilot. I will use a small though. Loving that. So list progress is now optional. Now this template auth is not gonna work for us anymore because this is an action of just the URL. Actually, oh, it's using the password. Yeah, it's not gonna work at all. I don't know why I thought that was gonna work ever. Yeah, form action equals list rename. My goodness, what is this thing doing? List ID underscore ID. My route will need to actually serve you the correct list. So this needs to be a relative action. So we are at / rename. It needs to be the same place but a different method. There we go. Method equals post. Let's look at all my methods. They're all capitalized. Just want to maintain consistency. Oh, go Copilot. New name. Yeah, we go. Placeholder list name. I should add placeholders to the rest of my inputs. Actually, that one don't need one because I have a label. Don't need placeholders where I got labels. I do need an ID. I do need a name. Good. Okay, all that is good. Drop that one. Everything should be working, folks. Let's rename that list. Of course, we need a button there. We need an anchor at minimum. So on the list index, we need just a little anchor. It's another if owner, but put it right here. A href. Thank you, Copilot. You know exactly what I want. You gotta look up rename in views directly because we changed it. It's not rename, it is list rename. Big sad, super sad, is it not? It's in list. There we go, we have an error. List is not defined. Do I need that? The title needs the list to get the title information out. So for title, I need the list name, and yes, I do need the list I'm rendering when I access it. Okay, understandable. This is essentially the same information as get list. Literally the same information as get list. Okay, we're kind of bridging the territory here, because these things are kind of getting a little mixed up. Don't know why ESLint did not catch that. Super sad. Drop that. Okay, so we're just going to start calling some names out here. So this is... Oh, come on, curlies. More parentheses. Render, rename, page. Way down here. Oh, that looks good enough to me. List rename. Exactly what I want. Add it to the export. Save it. Render rename page. Add it to the import. Did this line be any longer? Okay, rename page should be visible. There we go, new name, fur. There we go, and it got renamed. We'll add that rename button to the top right for the rest of them. Let's see, make the colors look pretty. There we go, rename, reset, delete, make public. Okay, if we enter nothing, it requires something. And, okay, this is good. The controller needs to handle if they don't enter anything, though. Here's the logic. That does not exist. There we go, create item. Ah, this is actually renamed now to create items. All kinds of changes coming around here. Items, there we be going. Yep, so good rename, good fix there. Now if this rename working, we need to ensure that we can't have a not body. So how do we do this? We've done it like twice now. Oh, got some old code there. Let's ditch that. And that. Got lots of old code here. What was that thinking? Where are my protections? Not that one. Okay, what is it? Create list. There it is. Here's my protection. Now redo that way down here. with rename list. Return render rename page, request response message. List name cannot be empty. New list name cannot be empty. Good. So rename rendered page needs to now handle arguments 0, 1, 2, 3 or empty object. Object, not array. Okay, with that, if we do make a rename, our front end is not handling like it is without this required attribute. It forces you a little message, looking good, lovely. Okay, this is making progress. Making progress. Wait, did I... okay. I think we are past our break because I went to look at the timer. It's frozen. So I was wondering, like, man, this is a long Pomodoro session. Yes, it is. So as soon as we figure this... as soon as my list decides to open up... come on, list. There we go. Further explain usage. We had renaming there. Let's add another thing while we're adding things. Rename list. There we go. Next one. And rename item. So we did the renaming of lists. We have further explained the usage. This is the next thing that's coming. But for now, we got a lot of changes that we have to commit. So, I think we have like 2 changes, to be honest, but they're getting squished into 1. Okay, so this is adding the rename. I want to keep my commits nice and separated. So let us stage all this. Hey, Ramses Lamb Sauce. That is quite the name. The extension I am using for my to-do is, I believe it's literally called to-do. I'll give you the exact name. It is called To-Do Plus, actually. So, To-Do Plus is the extension. Oh, never mind. Nope, I lied. So that's what I do for to-do lists, but for this Kanban list, which is this thing right here. So this is actually using the Kanban extension for VS Code. It is a VS Code only thing. Essentially, it creates a bunch of markdown files and renders them pretty coolly. I know there are more fancy ones that are like cloud synced and integrated with Trello or integrated with GitHub projects and all that stuff. But I like this one because all the data is literally local. It creates a little Kanban folder with all your things, just as little markdown files. So they're all just right there. And it does like other stuff too. I haven't really been messing with the other features. My computer doesn't like loading them. Yeah, you can like add relations, commits, tags. You can do all the fancy stuff with these boards, with descriptions, all that stuff. Or you can just do what I do. Treat it as for to-do lists you drag stuff around in. Yeah. Hopefully it's another tool in your repertoire. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think so the extension itself, it's the extension didn't create it. What it does is, so Kanban, or I don't know how you pronounce this because it's not actually Kanban, is a CLI program that you it's made for command line version of this, and this is using that. So it's actually two things in one. Again, there are other ones, but my priority was I wanted it to be local, not on some clouds when I was offline, and it does work. Yeah, I'm just messing with this git commit real quick. Come on, controller. Gotta get back there to fix that. Add a list. Renaming. At least the first. I mean, it's ain't the first feature in a while, but it's a feature, folks. Routes. Yeah, it's the other one. Okay, and with that, add list renaming. It's a package JSON. Did make another new feature. Any moment, VS Code. We believe in you. There we go. And with these, we got a few naming changes. Naming. There we go. It's a little patch. Doesn't really do anything. I didn't update the number. It's okay. We can do a staged commit. Amend, actually. Well, okay. Fine, I'll do it myself. Lovely, and with that, get to the moon. Get push Heroku main. PM run dev, and let's look for our next action to do. Next feature that needs a doing. There we go. Turned all back on. And the only thing that's not cool about this thing is sometimes, I think it's probably my computer or the streaming and all, it takes a minute to load this thing. Again, it could be the extension, could be me. I don't know. It's doing a lot of thinking. It's probably the fact that I have 200 extensions, right? Surely wouldn't be it. Okay, last feature we're going to add to this site is a dark theme, folks. So let's see if we can get a dark theme coming around here. And that will be our last feature for the thing. Sass can be used to create a dark theme. How do we do this? Simply make a dark class you can add as desired to the HTML or body. Nah, that wouldn't be it, Mavi. Not at all. Okay, so there's no way to attach a class to root. Make a dark class and do stuff. Okay, I don't want to make my own. Can someone just give me... Yeah, give me this. How do I use this? I want what you are giving me. Let's probably turn this off. Yes, just give me. Give. How do I use this? Okay, how do I use this? Oh, not Bootstrap 4. GitHub, is that how I have to use this? Themes. Okay, with all these cool themes. Help. 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 Using the themes as easy as downloading a CSS and replacing what comes with Bootstrap. How old are y'all? 9 months. That seems like Bootstrap 5. Via precompiled asset. Replace default style sheet. Must, okay, I don't want that. Use the themes via CDN. Good. Good. We're almost there. Wait, where's the link? Okay, distribution, I guess. Great. So where is my Bootstrap min CSS? It's in the dist folder for show. Darkly. There it is. So I have to navigate there and then Bootstrap min CSS. So I have to do that through JS deliver. Show all. You know, I could make this a full straight on toggle. That would be cool. Give link. Well, it's CSRI. I'll take that. Okay, folks. So, where's the map? VS Code. That list ain't working. So first, we're just gonna try to swap it out. And if we can swap it out, then we can add a little bit of conditional logic to allow people to change it as they see fit. So there's the old. Here's the new. Do I delete the old? We'll find out. Dark. Oh no. What went wrong? Great sadness. I mean, it looks alright, but someone forgot to be dark. Maybe it's a V4. Here it is. Interesting. What version of this? Tuned for 5.1.3. Okay, so I have that version. 5.2. It's not that different. Am I supposed to do this in addition to, not in exclusive of? Maybe that's what was my mistake. Nope. Simply download and replace the one in Bootstrap. I did. You failed me. Well, I don't have any CSS. Yeah, very slight CSS. Okay, so I'm looking at this website, going to the dark theme. Oh, here it is. So there are literally 3 different versions. I want the super dark. Navbar dark BG dark. Navbar light BG light. Okay, so it's a me problem. Oh, there it is. BG light. BG dark. There we go. It looks a bit better. The green's a little something, but it's fine. Active ain't doing its job, but fine. It's a really bright white, but it's again fine. Okay, I'm liking this. Let's see what other options these boot watch people have. So those are my nav bars, my buttons, other buttons. I I can see this is all one giant template, but it is looking good. Yeah, my forms. Okay, I mean, oh, that'd be something cool to add, but later. Oh, I could have made mine accordion. Too late now. But yeah, this is a pretty good theme. It just works beautifully. Now, the next thing is making this actually an option. So I made this background dark to make it work. Let's put the old one back on and make sure that this is set to dark. Ah, painful. What if I just don't give you a background? Will you be cool? Cool. And then when I bring in the dark theme, you'll still be cool. There's literally no background to it. I do need some background. Background primary it is. Okay, how do I set the color text? Nope, don't want to click your buttons. Nav bar dark. How'd you set the text color? Nav bar brand. Maybe we just swap a color. Secondary. Look good. Ooh, the gray is a bit too close. What do we call the third one? Success info warning. Light, dark, blank. No, those are the colors I want. We could try success. Yeah, felt that. Okay, so I guess this is the part where it's going to be a little bit converted. So, background light if you're a light theme, background dark if you're dark theme. Understandable. So, what do we have here? So there is a way to provide alternative style sheets. That's how we're going to do our fun check. So let's have them both here. Not well supported without an... hold on. I thought this was kind of on track now. It's just... okay, so... Link prefers... I just want to switch it over if I want dark theme. You know what? Forget you light theme people. Sorry to say it. We're going dark theme only. Yeah, no light theme for anyone. That was way too much effort. What did I switch to? There we go. Simply swap a header, swap a dark thing, and bada boom, bada bing. We are dark theme. Okay, and with that, open the list. Well, you know what, folks? That is to our break, and is starting to come close to the end of the stream, but we ain't gonna end just yet. I'm gonna go ahead and get these 2 pushes out. I'm gonna end off with a Code Wars. So let's find a good one and we'll make it a good one. See if motherboard, one of these folks, they're doing Code Wars. Show me what you got. ESO Lang Interpreter, that's spooky. Vinaigrate Cipher, that's a 4. End it with a 4, I don't know. Shifted along 3. Message key. I've written a Vinaigrate Cipher before. How do you pronounce this? Yeah, we can do a Vinaigrate Cipher, I believe. Or Vinaigrate. Let me actually look at it. So encode, decode. Because decoding is just the opposite way of encoding. Or it's encoding multiplied by 2. Either way, this is the Code Wars we will be ending on today. Let's make it a good one. Because it's basically Rot 13, but not 13. Okay, let's look at the logic here. So, assuming classic cipher, right? Shifted along with some number of places, several Caesars in sequence with different values. Repeat the key over characters only if they're part. This is not the case here. So when it goes over the space, for example, we have M to P, Y to A, S to the space. So there's a shift there, then S to S. It doesn't go like this diagonal when a non-alphabetical. It goes straight up to down. Okay, so let's start with the encode, since that's easiest, since we just use modulus over the length of the key. So the rules is that we only shift character by character, only part of the alphabet. Okay, so the logic we're going to say here is for const car, index for let I equals 0, I less than stir dot length, I plus plus. Then we're going to say const car equals string I if car less than A or car greater than Z or car less than capital A or car greater than capital Z. But for these, go in the ORs to handle. How is casing done? Only lowercase? Because we're encoding these words, but they only care, so they only care about lowercase. So all the uppercases can beat it. So if you're out of case, continue. Otherwise, we're going to say cost characters equal, turn the string into an array, spread operator. Then we're just going to say characters I equals car to a number, or car code at 0 plus the shift. Here's the thing, they need to be dropped down to 26. So let's do some quick math here. A car code at 97, so a, come on math, minus 97, it's going to be off by 1 in one of the directions, but that's okay. Minus 97 plus key dot car code at I minus 97. Yeah, left to right operations, these need to happen first, I think. then it's, so, let's see, 97 plus z dot car code at 0 minus 97 though. So if it's a plus z, then we should get 25 modulo 25. Put me back around to a, because a is considered 0 or 1. Okay, it's either modulo 25 or modulo 26. So 25 plus 97, string from car code 122. It's either modulo 25 or 26. Thankfully, it's narrowed down to those two. 25. Well, my numlock got turned off. 20. I'm keep hitting the wrong key. There we go. So we do math, then we modulo it, hopefully by the right amount. We'll find out. Return characters joined with us nothing. Let's see if that works for the encoding. Expected numbers. Aha. String from character code. So more parentheses. And then the whole thing is to get plus 97. So more parentheses. We didn't have enough. ROVWTOJV. ROVWSOIV. So got off by one error. 26. There we go. So that works. Now decoding just needs to be done. Now, if I basically... So, there's the decoding way, which is to go backwards. But is that not just going forwards twice to mathematically do it? So I'm going to try it. Return this dot encode str, and just do it twice. So if I just double encode it, will that not go all the way around? It does not. Big sad. What if I do a single? Nope. So let's look at the characters C and R. So what is my password though? So C plus P equals R. Let's do the math on that though. Yeah, so 2 plus, and then we need P, 15, and we need R, 17. 2 plus 15 equals 17. That is how math do be working. Now if we say 17 plus 15, 32 modulo 26 turns to 6. It's 4 over. I'm trying to think of any way I can get 4 mathematically to smush out. It's 2 times 2. Nope, that's not right. I was trying to think of a fancy way to go forwards and backwards, but it looks like we just need to do the same logic in reverse. Big sad, but it's alright. So we do the changing, and I don't think we're going to one-line this anymore. So it's basically everything up to the modulus of 25, which is these lines here. New code equals here. There we go. So it's not addition, it is subtraction. Negative modulus doesn't exist, right? So minus 5 modulus 25 ain't gonna roll me. No, it won't. Negative? Nope, that won't work either. Yeah, so let's figure out negative modulus. So when it should, what should happen is just turn to 20. So if I think I can write this in the actual code though. If new code less than 0, new code equals 25 minus new code, that's negative. So we add it, because adding a negative number is subtracting. This isn't an if, this is a while. I think we did have extra params there. Boom, 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 boom. Ain't gonna be alright, but that while loop really hit us. Nope. Code Vaux. Oh, I just wrote 25 instead of 26 or something. It's an off by 1. It is 26. How have I done this a second time? Ooh, it's looking good so far, folks. Okay, now we're gonna go full Code Wars, because why not? Let's make sure this works. It doesn't work. Big sadness. Password of password. So expected xt to equal. Ooh, I broke Unicode characters. Interesting. Any character not in the alphabet must be left in. Are these weird characters? Or are these, like, what's the deal for this? Nope. Let's do a discuss. The old vinegar cipher. Yeah, whoa, dude, that's what we're ending the stream on. They got a weird character set, though. Look what they did. They threw me some Unicode characters. Real spooky stuff. Where is the English thing? What language is there? Hope your Saturday or Sunday's been going well too. Okay, so I guess I'll use the regex way. I didn't want to use regex, but we'll use regex. So if car.match, how do we do this? Any case, character, A to Z. So I don't know if it's match or test. We're about to find out. So if it doesn't match alphabet. There we go. Ooh, doesn't match a lowercase alphabet specifically. Okay, there we go. That is our character checker. Let's see if that works. Nope. JS loop. Unicode 16, because I need to loop through all the characters. So I need to figure out how to consume them as one. So it's not split, it's array from. Okay, don't know how that works, but I thought str might handle it. Maybe that'll fix. Please fix. No. It's actually log the input, so lowercase Latin alphabet. Kana alphabet. Oh, wait a minute. Am I supposed to ooh, what's that, Indian? Normalize the string. Yeah, dot normalize, right? So, I don't know if this gets all of them, but this should get a lot of them. Nope, big sad. So I still got the Unicodes in there. Do I have to do something with this normalize? NFC. Okay, so let's see. JS string remove. And that's not Latin characters, but what is it? The Unicode points? Removing non-ASCII. I thought normalize did that, but apparently it doesn't replace with nothing. I don't want to replace with nothing. Canonical, compatibility, NFD or NFC. Okay, we'll try one of them and then the other. So, FD. Oh, I guess we're going NFC first. That's not a string. Except NFD. Okay, let's write a little helper here. This dot transform equals function string change. Here we go. We'll just write a little help here because I'm doing a lot of copy and pasting between these two. And then we're going to say, hey, rejects. So I could be breaking it, or my rejects could not be touching it. We'll find out as I write this. I think we'll just use good old indexes. There we go. Now we can write this in code as return this dot transform. I use stri or str car code at I, and then key car code at I automatically for the encode. Dot normalize is not a function. Glad to hear it. Requires the string as the first parameter. Transform is not defined. Now it is. There it is. Okay, so that is our encode, and now our decode is a few more lines than that, unfortunately. Basically these 3 lines. New code is, get that curly back in there. String car code at this, and then we will return Alexa. Okay. Car code at I, that would help. There we go. Now this ain't gonna solve our problems, but it will get us close to it. I suppose I need to start console logging to see which one is failing me. So I'm just going to console log characters. Then eventually I'll get to the one that's failing and we will see some output. Okay, so we have, it's a shift cipher. Expected Unicodes to equal. Okay, so I did the thing. Let's submit it without the normalization. They look like perfectly fine characters to me, folks. And this is a ciphering one. Okay, not seeing exactly what's wrong here. So I'm using I equals 0. What if we do for const I n str, use the keys indexes instead, and then, I don't know, it'll still coerce correctly. Nope. My transformation must be off. Let's actually submit and try to copy this input. It's a shift cipher, right? So if we have, do the full test. Test assert equals c dot encode this thing. Oh, I guess I'll do it in double quotes. Should equal this thing. Okay, let's see if that is happening. It is not happening. Okay. So I don't know where, but we got Unicodes afoot. And this is on the encode. Is there a global around here somewhere? Alphabet. Do I have an alphabet? I wouldn't have an alphabet, would I? Nope, don't have an alphabet. What's ABC? Huh. Key and ABC. Oh, so if car ABC not I'm supposed to use a specialized alphabet. That's why it's failing for the Unicode ones. That's what I get for not reading the question hard enough. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work. What is the question? So it's essentially a vinegar cipher hash. Let me get the URL. There, right here it is. And I have the actual cipher part working. We're just doing some dancing around with the characters. So I have the ciphering, it's just these weird Unicodes that are being funky with me. Oh wait, I'm creating an array of, maybe instead of joining I need to append to a string. Let output equals new string, then I'll say return output, because maybe that's how I'm breaking it. I'll say if, basically an if else here. Else, and instead of reassigning to characters, I say output plus equal. So if it's not an alphabetical character, then out plus equal str I. Alright, we'll drop characters entirely. Car is not defined. str I. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Maybe using from character code is not the solution. So I am given the alphabet. I guess I need to actually use the alphabet instead of mathing my way around it. The indexes does matter though, so this logic is solid. I just need to demath it and turn it into the alphabet. Okay, so it's return ABC then it's technically it's index of both. Since I'm not using math, I'm swapping it for well, it's not. There's some weird Unicode magic in here. Like these are like Latin or Unicode characters. The fact that I'm using string from character code assumes ASCII, but that's not ASCII anymore. It's this stuff. So I need to use basically stir I plus use the index is in the alphabet specifically. It needs to be on the alphabet. So it is ABC index of stir I plus ABC index of key, which is the current index plus what's the current index modulus around of the key. So it is index of key I modulo key dot length wrap around. And then those moduloed around the length of the alphabet. So instead of using math, I use the string they give me. Ooh, that's really close. Undefined got in there. Hey. So that's an off by 1 error. So I'm trying to access an index that don't exist. Because the modulo order of operations happens before the addition. Of course. Oh, we got progress. Now that's only one progress because the other one is going negative the wrong way. So we need to demathetize this. Essentially, well, let's rewrite it again. New code equals VC index of string at this index. Trying to think of the way to do this. Well, either way, whatever this is going to be, it's going to be moduloed around abc.length, just like the other one is. We need to add, so we need to wrap around from the other side. So I could go for a while loop. Try to math my way through this. Because essentially it's just adding the length to the new code. So it's adding this, but then it's negating this. If I just do that once, it will always work. If it's not too far, the module will wrap it around. So I just basically go forward twice. abc.length minus, and then here comes the copy and paste of this thing. There's a lot of symbols there. Okay, there we go. So it's key. Nope. ABC index of. Yep. Nope, I just pasted it twice. There we go. That's my new code, which isn't a code, it's the new index. So let's return ABC index by all this, like we did on the other one. Okay, well, I only had one. I'm not testing my decode function, so let's see if it works. Hey! Woo! Tough one, folks. That was a toughie. I'm wondering if I could have done let I equals 0, I less than I plus plus. I think it was all me not using their alphabet that caused it to break, not all the ways I was traversing it. Okay, so I was being extra paranoid about, like, how do we traverse this thing? Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of word wrapping could have been useful, but yeah, it wasn't that. I guess the editor. I mean, it can be bad, but it is a little tedious with all this scrolling I had to do in this little box. Yeah, let's go full Code Wars. Gotta go full Code Wars. Always go full Code Wars. So this is begging to be turned into a ternary. So if this is an alphabet character, then we will transform else we'll just use the original. So gotta go full Code Wars. Now transforms can be arrows, so why wouldn't we make them arrows? This entire thing can be an arrow. Absolute chaos. Though by rights these should all be prototypes, but I don't know. They're bad code, we ain't fixing it. Nope, semicolon, glad to see it. I'm loving that. Okay, now time for the last thing. Let cars equals spread it into a string to be more space efficient. Well, technically, I guess this isn't more space efficient because we have to create a new thing either way. It's just building a new one versus filling it up initially. So yeah, there's no space efficiency here. None at all. Okay, folks, I believe, let's see if we can submit this and look at all the other Code Warriors, what they came up with. There we go. Okay, cool. So it looks like they do create a transforming thing. Key, offset, math. Oh, looks like I wasn't the only one who made a shifting function. They use an index, though. So where is it? Direction, right? So yeah, so basically they keep going until that direction is basically over one of the sides. So more generic code. Looks like we all wrote this dot transform. Encode, decode. They wrote some, wow. So split map, I suppose, yeah, I mean, I didn't really think about it. I should have just mapped over it. Aside from that, looks good. Oh no, they hard-coded him. That's a good one, folks. You don't see that too often, especially down here at a 4KU, a hard coding at 4KU. Can't imagine. Well, folks, that's a good way to say to end the stream. We got a whole bunch done in the one project, in our pairwise sorting project, but still a whole bunch of stuff there. There's the code for y'all to check out yourself. We didn't even move to the rest of it. That's how much stuff we shoved in this one project. Did some cool leak codes, explored some bots. Appreciate it all. Always appreciate y'all coming by. And yeah, again, shout out to Pink Star for the helps of the subscription. Everyone who came by. Error ID. No, Jim, no. I'm making sure not to do that because last time I missed the weekly challenge because I don't know. I think I mention it every Saturday. In about 20 minutes, so like at 22:30, I'm going to do the Elite Code Challenge. But like since you're not supposed to stream it, I'm only going to be doing it on the Discord, the 100 Devs Discord. So if you want to be there, I'll probably be on in 20 minutes. I'll be on for another hour, just doing that with y'all. See if I can get through the first two, which is basically as far as I've always made it. But besides that, folks, I do want to leave you with someone. Let's find. Can we make that a redeem? Nah, I mean, we can't not make that a redeem. Hey, Dev Mozzie, thanks for coming on. Thanks for making it back to the end. Okay. Trying to find if y'all got any raid suggestions. Yeah, I know, Jim, just having fun. Trying to see if you have any fellow 100 devers on. No, I'm not seeing any 100 devers on. Open my list. Checking it twice. Who's been... Okay, wow, there's a lot of people on in general. That's nice. Okay. Ooh, Freckled Science is on. They're always a blast. CM Griffin, classic. Whistleface, those here from mine, remember them? They're a DJ fella. Oh, if y'all ain't got any suggestions. Ooh. Lurking in and out, yeah, that we are professional lurkers, aren't we, folks? Okay, folks, well, with that, appreciate the stream. If you those who want to watch or try that leak code challenge me, will be in the Discord as usual in 15 minutes. Otherwise, for you to check out Freckled, I have to type their name out. Freckled Science, always a good stream to have on. It looks like they're 3D printing chocolate of all things. I mean, if there's anything to 3D print, right? It was made to be printed, was it not? There's a shout out for all the VOD folks. That is where we be going. Yeah, of course. Looking forward to it. I've been consistently getting the first problem right. The second one maybe, and never third or fourth, so good luck, folks. Catch you next time. Bye.